Chapter 91, Pursuit. 3 ninja and a single dog rushed across the dense forest of fire country, weaving between branches and leaves in all haste. Even as the forest began to thin away along the border, they only moved faster, as fast as their legs could carry them. Pakken panted, almost wheezing as he kept pace with the 3. The trail's going cold. I can barely catch it anymore, Kakashi. Damn it. The copy ninja growled through masked teeth before speeding his pace, momentarily gaining some distance between himself and the other 3. Running faster isn't gonna help, Yoshihiro said. With his hammer and armor, Temari was amazed the man wasn't half dead from exhaustion with so much weight on him. You got a better suggestion? Kakashi shot back, throwing a glare over his shoulder before turning his eyes forward again. Because unless you can find us a way to fly, this is all we got, Yoshihiro. Temari's legs ground to a halt at that sentence, stopping dead on a tree at a crouch. Fly? She said. Kakashi and Yoshihiro didn't notice her sudden pause, and continued running, gaining several yards before she called out to them. Kakashi, where's the nearest armory or base for your Konoha ninja? The copy nin stopped, stumbling with the sudden maneuver. What the hell for? We have no time. If one of those armories of confiscated weapons, or a village with a blacksmith has some battle fans, I can fly us there. We'll be much faster. We may even catch up before they get wherever they're going. Kakashi and Yoshihiro shared a look before the former Tsuchikage glanced around their environment, catching sight of a bright purple flower, Callistemon citrinus, he said. They only grow along the northern border of Fire Country, near Senryo Valley. Kakashi recounted every known village to the north, discarding those with armories and blacksmiths too small to have anything as exotic as a battle fan. Finally, one came to mind. We head east, Pakken, keep following the trail as best you can. I'll hone in on your chakra signature on our way back. The dog nodded, taking to the trees once again before the 3 ninja rushed off towards the village. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX with the Kage of Suna flung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, a 3-point seal keeping him unconscious and his power at bay. The sun was just beginning to decken now from its apex point in the sky, and though his physical body required no rest, every mind needed sleep, and he had not slept for 3 days already, doing his best to escape the virtual cauldron of spies and scouts that were the elemental territories. Only now was he approaching the northwestern border of Konoha, where he would then be able to move northeast, towards the main Akatsuki base of operations, where the sealing processes could begin. Still, first he needed rest. Throwing Gaara off of his shoulder, he watched the Kazekage slam down on the floor, giving his head a good thunk on a thin root which stuck out from the ground. The former Suna ninja glanced around before he quickly, but subtly cut away some of the surrounding vegetation, blanketing him in the most natural-looking bush he could create and hold together with chakra strings before Sasori himself moved off to some nearby rock formations, compacting his body and folding it in on itself to keep it hidden. And to finish, cast a minor genjutsu over his compacted body. It was unlikely that anyone would find them, but it always paid to be prepared. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. It was with a stammer that the guard spoke to none other than Hatake Kakashi as the one-eyed copy ninja leaned over him. BBU, but sir, I can't leave you into the confiscated weapons room without proper authorize a dash. Kakashi's hand lashed out, gripping the boy that was probably little over a decade younger than him, by his collar, lifting him several inches into the air as he brought the stammering youth close to his masked face. I am the second lieutenant of the entire army. I am the proper authorization. Now give me those damn keys. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. She knew that there was something wrong. That something had happened. She'd been feeling this way for days now, traveling a steady path northward, taking the roads that lead to the villages around Konoha. Daring not to take through the heavily patrolled and guarded forests towards the south, choosing instead to circle around the ominous village of Konoha, towards Iwa's border, and then doubling south toward Suna, where, last she knew, their forces held more sway over the borderlands. Her caution was only a vague measure of safety, she knew. It was a dangerous teetering balance between speed and safety she needed to pull off. If she remained idle in any one place too long, the chances that someone would recognize her as the renowned angel of Suna increased exponentially. As it was, the roads were on constant alert, checkpoints and in-between markers, pronounced by lone guards that slithered in and out of the wilderness like lions stalking the herd of zebras for their next kill. But despite the enemies that encircled her, surrounding and threatening to drown her amidst their searching gazes and ready weapon hands, they were merely a distant second concern to her mind. The feeling had come 2 days ago, a crushing, agonizing pressure in her chest that threatened to sap the strength right out of her limbs, while the seal drawn across her abdomen seared red-hot, nearly giving her away entirely as the searing heat began to permeate the air with the smell of burning flesh. Finally, as quick as it had come, the feeling had left, simply vanished as if never there. Not even the lingering effects of pain remained with her. And she knew, right then, that something had happened to Naruto, something had gone horribly wrong for him, or horribly right. It was with a long-forgotten anxiety and restlessness that she felt torn, hesitating between moving on with her original plan to evade the Konoha ninja within their own territory, or seeking out her brother. As she marched through the streets of a small village market, of which she had not even bothered to note the name of, she grabbed several fruits and pieces of food for herself, pilfering extras and using pick-pocketed money to pay for those she wished to seem legitimate over. It was the sudden breeze and shift in the air that she reflexively drew her eyes upwards, finding a metal fan, soaring high into the air, a fan that held 3 passengers on it, 2 of which, her sharpened gaze recognized instantly. The first was the man whom had, by proxy of their fight, granted her title. Hatake Kakashi, Jounin of Konohagakure, also known as Sharingan no Kakashi, the copycat ninja, said to have mastered over 1,000 jutsu. The supposed second lieutenant in the Konoha ninja hierarchy, the first lieutenant being Jiraiya of the Denzetsu Sannin. A large man in purple armor she didn't recognize, but it wasn't him who caught her eye, even though he was the most imposing. It was Temari. Or, at the very least, it seemed like her. She wore only simple white clothing, a stark contrast to the elaborate kimono she had been wearing on the ship when she had seen her for the first time, offered up like some princess, flattering her with gifts and such, before she was killed. No, not killed. Hinata had jumped after her, tried to save her. The others had been caught in Liang's genjutsu, but she'd expected such trickery from him. And so he wasn't able to keep it from her. Had she succeeded? She had to have succeeded. The evidence was flying away from her right now, carried upwards by an artificial breeze brought on by chakra. Temari was said to have used battle fans in a similar manner. The blonde hair was exactly the same, and though she couldn't really judge accurately enough from the distance, the woman's size appeared to be the same as well. This was too many coincidences to ignore, to outright deny that this woman could be Temari. But if she was indeed Temari, then what was she doing with, presumably 2 Konoha ninja, and not, apparently, as their prisoner? Had she betrayed Suna? Her brother? A victim of Stockholm Syndrome? Was she under some kind of duress where they were forcing her to do this? Did it have something to do with Naruto? Something to do with this apprehension? This feeling? Before she could even determine when it had happened, her legs moved of their own volition, and her arms dropped the thick paper bag of groceries before she took to the alleys, sifting through the shadows before she took to her pursuit, following without a care to who might see, to who may recognize her. She would find her answers. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX creating a thin veil of fog as it met the cold air outside her body. Chains rattled and clinked loudly as their heavy, slinking bodies were dragged across the wooden dais. Each link was nearly as wide as a human hand, thick, weighing several pounds alone, as though they were made for ships rather than the purpose they were now putting them into use for. They scraped and groaned, almost moaning as they finally came to a halt next to the prone body of their captured prey. Prey. It was not a word many would associate with this man, this creature, the one that had brought the world to its knees, stressing the civilization of the ninja to a breaking point, and very nearly shattering it. No. This one was not prey, he was still every bit the predator in this game. Only a predator that had been subdued, just barely at that. Many of the shinobi and kunoichi here recognized this, and were hesitant to approach, despite the fact that he had yet to move since their commanders had brought him here, despite the seals that still glowed red-hot over his skin shining like ethereal tattoos, making his appearance all the more demonic. Despite their fear, they still looked upon the creature with scorn and malice, veiled only by the rapidly thinning blanket of self-preservation instincts. Victims all of them. They'd been left homeless, penniless, orphans. This was the fallout of his war, the refugees that survived and were left in his wake. They all ran, and in them, Pain had seen the potential. A way to create his own private army for the war that was to come. Many would die within the first engagement. For many of them were weak, barely chunin, starting too late in life in training for even men like Kisame, Itachi or Sasori to do much. But they would fight. They would fight like fanatics. Firm in the belief that their god, Pain, could overcome their nightmare. The Devil King of Konoha. In a way, he himself had given them the tools for his downfall. No one cared for these people, no one noticed their absence or deduced that they hadn't already been killed. And so Pain had taken them in, drew them to him like the desperate masses that they were, gave them purpose, used them to create this secluded fortress, used them to scout, to blend with the crowd, to seek out information, to watch their targets. All waiting for the opportune moment. And finally, that moment had come. And once they had this bijou, him more than any other, their plans could advance. Even if Gaara and Yujito had not been captured just yet, it would not matter. He was their main threat, their main target. The man at the head of the world. Losing him would drive it right back into chaos. He was the strongest chain link that held this fragile alliance together, and yet he was also their one major shatter point. The shackles at the end of the chains, forged from thick, tempered steel, were clamped and nailed shut unto his wrists and ankles. Conan stood upon the edge of the dais, on the lip of the stairs that led up to it. She looked towards his unmoving form, covered in seals, watching as the others pulled away, backing quietly as she nodded to the men off to the side, which quickly began to heave down a long lever, lowering it until it fell into place with a deafening clank which rang through the hollowed-out room. Shifting cogs and gears moved silently, unseen within the walls of this place, raising the chains, higher and higher, until the scourge of the ninja world was lifted over the platform, one chain binding his hands together while two others held his hands apart, crucifying him as the massive links of metal were pulled taut. Though stripped of weapons, he was still draped in that flaming red cloak, unconscious. Conan could admit that it was a strange sight. An odd mixture of the strangely beautiful with the terrifying as he hung there, amidst the pearly white ice that formed the roof and walls, a stark difference in colors. The other four were gone, left the moment he was secure within the fortress, neither wanting to be in his presence any more than necessary nor having the time to spare, needing to begin their preparations in order to commence the sealing process before Sasori arrived with the Kazekage. The plan had been simple but effective in nature, as everything Pain did. Though they had been uncertain as to his whereabouts, news over Jiraiya's departure had hinted to the Kyuubi's location, and so, they had struck, hoping that Jiraiya would return with the greatest and most essential of the tailed beasts. At the same time, they would strike out towards Suna with Sasori, forging the seal of the Yuki ninja. Though the Nibi was a priority, Gaara was the main target, along with Zhuge Liang as a close second. Striking at all three great leaders, they hoped to confuse and spread the two opposing factions around in a mad dash to find them. Both sides would suspect each other, and war would spread across the borderlands like wildfire, brutal and uncontrolled. The entire situation would delve into chaos, causing a smokescreen great enough so that they may move and continue their plans unseen. Thankfully, Naruto had coincidentally arrived the same day Pain was scheduled to strike at Gaara. A rare fortune for them. Since their assault team had the advantage of flight, they had arrived first. Sasori was a day and a half or so away still. His lesser speed meant that he was more vulnerable to discovery, which is why Pain and his other realms were now skittering across the land, raiding towns and striking at random patrols on both sides. Leaving survivors to report back on the sightings and encounters, thus, giving the enemy false leads to chase and waste time with. A chill wind swept through the glittering halls, making the blue-haired paper ninja shiver, a chill racing up her spine before she turned and descended from the wooden dais, marching forward through the snow-crusted wood that made up the floor to begin her own preparations away from this chamber. In less than half a day the seals would be in place, and the man that had sought to break the world would be dead soon after. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX believed to be his body, floated within it, leaving him weightless, numb. He remembered what happened to him, his last memories battling against the Akatsuki. Sealed here, in this empty, dark place he was cut off from the world, from all known physical sensation. Neither sound nor light could pierce this veil. All but one. It was slow, rhythmic, like a low thrumming sound, like the faint beats of deep, far-away drums. Growing louder and louder. It was as alien as it was familiar to him, and on some level he knew what this was. Who approached him now? He wasn't sure if she was close, or far, but he knew she was coming. Have you come, to watch me die? Chapter 92, Desperation. 5. Black-cloaked Nuke Nin stood upon the wooden platform of the dais, watching as the individuals around them worked meticulously, carefully. Drawing the runic seals throughout the expanse of wood, trailing the black seals up the lengths of the massive chains that held their prisoner above them. The ninjas drawing the seals finally reached him, spreading the runes onto his bound hands and arms, interlocking them with those already drawn onto him when Conan captured the Kage of Konoha. It was with slow deliberate calmness that Conan took this all in, everything seemed to be coming to a close. The pieces falling into place as per Payne's designs. They were close now, so very very close. She looked to the other four, the orders unspoken but clear as they all moved to their respective locations onto the 5 pentacle star seal, molding their chakra and channeling it into the runic marks, making them glow with faint purple light. The ice along the far wall cracked away as the glowing seals reached it, layer after layer of cool, frozen water vanishing to reveal the gaping maw of a statue with 9 eyes. Conan placed her hands into a seal, beginning to channel her own chakra through the mediums that were the runes at their feet. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Pakin, what are you doing? Kakashi spoke, with the harsh bite of anger lacing his voice. You're taking us in circles. It's not my fault. The dog cried, annoyed as he raised his snout higher into the air and backed down over the edge of the battle fan. The chakra's feel and scent is somewhere nearby. There's nothing here. The copycat yelled, his anger growing with the increasingly desperate situation. Do you think I'm blind? The dog yelled back with an angry snarl. He didn't work well under pressure. You two do realize that I can't keep going around in circles like this forever. Temari said, quickly growing annoyed with the voices growing louder and louder behind her. Kakashi fought the urge to tell her to shut up and let him think. Fact of the matter was, with this fan, they needed her cooperative. Pissing her off even more would only hamper the situation and make finding Naruto all the harder. How could the chakra scent be around here if he's not? Is there any way they could have left something behind? Something to confuse us? No. Pakin said with a shake of his stubby head. The chakra signature is unique to every individual, maybe with a clone or something, but from what you told me Naruto was in no condition to make a clone and he wouldn't have made one to hamper our finding him. Kakashi suddenly straightened, Sharingan eye scanning the forest canopy below, piercing the veil of shadows and greenery before he quickly leapt over the edge of the fan, startling Temari, and nearly toppling Yoshihiro as the kunoichi momentarily lost balance on the fan with the sudden lack of weight. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Akina watched from below the tree line breathing heavily, sweat marring her forehead from the exertion it took to keep up with the flying ninja. Many times she would have lost sight of them if not for their frequent pauses to stay on some kind of trail. At least that's what she discerned from the small bits and pieces of conversation she could hear from this distance. As it was, if they continued their current course, the trees would soon thin away into nothingness, and whatever stealth she had would be gone. Already the normally rich green of Konoha's oak forests were beginning to give way to scarce snow-licked pine trees. Only a mile or so left before they reached the frozen wastes of the Northland, and further out into the Great Ice Lake, a mass of water that was perpetually frozen even during the summer. She wasn't sure what she would do at that point, but she needed to follow for as long as possible. Maybe she would even go as far to expose herself. But she was getting too far ahead of her own actions. She would cross that bridge when she got to it. It was a confusing thing. This urge that she had, this compulsion. She knew somehow that he, Naruto, was in some sort of trouble. And though she knew that their past interactions hardly prompted her to help, she couldn't, for the life of her, turn back around and leave him to this fate. It was something that she simply wouldn't do. She didn't know why. She held no illusions of who he was. What he had done, all those he had killed, how many more he would kill. She did not hope that by helping him they would reach some kind of friendly truce, that this would be the beginning of an amicable relationship, or at least tolerable one. She knew very well that he may very well kill her when he saw her. But there was something here, something wrong, something that pulled her to the north, something that tugged at this compulsion, this urge. Maybe it was because they were twins, maybe it was because they shared the same bijou, maybe it was simply because the fates were fickle and cruel things that chose them, these two siblings to play games with. Maybe it was because she was well and truly insane by this point. She didn't know. And her lack of knowledge did nothing to deter her from her current course of action. They were arguing now. She could hear their voices, loud and agitated. She closed her eyes, tried to listen, but it was difficult. A low thrum at the back of her mind, of which she became aware of then, was making it all the more difficult to concentrate on what was being said. Duo umind. I ant keep is for ver. What were they saying? Were they lost? Did they even know where they were going? What they were looking for? How could th giant out air dash? Why was it so difficult to hear them? This pressure on the back of her mind, ugh. What the hell was going on? What was wrong with her? The sound of broken twigs and rustling leaves alerted her just a little too late as Kakashi suddenly descended from the forest canopy, fist smashing into the side of her face, sending the Jinchuriki plummeting down to the earth below, Kakashi following a moment later as he leapt off the tree. She landed with a thud, rolling to the side. She swiveled up onto her feet just as he landed with a forward roll. He drew a kunai, giving her nary a moment to catch his wrist before she attempted to deliver a punch to his face, only to have her own wrist caught in his hand. She looked into his eyes then, the multicolored irises widening in surprise as a choked gasp escaped his lips. You. The statement was simple, but just as quickly as the shock had come, it passed and his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Shoving her hands down, he released the kunai in his right fist before he moved faster than what she could readily comprehend, seeking to strike at key nerve points along her body. She dodged, awkwardly, as best she could, but was still hit by several of the strikes. Retaliating with her foot, she caught the copy ninja in the face, sending the masked Konoha ninja stumble backwards, almost requiring the use of his hands to avoid falling. She straightened, a slight limp in her now slack leg. She moved to take up her fighting stance when a massive hammer was suddenly drawn in front of her, the shaft of its metal grip pressing against her throat as it was pulled back, shoving her against the unyielding surface of Yoshihiro's armor as he pulled back on the hammer almost to the point of suffocation as it pressed into her throat. A rustle of snapping branches and leaves alerted her to their third and fourth arrival, with Temari folding the fan with practiced ease before landing at a crouch, the dog at her side. The Jinchuriki, face growing red from the pressure on her neck, swallowed thickly as she watched Kakashi straighten and Temari coming closer. Pakken trotted forward, sniffing deeply and his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Kakashi, what is this? The canine questioned. The masked ninja's features visibly tightened beneath his mask, wondering if he should reveal the knowledge that, besides Naruto, only he and Jiraiya knew. To not one, but two other foreign ninja. In the end he decided that the risk wasn't worth it. What does it look like? An enemy ninja sent to stall us. The summon apparently couldn't take a hint though, sniffing once more before speaking. Her scent. It's almost the same as his, and the chakra feels the same, well, just less potent. She's the reason we've been going in circles. The dog accused. How's that possible? Yoshihiro questioned, struggling for a moment as Akina tried to shove the hammer away from herself with his momentary distraction. After a moment of Kakashi's continued, tense silence, the Tsuchikage looked to the young woman currently pressed against him, squirming in his unyielding grip. Well, since you're not saying anything. How about you, sweetheart, you have something to explain? He questioned, releasing her from his hold before shoving her forward, making her stumble with the jarring motion, rubbing her throat as she coughed a few times to clear her airway. You're looking for him, aren't you? She questioned, coughing several more times before she straightened. Naruto, I mean. Are we that obvious? Yoshihiro drawled sarcastically. Now explain. Before I start thinking you got nothing to say. Why do you dash? I'm his sister. She interrupted. Yoshihiro reeled as if struck, while Temari's gaze was fixed to this girl's profile, mouth agape and eyes wide. Yoshihiro was the first to recover, glancing at Kakashi's unflinching gaze before narrowing his eyes. You knew? Kakashi's lips curled beneath his mask. What does it matter if I knew? The fact remains that now, because she's here, this whole pursuit has gone to hell. We'll never be able to track him down the trail now with her chakra and scent all over the place. She looked to the copy ninja now, blue eyes wary, aware of how tenuous this temporary ceasefire was between them. What happened? Where did he go? Kakashi's Sharingan eye spun rapidly in its place as he marched up to her. You tell me. It's awfully convenient that you who's been missing from our reports since the naval battle, just happen to show up here. Right on our tail, ruining our only shot of finding him. You either know where he is or you know where the Akatsuki base. The younger blonde woman backed away before straightening, almost physically growing before their eyes to stand equal to Kakashi. I don't know anything. I came because your little takeoff from the village was hardly the most subtle of exits. She looked to Temari for the first time. You were the one that brought the most attention. You're from Suna and you're helping two Konoha ninja. Though she wasn't sure of her hunch, Temari's wince at the accusatory tone was more than enough confirmation. I came. She continued. Because of you, and I had a feeling. She admitted, almost with a guilty air. You had a feeling? Kakashi questioned incredulously, and the sudden spike of chakra alerted everyone that he was getting very ready to use more violent means to extract the information he sought. She nodded, her own guard coming up as she subtly backed away from the copy ninja, giving her enough room to react just in case. I could sense something was wrong. Yoshihiro, recovering from his shock, sighed and shook his head. Don't bother. She doesn't know anything. Kakashi's eyes snapped towards him, raising his head slightly to stare down on the kunoichi from the bridge of his nose. Don't tell me you're buying into this innocent the first had a feeling crap? He questioned without turning to face the man. She's been his enemy for the last 10 years. She's the angel of Suna, for Christ's sake. And has been a thorn in our war effort ever since. Now that Tsuchikage didn't know, but in his own mind, these facts meant little to nothing at this stage in the game, more circumstance that surrounded her motives. So with a shrug he spoke. Either you're right and she knows something. Which is unlikely due to the fact that she didn't attack us while we were going around in circles, and the fact that she hasn't used the Kitsune's chakra when you attacked her. She let herself be subdued. Both Akina and Kakashi looked to the purple-armored male. How did you dash? The dog said your chakra is similar to Naruto's, just less potent. Naruto has the Kyuubi, no way a single humans could feel the same. The Tsuchikage interrupted with a shrug. It's only simple logic that you'd have at least a portion of that chakra in you in order for your chakra to feel like his. There was a pause between them before Yoshihiro continued his previous statement. So either you're right, Kakashi, or she's telling the truth and she does have a feeling. They share a bijou, so it's not entirely out of question. So how does that help us? Temari questioned with an air of impatience. Either way we can't track him now, so we're still screwed. Yoshihiro shrugged again, face coiling in something akin to a wince. It's a long shot, a very very long shot. But the most I can suggest right now if you trying to track him. He said, gesturing to Akina with a jerk of his head. Her, / me. Both Kakashi and Akina questioned at the same time. Yoshihiro shrugged. Best thing I can guess. You both share the same bijou. Just because of that there's a link between you two. Maybe you can follow that link back to its source. She shook her head. I? The throbbing in her mind returned, stronger now. A pulse, a signal, a call, was he calling her? Was Yoshihiro right? She opened her eyes, shaking her head to clear the fog and dismiss the thoughts. She spoke, carefully, cautiously. I don't know where he is, but I just think we should go north. Straight north. Straight north is the great frozen lake that guards Yuki. Nothing but 300 miles of desolate wasteland. There's nothing out there. You got a better suggestion? Yoshihiro stated before looking to Temari. Looking to Akina he spoke. I assume you're coming. The young Jinchuriki hesitated for a moment, pausing as she considered the dangers of going with these people. But, then again, this is what she had wanted, was it not? It was with visible trepidation that she slowly nodded. Looking to Temari he jerked his head to indicate he was speaking to her. You got room for one more on that fan? Temari looked hesitant and eventually shook her head. No. There's too much weight. Unfurling a scroll from his pack, Yoshihiro quickly sealed away his warhammer, and then procked to do the same with his shoulder and knee pauldrons, leaving him with nothing but his kurii and shin guards. That cover it? He questioned. Temari bit her lower lip, frowning worriedly before she gave a single, hesitant nod. I think I should be able to get us off the ground with a strong enough wind. If the wind dies though, you may have to loose more of your armor. Yoshihiro nodded, watching as Temari once again leapt up through the trees, unfurling her fan and taking to the skies. Akina looked to the two men, clearly unsure of turning her back to them before she too turned resolutely and leapt through the trees to join the Sabaku. Pakun, Kakashi and Yoshihiro remained on ground level. I don't like this. The dog piped up. Turning his still spinning Sharingan onto the Tsuchikage, the copy Nin spoke. You do realize that if you're wrong this is a trap. You didn't protest. He said with a shrug. So you realize that, trap or no, we have no choice now. If we really do want to find Naruto. Kakashi said nothing before he dispelled Pakken, and followed the two females, Yoshihiro soon on his heels. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. It was a jarring thud of a body impacting a icy grit-covered wood that brought Konan's gaze over her shoulder, finding none other than Sasori standing along the edge of the dais, the unconscious, limp body of the Kazekage laying at his feet. Konan turned her eyes back to their still hanging prisoner, returning her mind to the task at hand, listening as Sasori began shuffling back down the stairs towards his quarters. Not having a physical body to produce the normal amounts of chakra, he had a very small amount. For chakra strings, which took next to nothing with his precise control, his limited amount was not normally a problem, but for extracting and sealing bijou, the puppeteer was most useless. The runes beneath their feet began to pulse, the faint purple haze of chakra washing over everyone within the elevated plateau. Itachi, Kisame, Deidara and Tobi all maintained their stiff posture, each holding their own hand seal as more and more of their chakra seeped into the massive written symbol at their feet. The purple glow of the runes was halfway up the chains now, gaining more and more ground, coming steadily closer towards the Devil King. The seal was smoking now, the deep purple glow making the distortions of air seem more like a poisonous miasma than simple steam and heat. Soon. It will all be over soon. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Pick up the pace, people, we don't have time to waste here. Kankuro yelled at the lagging Umbu behind him, the whirring engines which powered the wheels along the bottom of his suit's feet propelling him forward, throwing out snow and ice behind him as he used his chakra to power his motor through the increasingly thickening blanket of white. They had been running for days on end, not even stopping to eat, and barely pausing for 5 hours worth of sleep. The Umbu were tired, as could be seen by their increasingly faltering steps. Even Yujito was beginning to feel the strain. Unlike the Umbu, however, she was not afraid of facing down the obviously, emotionally driven Kankuro. Picking up her pace, the Nibi Jinchuriki came to a halt in front of the puppeteer, bringing his wheels to a screeching halt as his chakra instinctively triggered the air brakes. "What the hell are you doing?" the Sabaku male yelled, voice emerging as a deafening boom from within his suit. She stared up into the T-shaped opening that was the suit's visor. "We're stopping here. We have no dash. Look at your men," the Kumo Kunoichi stated with a jerk of her head, bringing Kankuro's massive bulk to swivel around and look at the dozen or so Umbu that stood behind him. They were all breathing heavy, and though some remained firmly upright, several more were leaning on their knees for support. "Even if we catch up, we have no idea how many enemies there are, or what their skills they have. If we show up tired coupled with these two disadvantages, we may as well slit our own throats." The blonde continued calmly. "We need to rest, at least for 4 hours. Then we can continue. Every second we spend here is a second lost. A second where they're gaining more and more distance from us. We wait here and Gaara could die. We get there like this and Gaara will die," the Nibi Jinchuriki stated. Kankuro paused, as though weighing the statements and the facts in his own mind. He nervously licked his lip within his suit, gnawing on his lower lip with uncertainty. 3-hour rest, the puppeteer said. "No more." Yujito nodded, watching as all the Umbu simultaneously sat down to rest, with one lighting a small fire, using some dry tinder they had taken from the forests as it became clear they would be moving north towards the frozen wastes on the outskirts of the Great Ice Lake. Yujito watched as Kankuro went off to the side, breathing a sigh before she allowed her mind to wander, eyes clouding over in uncertainty before they rose to the bleak, grayish sky. She had seen Zhuge Liang before they left. Seen his condition. He looked ill, deathly so, and the smell of poison hung thick in the air. Had he made it? Was he even able to get to Suna after she had left? Would it have made a difference? She didn't know, and she shook her head to banish these thoughts. They would do nothing but distract her on this mission. So, stepping closer to the flames, she too sat down, joining the Umbu, and watching as they continued to check and recheck their gear, with the few who knew medical jutsu channelings their chakra to soothe their muscles and ingesting several energy bars and supplements for additional proteins and energy. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Something's wrong, Akina said, a hand pressed against her forehead, her face altered between flushed and pale sporadically, the cold of the high-altitude winds whipping at her face like scratching claws. "That's obvious," Yoshihiro said, hands held out in front of him, ready to catch the younger woman if she keeled over. Which seemed to be a rather distinct possibility judging by the fact that she looked as though she was about to throw up for some reason. Kakashi stood at the fan's edge, on the other side of Yoshihiro, also positioning himself to catch the swaying girl if she fell. Temari looked occasionally over her shoulder back at them, but kept her focus mainly on keeping the fan steady at the wake of the rapidly shifting winds. Updrafts and downdrafts beat against them, rocking the surface of the fan like a ship in a storm. The sister of the Demon King was sweating, shivering with the cold, the hand at her head doing little to help fully steady her. Yoshihiro looked to the copy ninja. "You got anything, Kakashi?" Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan, the red iris, watching with increasing trepidation as he watched the faint red of Kyuubi's chakra pulse around her now, but it was strange, distorted, unfocused, as though someone were trying to release water from a bent faucet. It shuddered and dissolved to nothing shortly before it left its seal. What was happening to her? When she had fought him at Suna, the Kyuubi chakra was controlled, focused, almost harmonious with her system. The woman's hand suddenly flew to her stomach, and she doubled over, knees losing their strength afterwards, eyes rolling to the back of her head, barely giving Yoshihiro and Kakashi enough time to catch her before she fell over the edge. The two men pulled her safely into the fan's surface. "What the hell is wrong with her?" Temari yelled over her shoulder once again. Neither of the two men answered, holding the woman firmly in place as she began to convulse, going into something akin to shock. Kakashi, however, noticed something. The chakra, it thinned out in one particular direction, ending at a point, as though it were reaching out to something. "Temari, change direction 30 degrees to the left," the copy ninja called out to the blonde woman. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. "We're moving out," Kankuro barked, marching up to the Umbu, watching as they all shuffled to their feet, putting out the fire by heaping snow onto it, smothering the flames while others picked up their equipment and camping gear. He began to march ahead, revving up the engines in the suit's calves, bringing the wheels to life. The thick legs of the suit plowed their way through the snow, allowing passage for the Umbu behind him to be easier. He knew he was pushing them, and he knew Yujito was right when she stopped him, and he knew that the men definitely needed more rest. But she just didn't understand. This was Gaara. He'd already lost his mother, his father, his sister. He was not going to lose his brother as well. Not here, not like this. And he didn't care if he had to run every Umbu and the whole of Suna to the ground to save him. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Now! Konan roared out, spreading her hands wide apart, a burst of chakra leaving her in a single, strong pulse, followed shortly by the other four conducting the sealing. Above them, Naruto awoke with a groan, dull, hazed blue eyes peering from recently closed lids. Reaching the realm of consciousness in time for the pain to hit him. The purple glow of the seal spread further, moving across his body, shifting from purple to red as the demonic chakra was forcefully extracted from him. The searing burning agony left him reeling, hands clenching into tight fists, muscles coiling and tensing beneath his skin. He growled low in his throat, eyes shifting from blue, to red, to purple, and back to blue. The red chakra trailed down the chains, overtaking the deep purple as it did, soon spreading throughout the entire seal. The appearance of miasma, bleeding away into a hellish hue of red, as though they were standing in the pits of hell itself. The seals bubbled, and the ice around them, now melting, cracked and buckled. The red demon energy rose, coalescing into a single mass before them all. Throughout the process Naruto's muscles wound themselves tighter and tighter, pulling the massive chains taut as they held him fast, the inner burn spreading to engulf every fiber of his body. Everything burned as though he were lit aflame, and the strain of his tense muscles was so great it was physically painful in and of itself. The chakra massed into a hazy ball, before it began easing its way to the great open maw of the statue. A hollow howl echoed through the carved-out ice cave, a ghastly moan that spread through their chests and down to their knees. Naruto's body began to convulse and shudder, violent spasms ripping through his body. So violent he dislocated one shoulder with the abrupt, physical force alone, his eyes rolling upwards, reddish chakra seeping from his tear ducts and mouth towards the great statue. As the last of the chakra was entering the statue's wide mouth, Naruto's body tensed one final time, fists clenching before he fell completely still. Still several miles away, a blonde kunoichi woke with a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 93, By Chance. The harrowing howl of a fell wind gripped the Akatsuki members within the chambers to their bones. The creeping grip of the cold reaching up and wrenching them from their stupors. Seeping deep into the marrow, forcing a shiver through the nerve endings that rode along their spine, crawling up their back like a swiftly crawling spider. There was silence for a moment, punctuated by the grating of the still-moving chains. Then a low moan, which grew into a piercing shriek, as though the voices of damned souls had just arose from the depths of the underworld. The sound made them all pause, before it increased, clutching at their ears. Melting ice was dislodged, white chunks sliding across the wooden floor of the raised dais. It took only a moment for these men to realize where it was coming from. The statue. The sealing statue, it was in pain? And all at once the source became all too clear in their eyes as the once reddish chakra emerged from the inanimate object's mouth, flooding across the room, searing flesh and clothing, forcing each of them to leap away, onto the walls as the scarlet hue of hell was reinserted within the seal. It crawled up the chains, bringing the smell of molten metal and smoke into the room before they rose further and further, their paths culminating onto a single target. The dead Godame of Konoha. It burned its way through their seal like living acid, flowing and strong, entering the Kage's coil system with natural violence that awoke the greatest of the Jinchuriki with a strangled gasp, consuming sweet oxygen, as he gulped it down. He was aware of the pain, currently rushing through his system, relishing it. Pain was a sensation. And sensation was the realm of the living. Konan! What is this? What the hell did you do wrong? Kisame roared at the lone female of the group, who watched the scene with wide, disbelieving eyes, abstract horror etching itself slowly onto her features as she realized that, this monster, had done the unthinkable. He had not only survived but beaten the extraction itself? Was he so fully fused with the Ninetales now that the link could not be severed? Naruto slumped, his breathing heavy. A sheen of sweat marred his head and face, trailing down his nose and falling towards the dais below. He blinked, lids closing over dull eyes momentarily before opening once again, hazed blue shifting as he struggled to take in everything in sight. The others below him stared as the vast majority of the demon's expelled chakra finished re-entering the body of their prisoner, leaving only the red haze of a mist, aloft in the room. Itachi's gaze traveled to Konan as the five found their feet back on the wooden dais. What happened? He questioned, voice guarded, carefully devoid of emotion. But he could not fool her. He was worried, rattled, perhaps even fearful. He, as they all had, figured that this would be the end of it, the end of him. That this would mark the day the Devil King of Konoha died. But instead he lived, still containing his bijou. Every second he spent alive, even as a prisoner, was another second he could escape, another second he could turn on them, kill them. The same trick would not work twice, and his power had already proven great enough to defeat 4 of them. Possibly more. Konan turned from the room, with a flare of her red cloud cloak, marching down the stairs, intent upon the room containing the seal designs, to discover what had gone wrong. Everything was so precise, so meticulous, so precise and calculated. Where had they messed up? Everything had been done perfectly. Now they needed to wait, 3 days of preparation, all for nothing, wasted. Konan marched through the icy hallways of the fortress, with tangible fury beneath a cold facade. Her cloak, billowing near her ankles with her rushed pace. She clearly sought to avoid her 4 peers, not having the answers they no doubt sought for themselves. Her shoulders were tense as she walked, and she ignored the groveling subordinates and Chunin servants as they bowed hastily, making way for her passage, pressing themselves firmly against the walls as they did. She marched straight towards her quarters, never once giving a backwards glance down the hallway towards the chamber she recently vacated, opening the door and slamming it behind her as she entered. Her room was small, but adequate, as were everyone's. The floor, walls and ceilings were all lined with wood, though the ice around that always kept temperatures very cold here, requiring many furs to be spread throughout the floor and bedding in order for any human to not freeze to death in the middle of the night. It held a bed, a small equipment locker, a desk, and finally, on the far wall, a small, bowl-like wooden carving with seals running along the inside, all gathering at the bottom, forming a tight circle. Marching towards it, the blue-haired woman removed the ring on her index finger, the byaku, and placing the centerpiece kanji down in the center of the tiny circle at the bottom of the bowl, she soon watched the seals glow bright white. Placing her hands on the sides of the bowl, she soon felt the familiar presence of pain within her mind. "Why do you seek an audience with me, Konan? You know I cannot afford distractions such as these." Came the Akatsuki leader's disembodied voice, echoing within the confines of her mind. "There is a problem." She responded quickly. The ceiling, the Kage of Konoha, he managed to reverse it. There was silence within her mind for several moments, and for a while she wondered if somehow these seals too had malfunctioned, or if pain had banished their connection for some reason. But soon his voice projected itself again in her thoughts, ringing with incredulity and disbelief. "What? He has somehow managed to reverse it." The blue-haired Nuke Nin repeated slowly, already feeling that disbelief shifting to anger, prickling the back of her mind with its unpleasant pressure. "That is not possible," he hissed, and she could almost see the purple ring dye bearing down on her. "All Jinchuriki die the moment the bijou is extracted. He could not have reversed it." Konan said nothing, merely waited for his fury to abate before she would speak again. The last thing she needed was for him to think her inept by spewing out some ignorance, of which, thanks to this matter, she had an abundance of at the moment. "I shall return soon. Rest, for we will begin the extraction process immediately after I arrive." Before she could say anything more, his presence abruptly vanished, and the seals over the medium receded, vanishing back into her ring, the glow fading. She reached for the metal band again, taking it from its resting place before it donning it on her finger. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The wind howled outside their hastily erected shelter, a hollowed-out dome of snow, ice, and whatever spare materials they could each find. Temari hugged the spare heat-sink blanket closer to her, grateful for the old man's, Yoshihiro's, mind for preparation, having several sets of equipment gear in one of the few scrolls he had, enough to feed them, keep them warm and give them some adequate equipment to make this ice dome. It was a cramped little space, with a pit fire inside with a very tiny hole at the top to release the smoke. The wind barely entered the opening, but the chill still creped through their bones, sinking into the marrow. The young Suna Kunoichi shivered within the confines of her blanket, her body, unused to the cold and more used to the searing desert heat of Suna, or even the warm humidity of Konoha rather than this bone-chilling cold. The others were asleep, lids closed but bodies alert, waiting for any type of unnatural shift in movement outside the dome to awaken, alert and ready for a fight at a moment's notice. In deep cover missions, one did not have the luxury of a full night's rest, and so one needed to make do with 6, 5, maybe even 3. One did not want to waste valuable recuperation time in trying to fall back asleep every time some wild animal passed over their awareness. And so the act of falling in and out of sleep was a relatively simple matter, achieved through simple acts of meditation taught when one joined the Jounin ranks, where deep strike missions in enemy territory were a given. But even with her own training in this art, sleep eluded her, eyes traveling repeatedly to the young woman who lay huddled in a fetal position within the dome, instinctively trying to conserve whatever heat was in her body as she slept. After her fainting spell, several hours ago, she had awoken in screams, eyes wild and frightened like a wild, wounded animal. Hands shaking as she hyperventilated, only calming after several minutes of being held down by Yoshihiro and Kakashi. Her shaking had not ceased until they had finally touched down and began erecting the small shelter, and she had barely spoken a word before she had gone to sleep. She ignored the questions thrown her way, until all three of them had simply allowed her to keep her silence. As her eyes wandered to the sleeping woman, her mind wandered to the brother they were currently seeking out. Newly arisen questions blended with the old doubts that had lingered in her mind over everything that she had ever known, or thought to have known about the man were strengthened, and her certainties becoming less and less. She wondered who this woman was. What relationship she had with Naruto before whatever happened between them had torn them apart and driven her to exile. Had there been a relationship at all? Did he know who she was? If he did, then he had done a most excellent job of not mentioning her. Then again, he did a tremendous job of not mentioning anything unless she pried the information away from him with considerable effort. She had heard rumors, even in Konoha, of Suna's angel, the kunoichi that had charged, alone into enemy lines and forced Hatake Kakashi to retreat single-handedly. That had been only the beginning in a long series of raids and defenses that had escalated her fame throughout the elemental nations. Supposedly dressed in soft hues of white and blue, she stood as a beacon of light to any and all who hated Konoha's Devil King and everything he and his militant empire stood for. How could two people born of the same blood turn out so differently from one another? What cruel fate of circumstance had done this so that she would be spared what he had to endure? Or had they both perhaps began as the same but she changed along the way? Something happened to her that did not happen to him. Or had happened to him that didn't happen to her. This was all so frustrating. Every time she seemed to have a handle on the situation involving him, and her opinion of him something else came along and threw a metal bar between the cogs of her brain to throw everything out of whack again. As if sensing the eyes drilling through the top of her head, the lids rose allowing pools of light blue to scan the torchlight whiteness before raising and finding the young Sabaku staring straight at her. Temari opened her mouth but in the end only one question came to mind. What's changed? Akina stared straight back at the Sabaku, averting her eyes only for a single moment before she responded, voice scratchy and hoarse from lack of use throughout the day. You tell me. Adjusting her position once again, Suna's angel was soon asleep, leaving Temari alone with her own thoughts until the sun peered over the horizon once again. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Above the dais he waited. Waited for them to return, or for the others to arrive. The faint mist of the Kyuubi's chakra beneath him had yet to recede. He teetered in and out of consciousness, feeling his strength and formidable power sapped away from him due to the seals. He knew that they had attempted the extraction. Though he hadn't been conscious for the procedure, his body felt wrong, out of place, as though it wasn't really his own body. It may have been the weakness of his limbs, or the constant darkness that clawed at his awareness. He wasn't used to being in such a deplorable state. He didn't know how he had survived. What had gone wrong for them, or right for him? He could theorize though, of course. The safest guess so far was either human error, or lack of knowledge on their part. Their seal must have been like his own, focusing upon extracting the chakra, and holding the consciousness of the great demon, using the creature's own mind as an anchor for the rest of the chakra it held. With him however, there was no consciousness to grasp, the beast's mind was within the fool of a girl, Akina. No mind. No anchor. No anchor, and the chakra returned, naturally, to the location that was nearest, and most familiar to it. To him. And thus, saving his life in the process. The Yuki had flooded his system, now draining him of his energy as its side effects seemed to hit. His eyes drooped, and he attempted to summon the will to remain conscious. The longer he stayed conscious the longer he could contemplate an escape, or at least watch these men exploit any potential weaknesses their conversations may show. But the thread of consciousness was thinning, and his feeble grasp in the plane of reality was waning. His eyes dropped with heaviness before falling closed completely and his body once again went slack, hanging limply from the chains. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The snow battered against their bodies, clinging tightly to their clothing and hair. The blankets they had used to sleep in now draped over their shoulders and bodies, a fragile, thin veil against the biting winds. Snow had given way to thick blankets of ice and hail that clung to them like sheets of white. Kakashi led them on, his stark white hair falling into the surrounding background, almost indiscernible, only his darker clothing allowed for Yoshihiro, who took up the rear of the group, to keep sight of him. It was a slow trudging pace they kept, the winds too strong to take flight, and the ice too slippery to run on without risking injury. Kakashi followed the thin thread of red chakra that extended from Akina as if drawn to a beacon. At this point, it was their only hope, even if he wanted to turn back, knowing where was south was near impossible in this bleak gray weather, that barely allowed even him and the Sharingan to see beyond his own hand. How could anyone live in this place? Where would they get food, water? How would Naruto himself have survived these conditions in his state? How did? Kakashi suddenly lurched forward, as if he'd stumbled out of a thick bush into an open field. His eyes darted left and right, startled and wide-eyed before swiveling around on his heel at the sound of the others, Akina, Temari and Yoshihiro, calling his name. Only to come face to face with a shifting wall of wind and ice, looming over him like a daunting obstacle, an obstacle which they just passed. He looked deep into the veil of silver gray, the silhouettes of the others soon peeking into his vision like misty ghosts. Their voices, called out to him, startled, and muffled by whatever stood between them. He reached out, wincing as his hand once again entered the biting winds and harsh cold and latched onto the first silhouette's arm. He felt it jerk and struggle, and he quickly yanked it forward, bringing Temari stumbling into his chest as the wind resistance gave way to nothing. She blinked, stupidly glancing around in confusion and bewilderment before Kakashi moved around her, reaching forward and soon pulling out Akina and Yoshihiro in a similar manner. The older Tsuchikage whipped his head over and around, confused just like all the others until his eyes found the shifting wall of ice he'd just been pulled out of. The older man took several steps back, craning his neck back in order to look all the way up, in an effort to see the top of the unnatural weather. A Shuishu Tenku no Gakuin? Weather-altering seal? Kakashi stated looking back to the older male. I thought they haven't been used since the dark days before the allegiance of the first 5. They haven't. The Tsuchikage said with a shrug. Temari bobbed her head side to side with a "isn't that obvious" look. When you need clients to actually make it to your village to get money, doesn't really pay to have a seal that makes it damn near impossible to reach a village. I mean without Kakashi being able to follow the chakra thing from him. The Suna Kunoichi paused, momentarily forgetting Akina's name before she recalled it with a brief look over her shoulder. Aki Akina. The Kunoichi yelled, whirling around with a double take, finding the young woman laying face down on the snow. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Conan. Conan. The blue-haired woman's eyes snapped open, blinking rapidly to clear the haze of sleep as she sat up from the various furs that made up her bed. Before she could even bound her legs over the side of the bedding, the door to her room was smashed open, allowing her the sight of a wild-looking Itachi standing along the door frame. His breaths heaved his chest to and fro as he leaned along the side. We've got a problem. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. A red haze pulsed with a low, methodical thrum, a repeated vibration that shook through her chest as she opened her eyes, only to find this reddened haze obscuring her sight. Her arms shook with weakness, muscles trembling as she struggled to lift herself off the floor. Hissing and grunting, she soon fell again, scraping her chin painfully against the cold stone floor. A soft clack 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 reached her ears, bringing her eyes upwards, to find the familiar red hood and cloak behind the haze of red, a deep, ink-black background looming ominously behind him like a gaping maw. The thrumming of the mist around her increased, the vibrations growing so strong they were physically painful as they rattled her rib cage, prying a pained groan from her throat as she clutched at her chest. He came closer, stopping at the edge of the red mist, and Akina soon felt, and heard, deafeningly loud cracks ring through the air somewhere behind her. Slowly, painfully, she turned over, now laying on her back. She looked down, finding a great, crumbling wall before her, going far to the right and left, before its edges were swallowed by the dark shadows that surrounded them. The wall cracked again, with more, heavy chunks of concrete raining down around them. From the new, tiny openings the blonde woman watched as red chakra seeped out, pooling at the red haze around her. Her vision was obscured suddenly by the red cloak. She blinked, realizing that Naruto now stood between her and the crumbling wall. Suddenly, the painful vibrations through her chest became crippling, forcing her to curl in on herself, vision becoming a blurred haze of distorted lines and colors, breaths coming in harsh, heavy pants. She noticed, vaguely, the red chakra shift and coalesce in front of Naruto, who stood between her and it. And somewhere in the back of her mind his words reached her ears, carrying that familiar edge and guttural tone due to the mask. You seek to take advantage of the situation, pathetic. The chakra around her sizzled and burned, stronger for a moment before his voice reached her again. You forget your place. She opened her eyes, just in time to see Naruto raise a single, gauntlet-clad hand, and felt, more than saw, the red chakra around them gather there, the pain she felt, vanishing enough to allow her to prop herself up on her elbows. She stared at his back, finding the red chakra swirling above him like a tornado, pulled into his raised palm like gravity. She sucked in a breath, opening her mouth to speak, but soon, the world faded, blinking out of existence with a bright flash. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Akina awoke with a strangled gasp, rising up from the ground as if someone had pulled on a chain along the center of her chest. Only to feel two hands press down on her shoulders, pinning her to the ground. "These little episodes of yours are really getting annoying, girl," was Yoshihiro's disdainful grunt. Akina greedily gulped in air, as though starving for it, coughing as the cold wind instantly dried out her throat and mouth. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Yoshihiro questioned. With the cold winters of IWA, he was partially used to such weather, and so, didn't realize why she'd suddenly started hacking up a lung. It was Temari, however, that practically shoved him out of the way, scooping up some of the snow and ice before cupping it into the girl's lips. Akina swallowed, melting the small bits of ice in her mouth before she did. A sound, not unlike a thunderbolt, tore through the fogged sky, and everyone's eyes immediately turned northward, where a red blotch appeared to have spread over a part of the horizon like spilled in, rumbling with vicious crackles of energy. Akina breathed, swallowing before she staggered to her feet as the glow faded. "We have to move. Now." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Within the chamber, dozens of people ran to and fro, a frenzied panic in their eyes as they glanced upwards to the crackling red lightning bolts that escaped the chains around the Jinchuriki's body. Itachi and Konan rushed up the stairs, coming to a halt as they saw Kisame, Deidara, Zetsu and Sasori already on site, with Kisame and Sasori barking out orders to all of the floundering incompetents around them. "What happened?" Konan yelled at the younger Uchiha. "We don't know. The chakra began acting up again, no warning. It's actually straining the limits of our absorption seals." The Uchiha answers, ducking as another red bolt of chakra sailed across the room. Konan said nothing, for she had nothing to say, and found that all she could do was turn her eyes upwards to the creature still chained and unconscious above them. How was he doing this? Could he truly be this strong? This monstrous? Slowly, ever so slowly, she watched as those closed lids lifted, revealing, with every centimeter, that familiar blood-red iris, bearing down on her. Chapter 94, Common Enemies, Common Foes. The fear, so primeval and wild it was barely above the instinct of fight or flight, shook the blue-haired paper witch to her bones. A powerful, paralyzing emotion that spread to every fiber of her body as those dark red eyes continued to bear down on her from their place above. She closed her eyes, forcefully wrenching them away from the sight with a barely suppressed shudder, and whatever spell-bound emotion of fear she had felt vanished as she lost sight of his gaze. Her gaze hardened, and her resolve solidified, bolstered as her mind moved quickly to contain the situation, to contain him before he could recover more of his former strength. "Kisame, move on to Section 7 of the seal, channel your chakra into it with the ram hand signal. Tobi, Deidara, Sectors 12 and 9, use the ox and bird seals respectively. Itachi." She turned to look over her shoulder at the raven-haired Uchiha. "Trip him up." Marching over to another portion of the seal, Konan placed her hand firmly down upon the dried ink, forming a single seal with her other hand as she too began channeling chakra into the construct. Itachi's spinning Sharingan eyes trailed slowly towards the hanging figure, a twitch in his jaw being the only shift in his expression that belied his current unease. His hands rushed through a quick sequence of seals, and above him, Naruto tensed in preparation, bracing his muscles for the onslaught he knew was coming. With a spark and crackling flare, lightning burned to life in the Uchiha's hand, and with a grunt, he launched it upwards. Unable to brace himself, the lightning slammed into him with full force, a searing burning sensation spreading over his entire body. His muscles tightened and loosened spasmodically, bursts of lightning were strengthened and weakened at random intervals and locations, not allowing him to become used to the sensations. His teeth clenched so hard that he felt pain in his jaw bones, muscles tightening so much he felt they would snap or his bones would break. Heightened senses, usually a blessing in the ninja world, now proved their cursed weight. He could almost feel the calcification of his bones, the electricity racing along his veins through the iron minerals in his blood, the spasmodic pumping of his heart as he entered the first stages of ventricular fibrillation. Abruptly the sensation was cut off, and Naruto was allowed a short reprieve before he heard Konan's voice reaching into his ear. "Hit him again." XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The four shinobi rushed through the snow, using chakra to tightly pack the snow beneath their feet in milliseconds as their feet made contact with the shimmering white surface, allowing them an unbroken stride as if they were in Kumo's plains rather than this frozen wastelands. In the distance, about half a mile away if they had to guess, the four could begin to see the towering formation of ice, a structure that had stolen their breath when they first found its full body beyond the fog and misty ice. "I did not think man could build such things," had been Yoshihiro's stunned assessment. It was tall, unbelievably so much so that its very tip reached above the clouds and they could not even see it. It gleamed like a spike of sapphire in the thin lights that broke through the perpetual storm. At its base, the structure jutted out with massive spikes in every direction. It was nearly as wide as Konoha itself, becoming thinner and thinner the higher it went, until finally the dozens of spikes dropped in number to just one. It seemed like a knife, seeking to reach the heavens themselves. At the juncture, where the base structure condensed itself into the tower, that was where all four of them could see the faint red glow, flickering and dimming with each passing moment. "Got to move faster," the Sharingan wielder hissed before he increased his pace. As fast as they ran, as much distance as they covered, the citadel of ice only loomed over them more ominously with each step, and the red glow continued to diminish, a roaring fire being doused till it was merely a cinder. Kakashi felt a myriad of emotions flare up within him as he, more than any other except for possibly Naruto's own sister, whom had inadvertently led them here, could sense and see, physically see with his Sharingan as Naruto's strength and force was being leached from him. A hopeless fear, a blinding rage, a blood-curdling indignation. All these welled up and swirled in his stomach until he felt he would burst from them. It was a horrifying ordeal. Naruto was not only his commander and leader for over a decade. He wasn't just the person that Kakashi trusted could keep this entire thing from falling apart at the seams and thus condemning the last 10 years of his life and the progress of the villages into a meaningless, senseless bloodshed that would become nothing more than a footnote to the histories. He was also someone that he had known since the young man was born. He had been there. Been one of the Umbu that had trained him while he was still just a fledgling and not the entity of power he was now. Seen and read the health reports, the checkups, the psychological monitoring of the boy's condition. Only when he had washed his hands of the Umbu core had he lost contact with the boy, for a mere 4 years, merely hearing of him in passing and whispered words of dread. Until that fateful day where Sandaime had drawn the boy to that false mission, in the hopes to undo what had become a killer 13 years in the making. Since then he'd become involved, entangled in the fabric of his life, as they all had been. And the thought of Naruto, dying mere feet away while he was too slow to arrive, for various reasons, was more than he could stand. So focused was Kakashi on the fading signature, it was Yoshihiro that had to bring him to a halt with a rough grip on the back of his vest. "What are you doing?" the copy nin hissed at the older male who merely pointed ahead of them. "We actually have a welcoming committee," he answered, gesturing ahead of them with a nod of his head. Kakashi turned his dual-colored eyes to the gestured area, finding a crowd of, if he had to give a rough estimate, 50 or so ninja rushing towards them. "If they're Jounin level, we're finished," Temari said, flaring her fan wide open. "Then we'd better hope they're not Jounin level," Akina stated, drawing her signature 3-pieced staff before she rushed past Kakashi and the others, charging the group head-on in a familiar display Kakashi had been on the receiving end of once. "Crazy brat," Yoshihiro grumbled before his warhammer was unleashed from a scroll before he too rushed after her, followed by Temari, whom had taken to the sky on her fan. Kakashi's eyes, however, once again raised themselves towards the red glow at the base of the ice tower. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Hit him again. Itachi took a deep breath, hearing those words for what must have been the 12th time in the last 30 minutes. With every jolt of chakra-formed electricity he felt the oppressive presence of the demonic chakra diminish more and more. Several times he'd cut off the flow, in fear of actually killing their troublesome prisoner, and for a while it seemed as though Konoha's Kage would give up the fight, and he could feel Kisame, Deidara, Tobi and Konan's chakra pushing his own back, suppressing it back into the seal that had come dangerously close to shattering before their arrival. Lightning leapt from his fingertips again, fangs of blue flame latching onto the blonde like a vice, sinking into his bones. He was left panting, in pain and out of breath as the attack died away again before he rebolstered his hold over the escaped chakra of the Nine-Tails. Normally, he would have given up the first time his chakra was pushed back, knowing that as it progressed, with Itachi's interference it would become less and less likely that he would prevail. And so would be better to save his energy, since he could not be sure just how much control he would wield over the destabilized demonic chakra once he did escape this seal. But he was also aware of something they weren't. She was coming. And though he held no great faith in his younger twin's skill and power, the fact was that through her blind ignorance she wanted to save him from these individuals for some sentimental tripe or other only served to his advantage given the situation. He cared not for her motivations, only in her chance of success. And the fact remained that she held a much greater chance of success than he did at the moment. Perhaps, when they were all focusing on her, distracted by her, he could attempt his escape again. But until then he needed to do the only thing he could do from this disadvantageous position. Weaken them. With every second he resisted, that was another second they needed to expel their chakra to hold him at bay, coupled with the initial attempted sealing that had drained them of energy already. He hoped that these ninja would enter a fight with his sister, at the very least with only 3/4 of their normal reserves. The fact that he could only put faith in her skill, something that had repeatedly succeeded for her only in surviving their encounters and not truly damaging him without outside influence, did not sit well with him at all. But the fact remained that she was also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and possibly had the best chance out of anyone, save for a small army of Umbu and some of his elite ninja, to get him out of the situation he currently found himself in. And as blue flame slammed into his chest once again, and spread out to his extremities, the blonde Kage heard, more than saw, the ninja that rushed up behind Conan. "My disturbance southwest," was the message his ears were able to pick up over the deafening roar of the electricity running through him. The sound of his own blood was deafening to his ears, and with only a vague cry of a startled "what" graced the shell of his consciousness before he finally succumbed to blackened abyss. XXXXXXXXXXXX. "Ma'am, there's a disturbance in the southwestern perimeter." Conan's gaze snapped back to look over her shoulder at the messenger, prompting him to continue with the simple movement. "For chakra signatures, ma'am. We believe that it's Hatake Kakashi from Konoha." "What?" the blue-haired woman suddenly roared, standing and rounding fully on the man, who suddenly felt very small beneath the paper witch's fury. Hatake — the man began to stutter out the repetition, but Conan didn't pay much attention. She had heard him very clearly. How could Kakashi be here? How could he have followed them, or gotten through the storm? Did he get a message out? What if it was not only him and 4 ninjas on their way, but half of Konoha's military bearing down on them? He could be an advanced scouting party for the main force. But Conan shook these thoughts away. The nearest Konoha-controlled territory was 4 days away. There was no way a message could have reached them, and their armies could have been mobilized this quickly. Still, this did not mean Kakashi's group could not double back to get reinforcements. Focusing her eyes back up on the man, cutting off his babbling with a sharp order. "Get down to the barracks. I want every warrior we have, outside and battle-ready before they're even 100 yards of this structure. Tangle them up, make sure they do not manage to escape until we arrive." "Yes, my lady," the man said with a quick bow before making a hasty exit. Conan felt the hairs rise on the back of her neck rise, as the air became charged with electricity once more with another burst of Itachi's lightning technique, and finally, felt the red chakra recede and weaken in its intensity. She swiveled around on her heel, looking straight up as the blonde ninja's form finally fell still, with nothing but shuddering breaths to tell them he was still alive. Looking towards the others of the room, she was soon shouting out orders to them as they too felt the chakra of the Kyuubi die away and pulled away from the seal construct. "All of you go, get your gear. I want you down there and this problem dealt with, now. We can't risk these people sending a message to Konoha. I will remain here and make sure the seal has fully locked away his chakra before I join you, Itachi, find Zetsu, and find Sasori. Tell one to get down there as well, and tell the other to guard the Kazekage. The last thing we need is for Kakashi to find him and see this as a free pass at killing Suna's leader." The blue-haired woman narrowed her eyes at all of them, and though she could tell that, particularly Kisame and Deidara, were not fond of taking orders from a woman, they would follow them. Mainly because neither one wanted to face Pain's fury should they break rank with her. In a grave voice, however, that brokered no argument, she made even the aforementioned two nod quickly at her words. "I want no mistakes." As they each rushed off to complete their duties, Conan marched to the center of the seal. Sitting down in a lotus position, she hastily began channeling her chakra through the complex construct, weeding through every last plane and layer of it. She couldn't afford to mess up the containment. She couldn't afford to mess up his containment. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The clanging of steel shrieked in their ears, metalling clanging noises making the people around the battlefield cringe as though nails were being scraped across tempered glass. To their immense luck, most of their enemies, or even all, weren't even at the standard level of a high Konoha Chunin. And each had trouble adapting to the distinct styles of combat each of the 4 intruders came with, which ranged from the almost brutish toughness of Yoshihiro, to the swift evasiveness of Temari and her wind techniques. But their numbers were beginning to get overwhelming, and more were approaching from the ice fortress. Even fire ants could bring down lions given enough numbers. Yoshihiro swung his hammer with a battle cry, breaking ribs, legs and skulls of several individuals with ease as they got hit, tried to leap over or duck under the massive weapon he wielded. Roaring as one of the desperate kids tried to jump onto his back, struggling to put his arms around Yoshihiro's massive shoulders. With a grunt, the Kage jerked one shoulder forward and the little, at least to Yoshihiro, man flipped forward, his grip slipping from the older Kage's neck before his back hit with a solid thud against the snow, screaming as he saw Yoshihiro's foot descend on his face before they were abruptly silenced with a crack that sank his head several inches into the surface of the snow. The Kage paid the dead man at his feet no other action other than grinding the ball of his foot into the man's face, and even then, it was only because of a rather hard swing he threw out with his hammer. All around him the others were taking on more than their fair share of these grunts, firing away with ninjutsu after ninjutsu, dodging those thrown back as whatever weapons they wielded flashed with flares of sparks. Akina's weapon flashed with lightning, swift and brutal in her attacks. The Akatsuki soldiers swarmed over them, scurrying like insects as they hoped to surround them. Akina moved swiftly on her feet, dodging and weaving. Though she could easily use the Kyuubi's chakra to her advantage here, possibly destroy this entire party in little more than a few moments. But something told her not to. Half was her own logic, telling her that keeping her trump card a secret for as long as possible was the smartest move she could make. But there was something else. A dull, whispered warning gnawing on the back of her mind. The young woman threw her heavy woolen cloak onto the charging ninja, a sheet of grays and white snow that blinded her opponent as she swiveled around, a kick smashing into a ninja approaching behind her. The heavy wool blinded him, keeping him in the dark just long enough for the young woman to swivel around, spearing him in the chest with a flash of lightning from the tip of her weapon. Leaping over the falling man as he fell to his knees, Akina pushed chakra towards the very tip of her weapon, gathering the electricity in a tight ball before she flipped in mid-air, swinging her staff in a wide, powerful arc before she slammed the tip onto the icy surface, kicking up snow with the impact and subsequent shock wave. Several sparks and blinding white flashes stung her eyes as the voltage trailed over the frozen water like liquid soap over tiled floors, racing up and down the Akatsuki soldiers' damp clothing. They lost control of their muscles, twitching and screaming in agony as they writhed on the ground. As the young woman landed, she found a sudden kick was delivered to another approaching Akatsuki warrior's face to her right, startling her a bit before she registered it had been Kakashi that had delivered the blow. Paying no more attention to the copy nin, she rushed forward, a flying kick smashing into another of the Akatsuki soldier's face. Landing, she lashed out with her three-pieced staff at two others, the last of which attempted to grab the metal weapon before a bolt of lightning sent him skidding across the ice on his back. The young woman's sixth sense was the only warning she received before she ducked low, allowing another of the warriors to sail over her head, slamming into several of his comrades. She allowed a spared glance behind her, finding she owed that to none other than Yoshihiro. Above them Temari soared with her fan, twisting and weaving between projectiles and jutsu. The Suna princess couldn't help but take a moment to appreciate the rush, the familiar feel of adrenaline, fear, and sheer exhilaration she had been deprived of for the better part of the last several months. Through the worry, through the fear and anxiety was the spark of sheer enjoyment as she felt the crisp, cold northern air against her face, her hair caught in the wind and the rough grip of a weapon in her hands as she descended in a dive towards the crowd of ninja. She could see that three, more than any of the others, were the main attackers that were launching volley after volley of jutsu towards her. She banked right, a sharp turn in her dive as she avoided several small fireballs before sweeping downwards again and sharply to the left, approaching the three Nina's left side. They backed away, spreading out, away from her path, an instinctive fear they couldn't suppress at the sight of an object about to fly so close overhead. Temari adjusted her flight path, and with a chakra-enhanced push, shoved her fan straight towards one of them, while she leapt towards another one. The Akatsuki nin barely uttered a scream before the 30-pound weapon smashed right on top of him, burying him almost completely in the snow. Unconscious, but most likely dead or dying. Temari twirled through the air, drawing a kunai mid-spin before she began her descent. The Akatsuki ninja could barely adjust the aim for his jutsu before blood pecked his face and chest, watching, somewhat numbly as his arm began to fall away from his body, the pain, so sudden and so fast, it hadn't yet fully registered in his mind before his head was severed from his shoulders. Temari pivoted around the falling body, arm rearing back before she threw the kunai with pinpoint accuracy, towards the third aggressor. Laced with wind chakra, it cut and sliced straight through the man's chest, a clean-cut hole right through and piercing the head of a man behind him, killing them both. She turned, 3 chakra strings extending from her hand towards her fallen battle fan, latching onto the weapon before yanking it towards her. The Suna princess caught it with both arms, grimacing as she was reminded of just why she hated battle fans that she didn't design herself. It was heavier than hers, and the blades that made up the centerpiece were of flimsy metal that must have just barely made the cut for weapon grade. Weighty and clumsy, this was not a weapon she could appreciate. But beggars can't be choosers, she thought before turning, closing her fan as she did and smacking one of the approaching ninja, upside the head, hard. A crack vibrating through her weapon and down to her arms, sending a shudder, of something that wasn't entirely disgust, racing up her spine before she smashed the weapon onto the ground and lifting herself onto it in a straight handstand. Bending her arms, she suddenly pushed herself into a flip, manipulating the battle fan beneath her with several more chakra strings from her fingers. The weapon twirled and opened up beneath her, the metallic blades gleaming in the bleak sunlight before she landed firmly on the interlocking blades of metal before a chakra-driven updraft rose her towards the sky, pulling them away from the various jutsu that sought to strike her, beginning the death-defying mid-air ballet all over again as more and more of the soldiers arrived, attempting to shoot her down. More and more of these gray-clad ninja arrived, swarming over and around them, and Yoshihiro could tell that they would soon be overrun. Calling out over the roar of battle cries and harried shouts of frenzied hate and pain, he addressed his three companions, mind returning to days of the great wars of his youth as he took the role of tactical commander. Hataki. Akina. Temari. Get over here, we can't let them separate us, we have to get back to back. As the words spilled from his lips, the Tsuchikage knew that it was already too late. They circled over and around them, tripping over their own feet in their haste and inexperience, but their numbers enough to prove troublesome, isolated as they were. The only one currently free of said encirclements was the flying Suna princess above them, but even now the variety of sounds from sailing jutsu were beginning to increase. It was only a matter of time before she'd be shot down herself. Holding his hammer high over his head, an unorthodox, defensive starting stance, meant to deceive the Tsuchikage looked over each shoulder, finding the same, faceless kids all dressed the same. One didn't remember faces much at his age, those that didn't reach his age. As they all encircled him, Yoshihiro wondered just how thick this ice was. Given this place's perpetual cold, he'd guess pretty deep, but he'd never heard of any ice being thicker than 20 feet below the surface. He'd only have a few sings with his hammer before these brats were on him, but with fire chakra, he'd only need one or two. But still, glancing at the fortress of ice, he acknowledged that the thickness of this lake ice might be much greater than any previously recorded, so maybe 3 swings. Hopefully the shock waves of the explosions would hold these kids back, and hopefully Kakashi and this girl knew better than to loose their footing. The head of his hammer grew bright red, steam rising from it as the cold, damp air came in contact with it, the minuscule particles of moisture evaporating before they ever even touched the metal. Looking through the heat distortions in the air, the Tsuchikage growled at the assembled group of enemies. Hope you brats know how to swim. Hope my guess on this ice's thickness is decent, otherwise all I'll do is waste chakra. With a great heave, the Tsuchikage raised the massive weapon high over his head, and, realizing the elder's intent, the soldiers rushed forward, but it would be too late, far too late by the time they got to him. The beginnings of a battle cry were suddenly choked upon the lid of Yoshihiro's upper throat as a pillar of purple flames suddenly tore right past him. The ghostly fire was silent, no roar, or crackle or explosion, merely a silent rush of air, and the swiftly cut-off screams of their enemies would have alerted him to its passage if he hadn't seen it to begin with. Swiveling back around to look over his shoulder, Yoshihiro was greeted by the sight of over half a dozen Suna Umbu, a platinum-haired young woman, whose arms were covered in that ghostly flame, and a wooden juggernaut materializing out of thin air. Genjutsu, the older man realized just as the Umbu rushed forward in a flurry of flashing blades and bloodletting wounds. Unlike the undisciplined kids around them, they released no battle cry, completely stoic in their actions as they attacked. All but one. Temari. The shout rang loud in the ears of all around them, and Yoshihiro noticed the Suna princess falter in her flight, peering down to the wooden tank beneath her. The hiss of hydraulics brought Yoshihiro's attention to the suit before the T-shaped visor broke away, releasing itself to reveal a young dark-haired man within, eyes wide in stunned disbelief as he stared up towards the soaring young woman. Raising his eyes up towards her, the Tsuchikage noticed that she was no better in her shock, mouth working wordlessly as sounds refused to escape her opening and closing lips. Several yards away, as the newly arrived Suna Anbu cut a bloody swathe through the opposing, gray-cloaked Akatsuki ninja Akina was brought to stillness, both through the sudden lack of opponents, and the heavy presence she felt standing directly behind her, like a great weight now pressing down over her shoulders. Slowly, weapon still crackling with electrical charge in her hand, she turned, sky-blue eyes finding dark violet, staring at her with various emotions lilting across her face, the least of which was shock. But the older girl stood with a guarded stance, both physically and emotionally. Recognizing that she had found her younger sister fighting alongside two of their greatest enemies and that no trust could be given freely with this revelation. "What are you doing?" The question. So simple yet carried with it such terrible weight and implications. The young woman of sun-kissed hair opened and closed her lips several times, seeking an answer that refused to come to her. Finally she looked back at the purple-laced eyes and spoke. Her voice, soft yet firm, unwavering in their stance as she expressed the only truth that could give her solace here. "In this place. At this stage where she found herself in. What I think is right." She felt pain blossom in her chest as Yujito reeled as though physically struck, no doubt that she too could sense the chakra fluctuations of the Kyuubi far above them just as she could. The implications of Akina's statement washing over her like a douse of cold, frigid water. She was helping him. She wanted to help him. She wasn't sure what would happen after this battle. But she knew that never again could things go back to the way they were, and Yujito felt the nostalgic desire for simpler times, when Zhuge Liang was still sensei to them both, and only the thoughts of how they could pass his next test was their concern. How had it all come to this now, here, where they stood, possibly on opposite sides of the battle line? Where had it all gone so wrong? When had they all been swept up into this tumultuous tempest of raging fire that swept the entire world away in its fiery abyss, leaving nothing but barren wastes and ashen fields in its wake? How did it come to this? She did not know, and the answers stung the young woman's eyes with emotions. She turned away, angry at herself for her weakness. Angry at Liang for his treachery. Angry at Akina for her betrayal. Angry at Tsunade for her despairing helplessness. Angry at Yuing for her aloofness. Angry at everything for simply being too damn complicated. Suddenly, the Nibi container felt something vanish, a sudden emptiness fill the air before she heard Akina's strangled, choked gasp of horror. Kakashi's Sharingan eye rose heavenward, wide and disbelieving as he looked to where that chakra had been. Where it should be right now. No. The copy ninja felt spill from his lips without pause or hesitance, his body moving in wild, frenzied moves as he, literally, tore his way through the Akatsuki soldiers' lines, carving his way with kunai jutsu and sheer, desperate strength as he felt that chakra blink out of existence. The mantra repeating in his head with harried disbelief and desperate hope. No, 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 no. Akina felt as if her chest had just caved in, and her lungs, crushed as they were with the sudden weight, refused to move to her command, refused to inhale. Her blood was loud in her ears, and a sudden, sharp spike of pain pierced her skull from temple to temple, nearly bringing her to her knees before she regained herself. Eyes, wild and in a panic, looked around, ignoring the still fighting and dying warriors, ignoring Yujito, Yoshihiro, Kakashi. Everyone. Recognizing only that she needed to reach him. Reach Naruto. She needed to save him. Her eyes found Temari's slowly descending fan, and without another moment's hesitation, ran towards her. Temari. The older female was broken from whatever trance had taken her upon the sight of her younger brother, standing in this god-forsaken ice pit, and shifted towards the second Kyuubi Jinchuriki, just as said young woman lunged towards her, and the Suna princess had to shift her position rather abruptly so as not to send them both falling to their painful meeting with the ice. Sputtering in ruffled anger at the abrupt and unnecessary stunt, the young woman turned to yell at the person that had been her traveling companion for the last 2 days, only for Akina to interrupt her before she even got a word in edgewise. "You have to get me up there now." Temari glanced up to where she was pointing, a dawning realization settling into her mind that, where she was pointing, was the place that they were keeping Naruto, the place where he was being killed. Temari looked back once, towards her brother's confused face, a pit forming at the bottom of her stomach, trepidation and fear gripping her before she pushed it down, and, in a single surge of chakra, rose into the air with another updraft. Kankuro watched her leave, wide-eyed and uncomprehending, a suspension of his motor functions as he struggled to wrap his mind around, not only his sister being alive, but helping the enemy. Only the voice of one of his Umbu commanders brought him back down to earth. The man's voice, wary and hesitating. "Sir? Orders." Kankuro swallowed thickly, feeling momentarily torn between going after Temari, or his brother whom he knew was also within this fortress. He ignored the presence of Kakashi and Yoshihiro, realizing that whomever it was that had kidnapped Gaara had royally pissed them off as well. Right now. They were on the same page. He'd kill them after he got his brother back, and get Temari to a psych ward to help her through whatever Stockholm Syndrome or sympathy of her captor's bullshit the girl was going through right now. The visor of his helmet hissed back into place as he watched the Umbu cutting down the last of the small, pathetic army that had come out to fight them. Mission still stands, we rescue Gaara, everything else comes second. The Umbu lieutenant nodded once and appeared as though he was about to leave towards his troop again when a shadow suddenly loomed over them both. "Look out!" Kankuro cried, shoving the man out of the way with a giant fist before the engines on his feet revved to life and the wheels were put in reverse, backing him away before a massive shark-like man fell over the area with a heavy sword swing. At the new intrusion the entire group of Suna Umbu regrouped, rallying behind Kankuro, and the puppeteer made sure to register Yujito's position, as well as Kakashi's and Yoshihiro's. In a quick shunshin, another man soon appeared, this one with a spiral mask. And above them, Kankuro could now see a giant, brown bird beginning a dive. Off on the side, Kakashi narrowed both eyes on the two men. "Hashige Kisame." Multicolored eyes shifted slowly, vaguely looking over his shoulder from the very corner of the rim of his eye, narrowing as the crimson of the Sharingan stared back. Chapter 95, The Red Dawn. Kakashi knew the attack was coming before the name of his opponent had finished passing through his mind, a blade, sharp and poised reaching for his flesh to spill his blood. He turned awkwardly, twisting his body at the waist almost completely with a minimal shift to the position of his leg, narrowly managing to grasp the kunai with his gloved hand. The pain of metal slicing through his palm was unregistering. Adrenaline pumping through his veins like a euphoric superdrug as the full ramifications of just who he was about to fight took hold of him. Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi was never one to back down, never one to flee because his opponent was stronger than he was. Indeed, should that have been the case, many times during the subjugation wars of the Central Marshlands would people have seen him fleeing from determined and well-organized rebels. Even more recently, his battle with Yoshihiro Shimazu when the Tsuchikage stood as their enemy, if he were a lesser man Kakashi would have run when the elder Nin had revealed his trump card technique. The enhanced killing intent that could nullify the Sharingan's genjutsu breaking abilities. He hadn't run then. And even now as he realized he would be forced to fight Uchiha Itachi, the master of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Nuke Nin that destroyed an entire clan of elite ninja in a single span of mere hours, and the one person that could boast a defeat of his current Kage in a fight, the notion to flee never even passed his thoughts. And so it was no surprise that Kakashi's other hand lashed out, gripping the juncture of Itachi's elbow and forearm before twisting. The Uchiha however rolled with the maneuver, cartwheeling fluidly with a firm jump, drawing another kunai while in mid-air, a movement not lost on Kakashi even with the obscurity of that heavy, flapping cloak. Itachi released the kunai Kakashi held, and the copy ninja twirled the weapon in his grip, bringing it to bear for his own use as Itachi's feet hit the ground, blocking the pointed thrust with the commandeered knife while his free hand caught Itachi's other wrist, stopping him from reaching for yet another of the obsidian-colored blades. At the same time Kakashi began his attack, Kankuro rushed forward, the engines on his suit's calves revving the wheels at the bottom of his feet to life, pushing him forward with a torrent of snow thrown up behind him. In front of him, Kisame reared back his weapon, the shark-skin Samahita, so massive and moved so swiftly it made a momentary whirl in the air, catching the snow on the wind before he swung. Kankuro plowed on, unfettered and uncaring to the masked ninja that had just leaped away from Kisame's side. He raised his arm, allowing the Samahita to smash into the reinforced wood full force, scraping and grinding against the armor. Faintly, he could feel the weapon draining his chakra. But the seals placed on the armor to block out outside interference along the suit's chakra-powered control system stifled it, like a ball of paper towels would stifle a current of water from a leaky pipe. The wheels of his suit skidded for a moment as they were pushed back, their forward momentum stopped before Kankuro added his suit's increased strength to the equation. The puppeteer shoved, hard, pushing the weapon back and driving his shoulder right into Kisame's solar plexus, digging the rounded edge deep into that blue chest and hearing the Nuke Nin grunt as he was forcefully driven back on the ice before he forcefully shoved Kankuro away. The Sunajounen didn't miss a beat rolling from his back onto his feet, belying his sheer size and weight before he turned back to Kisame, whom was still on his feet, weapon at the ready. Kankuro shouted towards his umbu as he held his fist forward, towards Kisame, compartments along the back of the suit's hand opening before they released several kunai towards the blue-skinned Kiri Nin only for the massive width of Samahita to intercept the weapons before they ever reached him. Go. All of you. Find Gaara. Yujito lead them on. No questions were asked, no hesitation, Yujito merely gave a single glance towards the spiral-masked Tobi, who was now squaring off against Yoshihiro before she too left them, leading the Suna Umbu towards the looming ice fortress, leaving Kankuro, Kakashi, and Yoshihiro to their opponents. The winds were so harsh both women felt as though it was razor wire being dragged across their cheeks, sharp stings pin pricking their pain receptors at every angle every few seconds. But despite this, Temari's focus was strong, a steely resolve settling in her mind as she pushed back her doubts and lingering hesitations, resurfaced in the face of her brother Kankuro. The golden-haired Kunoichi felt a hand on her shoulder shortly before Akina shouted in her ear, trying to carry her voice over the howl of the gusts. "Right there, at the base of the tower," she yelled, pointing at where the highest spike of ice jutted out of the rest of the structure. Temari went to nod, but then, years of ninja training came to the fore, a strange tingling in the back of her mind, a sixth sense that would not be muffled nor sputtered by the cold winds or deafening howls that beat against her senses. She banked a hard left, grabbing the startled Akina until her fellow blonde could recover her equilibrium. Then of course she abandoned said task when an explosion forced her to try and recover her equilibrium. The rapid shift in air currents, outward from the blast then inward to fill the vacuum left in the fire's wake, jostled the battle fan beneath her feet to the point where she nearly fell off entirely. Akina for her part, stumbled and tripped, only redeeming the total loss of her footing with a desperate leap towards the ice fortress, using her chakra to scrape off a stop to her downward momentum as she reached it. Beginning a grueling climb upwards as she finally came to a complete stop and grew adjusted to the ice's slippery surface. With the loss of weight, Temari jerked her fan to the side, using more of her wind affinity to angle the turn sharply, almost rounding a full 180 degrees in the span of about 3 feet in the air. She looked up, beyond the vanishing wisps of smoke caught in the wind to fin a lumbering brownish bird hovering above, the nuke nin she could recognize from the bingo books as Iwa's Deidara. She pushed forward, under the bird, allowing the artificial winds to carry her before she banked upright, approaching from beneath the clay bird, drawing 2 kunai as she did. She circled around its side, wind extending from the obsidian blades now in her hands before she rose herself over the edge of the artificial creature. Deidara wasted no time, chucking another of his bombs as he caught sight of her again, and the small glob of clay would have struck the blonde woman had it not been for a quick swerve towards the massive bird's front side, throwing one of her wind-empowered kunai as she did. The explosive specialist fell onto his back, springing to his feet as the weapon passed over him. His eyes finding Temari once again as he reached his feet, as she headed straight for him. He reached into his pouch, ready to grab another glob of clay before the Suna Kunoichi shoved her battle fan towards him with an angled jump, propelling her means of transportation at even greater speeds. Deidara felt a momentary surprise at the maneuver before he leaped over the makeshift battering ram. Temari twirled through the air, remaining wind-empowered kunai in hand, the previous momentum carrying her forward with ease towards the, still in mid-air, nuke nin. Deidara twisted his body, grunting as he narrowly avoided Temari's swing, landing rather awkwardly, with his left arm bent backwards and balancing himself on the ball of his left foot before he managed to shove himself on all fours, watching as Temari's wind blade completely severed the head of his clay bird. She landed in a roll, and Deidara saw his opportunity to strike. He grabbed more clay, throwing it to the spot where he knew she would be before he jumped off the falling marionette. Making another creature mid-fall, Deidara watched his previous creation explode with a deafening bang that shook his chest with the vibrations and heated the chilly air, but even before the smoke had cleared he saw that his opponent, gliding a fair distance away from the blast zone. The nuke nin cursed, no one survived his art yet and lived to tell about it. This little bitch would be no different. Yujito and her troop rushed into the ice fortress. Their eyes scanned the hollowed shell, bridges and ice walkways honeycombing the interior of it. Tunnels, openings and passageways stood out everywhere in 100 different directions. It would take forever to search them one by one. She opened the scroll again, watching as the runes glowed brightly with Gaara's proximity, pointing slightly to the right. At least this would narrow down their options somewhat. "We're splitting up, 3 teams. You two dash," she gestured to Tuumbu to her right. "With me. The rest of you fan out as you see fit. When you find Gaara, call us on the radio. This mission is purely extraction, not taking this place. We get and grab him and get out. Move." She barked harshly and the Umbu each nodded before their teams rushed through whatever tunnel and trance they deemed fit enough to start their search. The seals around her body pulsed rhythmically, ripples of raw chakra spreading through the room, washing over everything before the boundary of the seal contained it once again. The red, fiery haze of the demon's chakra diminishing slowly with each pulse. Conan's forehead was dabbed with sweat, thin trails of the sodium-rich perspiration trailing down her face, dripping from her chin and nose with every shuddering breath. The battle below raged, and she could hear explosions beyond the walls, as well as the occasional shake of the room. Whomever was attacking, apparently the others wanted to end it quickly by bringing out their more destructive abilities right off the bat, or they needed to use some of their more destructive abilities to defeat them at all. She focused on the chakra, hoping to push it back even faster. It felt foul, almost painful to even touch with her own, like a sick gel that coated her awareness, making her feel sluggish and tired with every extended moment she continued to push it back down into the seal matrix. The only distraction she allowed herself to focus on, however undistracting it really was the seal matrix itself, the ebbing flow of the red chakra as it was channeled, focused, back into the conduits of the construct. Flowing and shifting like water through pipes. Harmless in comparison to the proverbial flood she knew it to be. But there was more, she could feel it. There was more than there was before, as if focusing and gathering the chakra in the seal simmered like boiling oil, agitated. The blue-haired kunoichi's eyes snapped wide open, craning her neck backwards, swiveling her eyes to view the far wall behind her, where she could see a hazel-red glow beyond the sheet of 3-foot-thick ice that made up the fortress wall. Her gaze was disbelieving, mouth hung open and expression uncomprehending. And it was only just before the wall exploded in chunks of ice and droplets of water that she managed to find her voice again incredulous, and filled with a harried sense of panic. 2. The nerve cluster along the center of his palm flared with bright flashes of pain, running up the entire length of his arm as the point of Itachi's elbow struck harshly. He shifted his stance, leg lashing out to trip up the Uchiha before he grabbed onto his upper arm, bodily throwing the nuke knee over him. Itachi landed on springboard knees, shifting his stance to turn around, perfectly poised to drive a kunai beneath Kakashi's rib cage. Blade met flesh, blood escaping in rivulets of crimson before promptly vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Dual Sharingan eyes shifted to the vibration in the air, trained senses discovering immediately the proximity of his attacker before he felt the blade dig sharply into the base of his neck, and drag itself downwards, tearing through ropes of sinew and clusters of nerve, bone marrow and calcium deposits along the length of his spine. Only for Itachi too to vanish in a cloud of smoke, leaving in his wake several explosive tags along the floor. Kakashi's single Sharingan widened in surprise, a gasp escaping his masked lips before it was drowned out by a massive fireball of an explosion. He escaped the smoke, clothes and hair singed but otherwise unharmed, landing with a harsh skiff over snow and ice. He came to a halt, only to find Itachi's foot striking his chin in a neck-snapping upward motion. His teeth rattled inside his mouth, and he could feel the coppery taste of blood in his mouth as it seeped from his tongue from where he'd bit down on it. He turned in the air, the natural pull of gravity shifting him to pull him down head first. He groaned as he fell, eye-opening and instantly bringing to his attention his position and vulnerability, as well as his still attacking opponent who now approached with intent to drive his kunai knife into the copy nin's gut. His right hand went to the ground, catching him mid-fall before he twisted himself on the axis that was his wrist. Using his free arm, the copycat caught Itachi's wrist, averting the strike before he fell onto his knees and leapt back, multiple cartwheels increasing the distance between himself and the Uchiha. Itachi's hands rushed through seals, lungs expanding within his chest cavity, the air within becoming heated, molecular structure changing and molding itself into a flammable gas, oxygen and nitrogen exchanging themselves within the molecular structure before he expelled them from his lips in a fiery blast, orange flames rushing across the ice towards the Hataki. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, mind flashing through techniques and counters he could use before he settled on which one would work. He made his hand seals, the moisture droplets in the snow and ice beneath him vibrating at subsonic speeds, friction heat melting down the ice into water. His hand shifted into the next seal, the melted particles of water gathering and condensing themselves into a pillar of shifting tides that rushed the fireball head-on. The two opposing forces struck in a cloud of superheated steam, the rush of flame pushing the heated fog back towards Kakashi. The copy nin covered his face with his hands, eyes narrowing at the harsh sting over his face before he spun around, drawing two kunai into his hands before he struck out into the fog, the edge of his weapon clashing with another. His Sharingan eye spun wildly, peering through the veil of moisture where he found Itachi, weapon held firmly in hand. The stalemate exploded in a flurry of clangs and metal weapons striking one another as Kakashi met Itachi blade upon blade. They dodged and struck out, the chakra shadow caught by the red Tomod eyes giving them each the edge that they needed to stay ahead of one another. There, a missed step. A slight miscalculation. Kakashi screamed as the blade cut through his protective vest, wrenching its way past the armor-weave nylon fibers and cutting a bloody swathe from his right chest to his right clavicle. He stumbled forward, before catching himself, seeing Itachi's arm raised ready to deliver the killing blow. He shunshined away from the steam cloud, appearing a millisecond later outside of it, only for Itachi to soon follow him, appearing behind the staggering Konoha Jounin, arm raised for the killing blow. Kakashi's hand flared with lighting, swiveling on his heel. Itachi's twin Sharingan found the full, unbridled fury of the legendary Raikiri rushing towards his face. He bent over backwards, spine arching like a bow until his hands touched the ground. He lashed out with both legs in a mule kick, striking Kakashi in the chest and shoving him away. The copy ninja staggered, hands moving through seals again. Katan, Hausenka! He yelled before dozens of fireballs rushed across the barren landscape towards the genocidal Uchiha, only for his form to blur and shift in and out of focus with the speed at which he dodged each of the heated balls of flame. Kakashi's sixth sense alerted him of the danger before it fully reached him. Rolling forward, the silver-haired ninja narrowly avoided the blade of Itachi's clone, allowing it to dig itself hilt deep into the ice. Coming to his feet, he was brought face to face with the real Itachi. A raikiri crackling in his hand. Kakashi's heart lurched in his chest, eyes wide as he reacted on pure instinct, Itachi's chakra shadow showing him just the trajectory of the Uchiha's arm. He latched onto Itachi's forearm and elbow joint, fingers coiling around the Uchiha's arm like a vice, pushing all the strength available into straining muscles to hold him back the electric blade. Arcs of electricity rolled over his arms, and only chakra coating managed to keep his muscles from erratic spasms and twitches. His legs buckled beneath him, and Kakashi fell onto his back. The electric attack still held inches from his chest before he pressed his legs against Itachi's chest, shoving him end over Kakashi's own head until the Uchiha landed on his back above the copy nin. Fueled by adrenaline, Kakashi scrambled to his feet, arms weak as noodles and legs protesting against his movement, but he paid it little mind, rushing to gain some distance between himself and his opponent. He needed to catch his breath, make a plan. So far he'd avoided Itachi's gaze and had managed to thus avoid being ensnared by the Tsukiyomi, but sooner or later he'd slip up, and if he didn't, this wound would be the one to do him in. Itachi's attention, however, wasn't on his former Umbu captain, instead it was above, where a sharp spike of fluctuating chakra was proving to be very distracting. The Kyuubi's signature, it's growing. Could his subjugation have been a ruse? Was the direction of the nuke nin's thoughts. Sharingan eyes narrowed. He glanced at the panting Kakashi. Though his defeat was inevitable, it would take too long to defeat him. At this rate Naruto would escape the binding seals. And that was not a prospect Itachi wished to entertain for long. Kisame. Itachi called to the struggling fishman, who was currently working on physically throwing the massive bulk of wood and steel armor over his shoulder. I leave you to deal with Hataki. The response the Uchiha received before he vanished in a plume of gray smoke was the Kiri nin gnashing his teeth and snarling with rage at his opponent before he finally threw him down, leg lashing out and kicking him harshly along the rounded side of his chest armor. Yujito and her host rushed through the cavernous passageways, glittering sheets of white accompanying them the entire way. The runes of the scroll glowed brightly, making her choice of tunnel easier, though possibly just as unlikely to suit. She hoped some of the other squads were having better luck than hers. She lurched to a halt, feet grinding their way to a stop abruptly before she fell onto her back, her Umbu compatriots doing the same as a rain of Senbon needles passed through the air above them. Once the assault ended, they sprang to their feet, avoiding yet another rain of projectiles on the ground. They leaped and weaved through the narrow passageway, keeping their focus entirely on dodging the thin, needle-like projectiles. Finally, the onslaught ended, either because their opponent realized he wouldn't hit them or because he had run out of Senbon to throw. They didn't know. Instead they looked down the hallway, empty and glittering as it always had. Kai? The space in front of them shimmered, distorting itself until a solid figure could be seen, slightly hunched, a long, scorpion-like tail coiled behind him. Akasuna no Sasori. One of the Umbu hissed next to Yujito, an owl-masked one, female. She took her fighting stance, hand poised on her blade. The other, a wolf mask, did the same. We have no time to waste here. The Jinchuriki said as her chakra coiled around her, shifting from blue to blackish flame. She rushed the nuke nin without pause. Sasori's eyes narrowed, secret compartments with various weapons coming alive as they prepared to strike once the Nibi was in range. Instead, to his surprise, she leapt into the air, reaching the roof of the tunnel before she rushed back down towards him. In the narrow passageway there was no room to maneuver, and so the S-class Suna ninja was forced to take the hit full, with Yujito's shoulder slamming into his chest armor. The ice beneath their combined weight buckled and cracked, finally giving way and crashing them down into the next level of the fortress. Sasori grunted, though unexpected. It was not a crippling blow, barely even debilitating, for him anyway. The back of his cloak was torn open as several additional limbs were revealed from hidden compartments, thin little protrusions with various assortments of stabbing tools. They wrapped over his shoulders and back, swiveling on axles and hinges before their bladed ends dug themselves into her back. She didn't scream, only hissed between tightly clenched teeth, the black flames growing around her, threatening to consume the suit despite the protective seals he'd placed on it. He shoved her off, pushing her with all the force in his artificial limbs till her back hit the already cracking ceiling and she fell to the floor on all fours, poised like an animal ready to pounce. She removed something from her pouch, tossing it up to the hole above where he saw the two Umbu take it and continue down the hallway. So they apparently had something that could help them find their Kage. No matter, there wasn't an ounce of earth or sand in this barren wasteland for several dozen miles. The Kazekage would be completely useless. The Nibi here was the true threat. Once his poisons ran through her system, he'd deal with the Umbu, subdue Gaara once again and focus on keeping her alive until they extracted her bijou. He spread his legs, shifting his suit's center of gravity, the coiled tail ready to lash out at the girl. Yujito, for her part, wasted no time, pulling the tainted chakra from the depths of her reserves, black flame swallowing her completely, until nothing but a single-tailed specter of black fire stood in her place. The ice around her began to melt, perspiring droplets of water that gathered along the floor of the passageway. Sasori braced himself, knowing already that he'd have to allow her to get close to him so that he could utilize the weapons that could pierce the layer of chakra around her. Sunban and perhaps even Kunai would be shrugged off easily. And though close-range fighting was not his forte, his suit's enhanced strength gave him more than enough to make up for his lack of skill in the art. Yujito's chakra output finally leveled out, dark fire simmering down until it coalesced tightly around her and her alone. Her breathing was haggard and heavy, panting like a salivating animal. Sasori watched her carefully, knowing firsthand the wild, unpredictable nature of a Jinchuriki when they delve into the use of their bijou. Suddenly, in the time it took the legendary puppeteer to blink his eyes, the Nibi was gone, vanishing with sheer speed and appearing again behind him. She slashed with her claws, long blades of black fire tearing through steel and wood, the additional limbs that had protruded from hidden compartments, torn from their very sockets before she kicked him across the base of his spine, the force of the blow sending his 500-pound bulk sailing down the ice tunnel. Sasori grunted in displeasure, knowing that those parts weren't cheap. Yujito appeared above him flipping one. She smacked him across the face with the flaming tail, sending him slamming across the icy floor where he continued to slip and slide. As they were approaching an opening in the tunnel, which led into one of the main cavities within the hollowed-out structure, Yujito reached down towards him, claws digging harshly into the carapace of his chest armor. Sasori took his chance, 8-bladed ribs leaping from his chest armor and slicing open the side of Yujito's arms, a jowl of rage escaping the possessed kunoichi as they did. He expected the shock of the injury to make her release him, but to his surprise she did not. She merely held him tighter and with a mighty heave raised him from his icy slip and slide and threw him upwards, across the hollowed-out cavern they'd just entered. Sasori's back slammed harshly against the ceiling, deafening cracks echoing throughout the cavern before he fell, slamming down on all fours on the bridge before Yujito's knees smashed along his hunched back, his arms and unnaturally angled legs buckling beneath him as he was slammed against the ground. He recovered quickly, neither having the pain receptors to be slowed down, or requiring the oxygen that would have been driven from his body if he would have had fully functional lungs. His arm twisted backwards, the wrist dislocating itself to reveal yet another blade that dug itself into the side of Yujito's stomach. The Jinchuriki leaped off of him, and Sasori wasted no time in reaching his feet again, only for a massive black claw to suddenly reach out and grab him, the blackened flames eating away at his protective outer shell. The Suna puppeteer grunted and struggled, squirming in the bone-crushing grasp that did little more than slightly pressure his reinforced elbow axles. The wooden portions of his armor began to smoke and heat up, ready to catch flame from the ethereal heat source he needed to get out of this before. He was suddenly yanked forward, a vertigo assaulting his ocular sensors before he felt Yujito's fist smash against his chest, the force of the blow sending a rippling crack throughout the front of his chest armor. Sasori's eyes widened, the beginnings of panic beginning to set in. He hadn't realized the Jinchuriki would receive such a brute increase in physical strength. The Nibi, by Zetsu's reports, had always been a long-range fighter, and the weakest of the remaining 3 targets. He increased the engine output to his arms, brutally pushing himself free of Yujito's horrid grasp and rushing backwards. The one-tailed death cat wasted no time. Leaping up from her position, she slingshot herself from the ceiling, approaching Sasori at blinding speeds and once again digging her claws harshly into his chest armor and slamming him onto his back, their combined weight digging a jagged trench into the slippery ice as the catwalk/bridge threatened to buckle beneath them. She ground them to a halt before lifting him and throwing him across the ice cavern again, launching him to one of the lower, honeycombing catwalks and bridges that extended the length of this place. Sasori flipped in the air, several wires with kunai at their tips launching themselves from a compartment along his forearm, digging themselves hilt-deep along the cracked underside of the ice walkway. As he landed, claws along his shins jutted out, piercing the ice and anchoring him to the freezing surface before he pulled with all of his considerable strength. The ice gave way beneath Yujito's feet, hundreds of massive chunks plummeting to a sheer drop before she leapt onto the wall, rushing up the side of it, circling around to reach Sasori. The puppeteer's arm pulled back, in on itself, revealing the glowing barrel of a weapon hidden within its hollowed shell. A tongue of red flame rushed forward towards the black cat, a howl of animalistic rage pried from her before she pushed straight through the flames, flammable liquid searing over the layer of chakra, reaching past it and finding skin beneath. She slashed at the nuke ninja once again, only for Sasori to leap over her, the clawed underside of his shoe digging itself into her upper back and shoulder blades smashing her into the cold floor before her tail lashed out smacking him across the face with enough force to break the neck of a lesser man. Sasori staggered releasing another grappling hook before he pulled himself to the ceiling, twisting himself upside down so his clawed legs could dig themselves into the upper surface, hanging precariously over the recovering Jinchuriki, whom he could now see the beginnings of the second tail emerging. Sasori touched his face where he'd been struck, feeling through chakra sensors the cracks that rang along the prosthetic surface. He couldn't afford to receive more damage from the girl. It appeared he would need to end this now. A compartment along his hip opened, revealing an assortment of scrolls. He removed two, unrolling them before two more plumes of smoke appeared at his side, vanishing in time to reveal the puppet versions of his mother and father. He looked down to the black fire Nico, just in time to see her begin to rush up the side of the wall, heading straight for him. Ice scattered across the wooden dais in chunks, and a cold draft caught her cloak and stung her eyes. She shielded herself with her arm, the pin of her hair falling away allowing her blue bangs to fall loosely over her shoulders and back. Finally she peered past her arm, ignoring the cold rush of air that washed over her face, a red-eyed young woman standing at the lip of a steaming entryway. There were two. Conan felt her eyes return to Naruto, already she could feel the ruinous energies of that demonic chakra returning to him, her work and the efforts of the others coming undone at the seams as it made its way out of the seal matrix. She looked to the blonde-haired newcomer as she leapt down from her entry point onto the wooden dais. No way would she have enough time to focus on the seal and keep the Devil King from releasing himself once again. How had he managed to keep this from Zetsu? Had the Kusanine been bought off? Betrayed them somehow? If they survived this, she'd make sure to skin the man alive for his betrayal, or his incompetence. Either one was unforgivable. She grit her teeth, various plans winding their way through her mind, each discarded just as quickly as she continually realized that she was facing another Jinchuriki, not some run-of-the-mill Jounin or Umbu that was bound by the limitations and parameters of the human body. Still, she had to beat her quick and have enough energy to stop Naruto from escaping the binding construe. Wait. She looked to Naruto again, feeling more of the chakra steadily escaping the seals. Already the red haze was beginning to reform itself around the room as it was drawn back into his body. He was drawing in the chakra gradually, readjusting his body to the power of the demonic chakra. But what if she didn't give him that luxury? What if she didn't let him adjust? What if she gave him back all of the Kyuubi's chakra right now? She contemplated the notion, biting her lower lip in uncertainty. When she felt the Kyuubi's chakra resonate and ripple through the room with the approach of this second Jinchuriki, her decision was immediate. She made her hand seals, hands slapping down onto the seal as her chakra drove its way through the ethereal matrix like a spear, tearing through the delicate and carefully constructed kanji with the grace of a butcher cleaver tearing through rice paper. The effect was instantaneous and explosive. The seal, shattered, and red chakra exploded from it with enough force to drive Conan into the wall, the back of her head smashing harshly against the ice wall, sending stars across her vision. Akina for her part couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. One moment she was looking up towards Naruto, as he hung there, still and helpless, the presence of the woman almost gone from her mind. In the next, the floor beneath her feet burned and quaked, shuddering with dizzying force before the blast knocked her back, slamming her bodily against the floor and nearly sending her tumbling off the dais. She clawed at the floor, her ribs harshly slamming against one of the railing posts before she grasped it, legs dangling over the edge before she slowly began to pull herself up, eyes shut against the harsh winds brought on by the seething red. His scream was a primal thing, it rose up from deep within him, filled with indiscernible emotions. Wrath, pain, frustration. Nothing was really clear, his vocal cords tightened and scratched within his throat and he choked on his own blood as the sheer intensity of his cry ripped at the inner walls of his voice box. Everything returned to him in a rush, dulled senses sharpened to the point of disorientation and physical pain. His head throbbed, his bones ached, muscles spasmodic, nerves and synapses firing at triple their normal intensity, colors were sharper, more defined, everything was too bright, too fast, too slow. He twisted himself within his restraints so much he broke his own bones only to have them healed and snapped back into place forcefully amidst the torrent of power. The power? There was so much, more than there had ever been before, more than he'd ever allowed himself to feel, to delve into and lose himself in its burning embrace. It crashed over him like a tsunami, sweeping away all cohesiveness and rationale, leaving mere instinct in its place. Instinct and pain. Conan staggered to her feet as the chakra began to die away, swaying over her own feet before she steadied herself against the wall. She looked up towards the silhouetted figure of Naruto writhing as he hung from his bonds, then her eyes turned to the other Jinchuriki who was now reaching her feet as well. She had to get them separated, neutralize one, then she could return to face the other. Damn this limitation of not being able to kill these blasted Jinchuriki. It would be so easy to have simply slit this man's throat as he hung there 100 times over. End of problem. She looked between each of them, no doubt the young woman was ready to fight and quite able to do so. Naruto, however. Her decision was made, and paper fluttered over her shoulder blades, coalescing together before forming her signature angel-like wings. The extensions stretched out, almost as if they were made of true muscle and sinew before she took to the air with a powerful flap, pushing her off the ground and propelling her through the air. She banked right, circling around the room, angling her approach before she launched 3 papers, the tin white sheets folding themselves in the air, a simmering distortion of air around their forms as they sailed through the air. They curved mid-flight, their angle and trajectory shifting subtly as they approached, then, with the ease of a razor blade cutting through the thin skin of a human face, the 3 unorthodox projectiles cut the massive chains from the iron locks around his ankles and wrists, allowing Naruto to fall freely with the natural pull of gravity towards the wooden dais beneath him. Akina watched with bated breath as the events took place, scrambling to her feet and beginning a sequence of hand seals to attack the winged woman with one of her Raiton jutsu, but before she could, she was forced to dodge a different attack, this one coming from a new arrival. She hit the floor with a roll, an explosion whipping her blonde hair in front of her eyes before she looked up in time to see Conan catch Naruto mid-fall and continue her flight right outside the opening she'd made earlier, and across from her on the other side of the room she found the intent gaze of one Uchiha Itachi. There was only white in his gaze, the world blurred and his stomach lurched with vertigo, his throbbing head now a downright skull-splitting migraine. What was going on? What was happening? His back slammed harshly against something, the breath driven from his lungs in a rush, his disorientation only increasing as the side of his face was hit by something, the whiplash knocking the other side of his face against something cold before his head lolled back into position, only for his other cheek to receive the same treatment before the back of his head smashed hard against an unyielding surface. The onslaught didn't let up, he felt something digging into his back, various impacts against his stomach and ribs, the coppery taste of his own blood coating his lips as his vision was now dotted with shades of blue and black. An indistinguishable surface, but it was the only thing he could identify as his aggressor. He lashed out blindly with a clawed hand, gauntlets missing, only for his strike to hit nothing but empty air and his body to lurch forward in a free fall. Somewhere in his mind he recognized this danger, but could do little to stop it, and it was only a sharp, bone-breaking kick to his solar plexus as he fell that snapped him to a complete and abrupt halt. Pain blossomed and spread through his chest, the air once again abandoning him, leaving him to cough and wheeze, attempting to clear his windpipe before something grabbed him and he was slammed against the wall again, this time face first, allowing him to claw jagged marks into the ice, anchoring him in place. His vision slowly began to clear, lethargic senses flickering to life once again from the recent sensory overload. Not soon enough, however, as he felt the edge of a kunai drive itself into his elbow joint, running his appendage through. He screamed once again, cartilage and bone splintering as the point drove itself home. Hissing and snarling, saliva dripped from tightly clenched teeth down his chin as he growled, only one arm now holding him in place while the other was pinned directly into the ice. There were several more sharp, agonizing slashes to his back, the familiar burns of blades searing through his pain receptors as they cut deeply past his skin. With his cognition returning to him now, he realized the precarious position he found himself in, the danger his life currently faced if he did not get up and move. He viciously yanked his arm free, taking the entire kunai with it, a virtual fountain of blood cascading from the widened injury cascading down the side of the fortress in a crimson waterfall. He blinked, details returning to his vision now, corners and edges becoming defined, depth being added to the white haze, allowing him to identify individual snow petals. And of course, the black and red cloak of the Akatsuki Kunoichi that approached again for another strike. He twisted himself, placing his back against the ice, a ball of flame gathering in his hands before he released a long tongue of red flame, snaking its way through the air towards the woman. Conan turned sharply to the right, discarding wisps of thin paper from the side of her wing as they caught alight. She banked low, allowing the flames themselves to block her from his view as she approached from below, the cold of the ice drifting up towards her stomach and chest as she approached from below. Naruto never saw her approach until it was too late, a palm heel to his chin rattling his teeth before Conan harshly slammed his head into the ice, carrying him higher and higher, chunks of destroyed ice falling to the pull of gravity as the impact of his head dislodged them. She held no delusions of outright beating him. This was what had cost Itachi and the others their loss against him, believing that they could bring him down by normal means of outlasting their wounded opponent. She knew it was only a matter of time before he regained his strength, slowly but surely, in order to overpower her as utterly as he had the others. She had to render him unconscious somehow. And that somehow was the sheer height of the fortress itself. The greater altitudes would make the air thinner and thinner, which should slow him down at the very least and ultimately bring the juggernaut down due to lack of oxygen to the brain. And in the end, if even that proved not to be enough, there was always the option of casting him off from the near mile-high peak. Of course, she'd much rather try the safer approach before she resorted to such a potentially lethal extreme. His single hand lashed out, claws tearing her arm completely away from the rest of her body. Instead of dripping blood, snapping tendons and torn bone, however, he found nothing but paper torn away by his sharpened claws. Conan pulled away, her hand reforming at her side before launching several paper shuriken, more wind chakra coating their surfaces. Naruto growled, hauling himself up, over the shuriken's trajectories, for distinct slices burying themselves deep into the ice. He reached to his useless arm, ripping the kunai free with a hiss before he channeled wind chakra into the blade. He swiveled around and with a slash, the wind blade cut clear across the upper echelon of the ice fortress. Conan's eyes widened for a moment, and she moved to stop him, but before she could, Naruto gave a second slash, this one at an angle, and soon, an ear-splitting crack shook her heart in her chest, sending a shudder through her with the force of the shock wave before the spire began to topple over. It teetered and heaved, chunks of ice falling away as spiderweb cracks raced up various sides of the structure. Conan was forced to pull back from the debris, her wings propelling her away with powerful flaps that coiled her entire back muscles with the effort. Naruto's back hugged the wall. The red cloak, though cut in several places, protected him from the freezing cold of the surface as the rest of the upper spire finished toppling over in a storm of hail and powdered ice. He rolled over the lip of the newly made plateau, his breathing harsh and ragged. The reprieve had allowed his adrenaline to die somewhat, the severity of his injuries becoming fully known to him. The Kyuubi's chakra was lethargic within him, sluggish. He felt as though he were trying to suck mud through a straw. His injuries bled freely, his healing was slow, too slow. If he received more injuries than those Conan had already inflicted, he would not win this. He spread out his senses, blue eyes, flickering with red before shifting pathetically back to blue like an overtaxed muscle, scanned the skies, finding the blue-haired Akatsuki which rising high to approach in a dive. He staggered to his feet, catching himself mid-stumble before he brought his lone kunai up to defend himself, a wind blade emerging from the diamond-shaped blade as he prepared for the coming assault. Kankuro's stomach flipped within his body as a hard fist smashed against the T-shaped visor of his armor, rending a vicious crack that sent splinters pelting his face and shoulders. He couldn't take another one of those hits. His suit's leg motors revved to life and he backed away, only to have Kisame follow at insane speeds his eyes could barely even follow. He roared wordlessly, blade swinging, and Kankuro felt the impact rattle his whole suit as the weapon smashed into the arm, nearly smashing the appendage enough to sever it. As it was, shards of torn metal and battered wood fell listlessly to the ice. The puppeteer didn't let it stop him. Raising his remaining arm forward, kunai were forcibly expelled from the launcher in his palm, only for Kisame to circle around him in an instant, speed belying his size and weight before he backhanded him across the top of his suit's armor, a blow, strong enough to smack Kankuro's head across the metal lining of the interior chassis. This was getting ridiculous. Not 3 minutes into this fight and the blue-skinned freak was tearing him and his suit apart. He had to think of something. So far, his usual assault of poison sanban had proven fruitless. His skin was too tough and too thick for the little pin pricks to pierce, no matter how straight they were thrown. His kunai could do the job, but he had a limited number of those. Usually, at the loss of these two long-range, poisoned alternatives, he'd use his suit's sheer brute strength and weight to overpower his opponent with pure power. This was not so easy to do against an opponent with an apparently denser bone structure, skin toughened through, presumably, much time under the pressure of deep water, muscles that had developed to adapt to such conditions, enough weight to probably rival his suit on the scale, and lastly, speed that could put most ninja to shame. Obviously, this was a bad situation. And the man hadn't even begun using his jutsu yet. His suit stumbled from the blow, falling onto one knee before he attempted to stop himself from falling, instinctively, with his damaged arm. Motors and pulleys revved to life, powered by chakra strings before the straining metal gave way and Kankuro fell onto his side. He cursed within the chassis of his suit, moving to roll onto its stomach and lift himself. But before he could complete the second half of that plan, there was a harsh impact against his back, smashing him to the ground repeatedly. Kankuro grunted with each blow, the force, traveling through the wood and metal plates before rattling his chest with the vibrations. He rushed through his list of weapons. Truth was, the back of the suit was where the main networking points that linked his chakra supply to the suit directly. This was why, puppet suits rather than remote puppets such as his former Karasu could be made using such denser materials. The chakra that he could bring to the limbs was much more than he would be able to accomplish with a simple chakra string, and as such, he could lift more weight. However, these additions were as delicate as a wet noodle, and as such much of the armor and material back there was used to ensure that none of those artificial chakra coils moved or were struck by anything even under the harshest conditions. Kisame, however, appeared to be beyond the harshest conditions. Kankuro had to act fast. He forcefully twisted his remaining arm to aim behind him, the shoulder axle snapping in two under the strain, but Kankuro merely implied more chakra to keep the limb steady before he launched another kunai from his palm launcher. The reprieve was short, but enough for him to get to his feet. Rounding on Kisame, a lower compartment along his wrist opened up, watching as the Kiri ninja moved to attack again, fang teeth gleaming with the wide smile on his face. Flames exploded as a stream of oil was launched from the pressurized tank along his arm, liquid fire searing across the rapidly diminishing distance between himself and the nuke ninja. Kisame fell to a roll, and Kankuro attempted to follow his movement with the flames, Kisame coming to rest a mere foot away from him, Samahita suddenly in the way and shielding the mist ninja from the flammable liquid that poured over it. The oil expended itself finally, dying with a sputtering spray of droplets, and Kankuro allowed himself to scan the flaming remains in front of him, Samahita still standing tall. Then, like a wraith of the underworld, Kisame rose, hand on the flaming hilt of his blade before he wrenched it free of the ground, spinning in a wide, powerful swing, fire dripping from his blade. Kankuro backed away, the wheels of his suit kicking up snow into the smiling Kiri ninja's face as the Suna ninja narrowly escaped the now flaming Samahita. Kisame heaved the massive weapon over his head ready to continue the attack when 5 massive dogs exploded from the ground around him, their fangs digging into his flesh, allowing dark blood to seep down his muscled form. The screech of 1,000 wailing birds reached his ears and he glanced up, finding Kakashi descending, Raikiri in hand. Kisame grinned. "I was wondering when you'd make your move, copycat." Kakashi's Sharingan I saw a shift in the ground around them, a brief warning of the danger before it manifested itself into a corporeal form in the shape of 7, positively massive, water dragons, chunks of solid ice and snow within them. Each of the beasts must have been as tall as the Hokage monument, a sheer mass of pure white that roared and growled with malice. One swooped down, placing itself between Kakashi and his prize, maw opened in a primeval thirst for the copy ninja's blood to drench his artificial fangs. In mid-air, the copy ninja had no choice, and so, thrust his entire Raikiri straight through the beast, his fist entering its eye before tearing its way down the creature's side, ripping itself out from its underbelly as Kakashi finally landed. Only to be forced to duck under Samahita's blade, with Kisame having escaped while Kakashi was distracted. And though he saw it coming, there was little else the acclaimed Sharingan served him for at this moment other than to let him brace himself as a foot found its place right between Hataki's eyes. The world blacked out, his neck whiplashing so violently for a moment, Kankuro thought it had dislodged the base of his neck from his spine. The copy ninja was sent rolling from the impact, his body appearing as little more than a puppet with its strings cut and 3 of the remaining water dragons rushing to finish the job if he was indeed still alive. Kankuro reacted without thinking, moving forward to rescue the Konoha ninja, without whom he would most definitely lose this fight. Only to find the other 3 dragons had not remained idle and were certainly not content with allowing him enough time to reach the copy ninja. To Kankuro's relief, however, Kakashi did not slip into unconsciousness. Reaching his feet, wobbly as they were, Kakashi began his numerous attempts at dodging, or dispelling the dragons chasing him, allowing Kankuro to focus on his own safety. Yoshihiro believed he was a patient man. A man known for his knowledge of the world was bound to be patient. He was able to handle his nephew Toyohisa's numerous blunders, well-meaning as they may have been, with dignity, and with calm. He handled the protests of his people to the new regime with the same calm dignity, admittedly though when that didn't work a light tap from his hammer onto the side of the protester's head would definitely do the trick. Shut up all his buddies too. But he found that calm dignity of his, so carefully molded over years of fighting, reigning as Tsuchikage, and just generally living, falling away as, this damn bastard just wouldn't hold still. Oh, he knew the rules. Knew that no ninja that didn't have a death wish didn't just stand still and let himself get hit by a 30-pound hammer. He knew that those expectations, especially of an S-class criminal, were quite delusional of him. But it was so damn frustrating. Blocking he could deal with, genjutsu he could deal with. But the simple fact was that this guy just kept dodging. He didn't even block. Though this may be accounted to the fact that he had no weapon to block with, his arms would hardly work as adequate shields if he valued their usage. Which the Tsuchikage imagined to be so. "Hold still, damn you!" he yelled in a rare display of frustration as he swung his hammer again, hitting nothing but air as Toby rolled under the strike, lashing out with the bladed extensions at the tip of his gloved fingers, trying to drive the points between the link points of his armor. Years of defending himself in this armor, however, had made the former Tsuchikage very adept at blocking such easy attempts. "Toby is a good boy dash. Toby is a dead man." Yoshihiro yelled / interrupted, slamming his hammer into the ground before he formed his hand seals, spitting out a glob of brownish, paste-like mud towards the spiral masked ninja. The Akatsuki vanished again, form dissipating in a smoky haze as the mud passed straight through him. Yoshihiro spun on the ball of his foot, hammer lashing out only to again meet nothing but air as Toby vanished just before the moment of impact. Drawing a kunai, he threw it, blindly, in the direction he could sense the Akatsuki nin had reappeared. There was a wet squelch of metal-piercing flesh and dripping blood onto the slick surface before Toby vanished in a cloud of smoke. Yoshihiro had just about reached the end of whatever patience he could scrounge up and was about ready to unleash one of his more devastating area effect jutsu, damn the required chakra, when Toby finally struck. The bladed extensions of the ninja's glove sailed overhead, and only a quick, awkward jerk from his massive shoulder pauldrons was able to shield Yoshihiro from having his head completely cut off, deep gouges carved into the inch-thick steel. The Tsuchikage retaliated with another swing from his hammer, watching as Toby ducked under it before bringing both hands in an upward slash, 8 long blades threatening to rend the aged nin asunder, armor and all. In a display that defied his massive body mass, age and sheer weight with his armor, Yoshihiro leapt up, careening over the spiral masked ninja before swinging his hammer to strike at the man's head as he reached the apex of his leap. Toby ducked, craning his neck around to look behind him as Yoshihiro landed, his follow-up attack at the ready. Breathing out a stream of flames, Toby found himself introduced to 300 degrees of heat. Heat which was quickly dispelled as Toby's clawed fingers flailed around him, chakra visibly simmering between each claw, creating massive fan-like extensions that pushed the flames away from his singed extremities. The wide motion required to create the force necessary to push these flames away, however, left the masked nin completely exposed, the spiral mask glaring at Yoshihiro like a bullseye to a marksman. So it was no surprise that he tried to slam his hammer directly over said head, only for Toby's form to dissolve into a hazed smoke once again. The head of his weapon smashed into the ice, the force behind the blow driving a massive upturning of ice into the air in the form of a jagged spike, torn from the surface around them. The Tsuchikage rolled forward as a fireball descended from the sky, the explosion of steam, shards of ice and flames pushed his bulk along, skidding him a little further along the ice before he got to his feet. Toby's claws extended even further, straight through the smoke, and he could soon feel the extensions come to an abrupt halt, striking something. A moment later, when the smoke from his previous attack cleared, he found the dark blade sunken deep into the spike of ice Yoshihiro had driven upwards, with the Tsuchikage himself springing himself from the height of said spike, hammer on his back, hands creating his seals. Toby was surprised when the Kage spit out more mud, but instead of aiming for him, the mud was aimed behind him. It formed a rough, conical shape behind the Akatsuki ninja, trapping him between it and the descending Yoshihiro. That hammer came down again, the bulk of the Tsuchikage now directly in front of him. Even with such little room to maneuver, Toby was still able to coil his body into a dodge, allowing the hammer to pass him harmlessly before he attempted to drive the armored ninja back with another swipe of his claws. Yoshihiro paid the danger little heed, however. He did block the strike but made no move to back away, to gain distance that, by the laws of physics, were required for such a heavy and large weapon to be effective against any opponent. Instead he stayed close, making sure to keep Toby between himself and the mud wall behind him. They struck each other with blows that would have rent the flesh off the bones of a lesser man several times over, Yoshihiro's armor and protective seals doing much to absorb the damage caused by Toby's claws, and even though Toby was dodging Yoshihiro's retaliatory strikes up until now, the diminishing space and the mental focus required for such a task would not last. He did not even have the time to create hand seals for a single teleportation technique. More than once he lamented his current inability to use his signature space-time techniques, both due to his depleted reserves, and also because he was uncertain if his body could physically handle the strain. Space-time jutsu were a tricky lot of jutsu to specialize in. They required immense amounts of chakra, ungodly amounts of practice and concentration, and if one used one often enough in the span of a few days they risked losing their mind completely. Space-time techniques, or at least the ones that he used, could slow time, perhaps even pause it altogether while he continued moving, in essence, removing his body temporarily from this plane of reality and relative time flow into a different plane, independent of this one's boundary but not entirely. His body always needed to retain some anchor to this world, lest it be lost to its own designs on the time flow and planes of reality it put itself in. Almost like a beacon or lighthouse for a ship to return to. However, because of this, the inner functions of his body were restricted to the relative time of this plane of existence. His mind, however, was almost entirely segregated from such, which allowed him to think and move at a normal speed within the pocket reality his jutsu created. This allowed him to maneuver his body with relative ease through this plane of existence and come up with a kill. However, when one has a mind, moving at normal speed, and the inner networkings of a body, moving very very slowly, or vice versa, then when finally his jutsu came undone, the messages his mind had been firing through his nervous system to the different parts of his body crashed into him. This was not really much in itself, and merely felt like a slight tingly sensation to the reinstated body. Now, though your physical body is unaware of the damage, that does not mean your subconscious mind is too. It is in charge of the cleanup and repairs after everything is said and done. And that required at minimum 1 week to fully finish from cleaning up a single usage. So using it so many times, or simply using it to achieve too much in a single go, could lead that build up to be like a sealed dam in a flood. Eventually the dam cracks under the pressure and everything comes tumbling out. In his case, the nerves that connect his brain to every function in his body would be completely overloaded, and the brain would cease its functions instantly, effectively leaving him brain dead. Or dead, since someone would slit his throat a few seconds later most likely. Toby had been forced to use his spacetime abilities twice a mere 3 days ago. One of those times had required him to affect 3 others with his jutsu and bring them into his created plane of reality, something he'd never really done before and something he knew had done a lot of damage, even if he couldn't feel it. So using one here, though it would assure him, and by proxy, Akatsuki, the victory in this fight, would more than likely risk serious injury to himself. Something he would not do for a merry little band of fellow criminals who'd probably gut him themselves if it was to their benefit. After all, Toby was a good boy, not a stupid boy. And, as the head of the hammer slammed against his ribs, smashing him against the mud wall behind him, Toby could admit that he'd be neither stupid, nor good, but very very dead if he did not gain some breathing room. He channeled chakra into his claws, watching as sparkling arcs of electricity raced up and down the obsidian surface of his gloves, leaping from digit to digit before he placed the 10 weapons in front of himself, halting Yoshihiro's hammer as the old man forcibly stopped himself from striking the electric barrier, choosing to back away as the lightning jumped onto his metal suit, spasming his muscles painfully within his iron encasement before he managed to get out of range with a quick backpedal. Only to find the thin, tendril blades of Toby's gloves piercing him through the waist, sliding between the thin opening of the curia and leggings. Yoshihiro's hand latched onto Toby's wrist before the spiral-masked ninja could do more damage by twisting his appendage or yanking it out, his other hand swinging out to attack behind him, smashing the spiked end of his hammer into Toby's temple, shattering the mask and piercing his skull with a wet squelch before the copy vanished into water, the bladed extensions within him doing the same without the slicing or tearing additional movement would have caused. He pushed the pain to the back of his mind, reaching into one of his few pouches. He threw about 5 shuriken at the nuke ninja. His brows knit themselves together in concentration, his skin becoming red, a faint steam rising from his body, disturbing the air around him into a hazy wave. If Hatake would have seen this technique again, he would have probably cringed. Unsurprisingly, Toby vanished as the kunai struck him, passing harmlessly before nailing themselves hilt deep into the mud wall behind him. Again the Tsuchikage spun on the ball of his foot, hammer in a swing, only to see the nuke nin duck under it again. Toby looked up, expecting to find the aged ninja wide open for another strike due to the heavy swing, only to find himself face to face with a fireball in the former Kage's hand, ready to explode point blank in his face. Suddenly the earth rumbled beneath their feet, and Yoshihiro stumbled. Toby wasted no time, even as his mind reeled, watching the massive spire of ice beginning to topple over and fall from the sky over Yoshihiro's shoulder. He rushed, pushing his opponent's hand away, allowing the flames to wash over the ice next to them rather than directly on top of him, and then, with his free hand he shoved 4 long, bony blades into the Tsuchikage's chin, piercing skin, muscle, the bony roof of his mouth and finally skewering his brain before the pointy ends pushed themselves through his skull, blood and white chunks of bone seeping between his fingers and through the Tsuchikage's white hair. Toby took a breath, watching as the life faded from the man's eyes, his heavy form slackening. That breath died, however, when Yoshihiro melted into mud, the slick, brown substance seeping down onto his fingers and arms before he reeled back, shocked. His sentence was cut off with a crack of breaking bone, vision swimming as earth met sky before he finally landed, face down, his cheek shielded from the cold of the ice by his mask as blood seeped from the back of his head. An iron-clad foot came into his view, and he struggled to look through the single eye hole of his mask up towards the Kage, finding that he could barely see him through the thick chest armor. Armor that bore 5 puncture marks. Where did claws extended even further, straight through the smoke, and he could soon feel the extensions come to an abrupt halt, striking something. A moment later, when the smoke from his previous attack cleared, he found the dark blade sunken deep into the spike of ice Yoshihiro had driven upwards. Genjutsu, that ice had been him all along. Yoshihiro smiled down, a fanged, toothy grin that would make people wonder if he was related to Anko somehow. He seemed to ignore the deep punctures in his armor that weeped thin trails of blood from his chest as he looked down on the nuke ninja. Tobi is a dead man. He sang happily before raising his hammer over his head and letting it fall. Whoever would have guessed, the most powerful Jinchuriki in the world, and he only had half the power of his bijou. His tone was simple, posture relaxed, hers was not. She stood tense, poised and ready for an attack she knew would be coming the second he saw an opening. He stepped forward slowly. His steps were light and soundless, dangerous. You may contain the remainder of that bijou, but I see, you are not him, you are still human. Apparently, that opening came all too soon as she blinked, and the Uchiha vanished from her sight. She turned, lashing out with her weapon, and was rewarded with a glimpse of the Uchiha before he vanished once again before her weapon could make contact. She caught herself, grip on her weapon shifting before she lashed out behind her, without even turning, and this time was rewarded with the sound of a kawarimi. Looking straight up, senses locking on the chakra signature, subtle as he kept it, her hands rushed through seals, lightning gathering in her palm before she threw it straight at him, the electricity racing along the wet, icy roof before dissipating. She turned eyes once again, finding his bored gaze as he stood behind her. No. You are not him. The howl of wind jutsu meeting wind jutsu was a silent thing, a contrast to the deafening clang of metal striking metal, each vicious output of chakra into the immaterial blade sending other, smaller cast-offs slicing deeply into tendons, flesh, cloth, and paper. Naruto attacked with the familiar precision and experience that had carried him through a lifetime of war. But he was slow. His movements were sluggish and his reflexes dull. The haze over his senses was taxing, mind swimming in a sensation he would only associate to a description of a hangover. He attempted to keep up as best he could, to ignore his current limitation as he met the paper which at close range striking and fainting. But she was faster, and though he could tell that her chakra was depleted, due to the perspiration, slightly paler pallor of her fingertips and heavier breathing than what should be attributed to a missing ninja of her class this early in the fight, it wasn't nearly as crippling as his own, predisposed disadvantage. Thin strands of paper hid amongst the falling snow, wind chakra coating their forms and keeping them airborne. As a single blow managed to stagger the kunoichi back, providing him with an opening, these same tiny papers rushed forward, slashing and cutting in angry little razor cuts that seared along his skin, making him stagger back. He fell onto one knee, vision swimming with vertigo. Disoriented and confused, he shook it off as he saw Conan on the attack again. Blade rising to his defense, he blocked her strike, shifting it over his head before he got to his feet, with her behind him. He slashed blindly behind him. But Conan's wings took her to the air again, blue hair whipping at her face before more paper flew from her, feathers folding themselves as shuriken before they descended towards him. Naruto made his hand seals, his chakra, lethargic and slow to his call. He grit his teeth, and forced the power to flow through him, grinding it through his taxed coils before he breathed out a great billow of flames that blanketed the sky, searing the papers and dispelling the wind chakra through the destruction of their mediums. A kunai fell behind him, an explosive note sizzling on its hilt. Naruto leaped into the air as the tag went off, chunks of ice pelting him as the heat of both his own attack and Conan's assailed him from both sides. His hearing found something onto the edges of his awareness, and he turned, just in time to block yet another strike from the paper witch. The force of her blow propelled him to the air, and right into the trajectory of another. Two kunai suddenly found their place into his shoulders. Naruto grit his teeth, blood rising in his throat before he hit the ground in a roll, hissing and snarling as he ripped the kunai out of his shoulders with a vicious yank. He pushed himself to his feet before falling forward onto a knee, his leg giving out beneath him before he affirmed himself, sheer determination making him rise once again as he glared up at the blue-haired witch, his blade flickering to life once again. Chapter 96, A Desperate Battle. The ice fortress shook with the force of an earthquake, with walls of frozen water smashing to little more than mist and chunks of debris as the Nico Jinchuriki was forcefully plunged through the nearly foot-thick surface. She landed on all fours, claws steaming as ethereal black flame melted the ice with withered heat. Her enemies moved with speed, mist dispersing in their wake as they circled her before she could move, Sasori falling from above, the dark-haired woman in front, the red-headed male behind. Weapon compartments were open, gleaming blades mounted on powerful prosthetics ready to skewer her with more of the poison that even her dark chakra was beginning to have trouble exorcising from her system. She drove a single claw into the ice at her feet, leaping off the edge of the catwalk, chakra arm stretching out as the claw anchored her down. She swung down, the momentum of her fall carrying her up and over, landing behind the red-headed puppet that had been behind her. She lashed out with both tails, twin cracks of splintering wood following the impact as the puppet was thrown forward, passing under Sasori as the Suna ninja descended. Sasori's body twisted unnaturally, arm lashing out and finding a perch on his stumbling puppet's shoulder before he harmlessly pushed himself off, landing on his feet on the ice bridge. He lashed out with his tail at the Fire Nico, watching as the massive, 300-pound head was caught in her claws before she heaved. Sasori felt himself being lifted, slow at first, as the claws on his feet dug into the ice, trying to anchor him down before he was forcefully pulled free, the sudden lack of resistance only adding to his momentum as he was thrown upwards towards the high-hanging ceiling. The puppeteer's two other weapons lurched forward before they attacked the Jinchuriki from behind as she, in her rage, lunged directly for his body, airborne and defenseless. His puppets leaped upwards after her. The black-haired woman slashed with her blade, to the Jinchuriki's back while the male dropped a brutal axe kick onto the juncture of her neck and shoulder. Both strikes struck true, a yowl of pain escaping the cat as she fell back onto the bridge. The puppets landed soon after, pushing the attack. Yujito turned, an echoing growl bubbling up from her throat before she rushed them, slipping past their attacks. The purple flames of her transformation licked their sides as she passed right by them before she swiveled on her heel, claws smashing into the red-maned puppet's face, nearly knocking the wooden creature off the ice bridge before she drove an upwards kick into the turning woman's chin, knocking her into the air. Yujito leaped with her, passing her in mid-air before she smashed both feet straight down into the black-haired puppet's stomach, echoing cracks bouncing off the walls before splinters descended the chasm as Yujito slammed the puppet back down onto the ice bridge. It twitched, the sound of groaning wood and straining metal escaping its shattered shell as Sasori continued trying to control the puppet even in its damaged state. Something struck the small of her back, knocking her off of the dark-haired female and onto her hands and knees a few paces away. The red-headed puppet appearing in front of her a moment later, thrusting his hands forward as a multitude of metal razor wire extended from his fingertips. Coated with chakra, they seemed to have a life of their own as they coiled themselves firmly around her right arm and leg, pulling her tightly. They held fast against her flames, heating but not breaking. She growled, ready to attack with her remaining limbs when suddenly they were offered the same treatment. Her head snapped back to find the broken husk of the female puppet, arms extended, metal wire spilling from open compartments along her fingertips, pulling her tightly as her other arm anchored her down into the ice, preventing Yujito from throwing her, wires and all. Sasori fell from the ceiling, landing in a crouch directly in front of the bound death cat. The Suna Nuke ninja's limbs were a blur of gleaming steel, as strike after strike cut through the protective flames of chakra and into her skin. Ethereal fire fell away from her body, dying away as they hit the floor, cut off from the chakra that fueled them. Blades with the sharpness of razors sliced into her skin, striking tendons and nerve clusters, sending spikes of pure agony that pierced the foggy blood-drunk haze of her demon's fury. Finally, Sasori ceased his assault, taking a step back as the Jinchuriki slumped forward, her legs holding her upright merely by sheer force of will. Sasori stood back, watching her. Her breathing was heavy, labored. These weapons were coated with his strongest poison. One drop could kill a man in less than 10 minutes. Perhaps he'd overdone it. Even Jinchuriki had their limits apparently. The flames began to dissipate, licking tongues of dark fire fading away as the Nico Jinchuriki's chakra finally began to die out, exhausted and spent. Because however Sasori did not have a physical body, by proxy, he did not the sensory organs that could sense chakra, the puppeteer did not sense the approaching danger until it was too late. Yujito's claws, previously seeking freedom from the wires that bound them, lashed out, obscured feminine digits coiling tightly around the collective metal wires, tightening her grip with bone-breaking force even as they cut into her palm. The blonde wisps of hair, that had momentarily revealed themselves as the black haze fell away, were shielded again, hidden beneath black fire as the fell powers returned to her in a rush, pulling out every last vestige of chakra she had within her. The fires pushed themselves through the thin mediums. They crawled up the wooden frames of the two puppets, enveloping them in the blink of an eye before Sasori himself could give much of a response. The chakra strings that connected him to his two weapons were cut off, burned away by the ethereal flames, not allowing him to reconnect with the wood dolls that fell limp and lifeless as their strings were literally cut. He struck at her, bladed fingers again seeking to strike true. But she moved this time, her anchors no longer giving resistance before she simply lunged. Her shoulder slammed into Sasori's stomach, pushing them both clear off the catwalk, straight down into cold icy abyss. The fires around her grew, dark fire now dancing over Sasori's scorpion-tailed body as they spilled over him, Yujito's enraged howl echoing through his audio receptors as they fell and fell, a minor warning as the fires grew again through sheer determination. The ground rushed up to meet them. And its surface was unyielding to armored exosuit and demonic flames alike. They both fell with an eye-watering crack, black fires scattering through the base of the cavern as Yujito hit, and bounced once, twice, and finally lay still on her side. The fires finally died away, wisps of black fading to nothingness in the cold, revealing her battered, cut body to the harsh environment. Blood and blackened pus seeped from her injuries, a horrid gash trailing weeping crimson from her forehead onto an eye as her heavy breaths heated the air in front of her mouth. She grit her teeth, pushing herself with a single, functioning arm into a semi-sitting position. She paused, seeking to catch breaths that eluded her before she took a single deep breath, and heaved herself up onto her feet. She stumbled forward, eyes, blurred and darkening as they were, scanned Sasori's still body, worried that he would begin to move again, even as fires burned away at his chassis and armor. "It's over." She breathed with palpable relief. "You're right. It is over." Her eyes snapped open, a sharp intake of breath, and then pain blossomed through her chest and lower stomach. She jerked forward, pushed by something. And then her gaze fell downwards, to the blades that protruded from her body as if it were some macabre taunt on her senses before they were brutally yanked out, and she felt her legs give out. The burning, searing agony that trailed liquid fire through her bloodstream never ceased, never let up. Until finally she fell into darkened nothingness. Sasori stared down at the Nico Jinchuriki, brown, glass eyes completely blank as he did. The poison was no doubt already moving rapidly to her heart. He'd have to use a stasis seal to contain her body and until they could begin the extraction. He kneeled down, an ink cartridge escaping a small compartment along his wrist as he prepared to create the construct. Before he could begin, however, a shift of stone reached his ears, echoing snaps of ice striking ice as several small chunks of the frozen water fell from above. He sprang to his feet, weapons at the ready, the state of the Nico Jinchuriki forgotten at his feet. Glass eyes shifted upwards, optical receptors and cameras scanning the frozen cavern as he searched for these, late arrivals. Heat washed over his face, prickling his skin and stinging his eyes as he leaped back, away from the expanding heat and rush of air, landing on the ceiling and using its solid surface as a brace, allowing the shock wave to wash over him. There was a rustle of cloth, a shift in the air that brought Itachi's eyes to his right, finding the girl at his side, weapon dancing with electricity as its tip sought his heart. Fast. His hand lashed out, coated with chakra. He batted her attack aside before he avoided the follow-up to his head, from the whiplash of the other end. Cutting off the chakra to his legs, he avoided a swing to his knees as he fell to the dais below. His eyes remained on her, finding the familiar blood-red gaze of the Kyuubi no Yoku lingering within her irises. But she is not him. Weaker. Uncertain. Pathetic. His body shifted as it fell, twisting quickly before he landed in a crouch, absorbing the impact with practiced ease, distributing the force throughout his entire legs rather than the joints. He knew she would land behind him, and in another moment she did not disappoint. A blade of wind coalesced around his hand. Invisible if not for the thin distortion where his palm and fingertips met the air around it. He turned, the world slowing to a crawl with his Sharingan's perceptions. Optical synapses firing at nearly 4 times the speed of a normal human. Super-developed nerve clusters taking in every detail of the woman as he turned, the haze of chakra, the droplets of sweat that trailed down her cheek, the direction of her eyes as she registered his actions, the coiling of muscles beneath the white silk of her clothing, the shift of her weight, almost even the physical shift to her center of gravity. Nothing was hidden from his eyes. He timed his strike carefully, watching as the danger registered in her mind too late to dodge properly. She tried anyway. Blood showered his face and arm where a long, deep gash sliced deeply into her stomach. The crimson liquid was warm against his pale skin, her expression of pain clear to his eyes as he took in every detail, every line, wrinkle and crevice brought on by her pained hiss as the wound completely opened, revealing its trail from the center of her stomach to the side where it had left her body, only to meet the back of her forearm as well before she pulled away. She backed to the edge of the dais, skin healing beneath the blood-ridden stains of her clothes as her hand found the shuriken in her pouch. She launched 3 with a flick of her wrist, timing their release so that each angle was unique, and so each of the bladed stars would curve in the air. And though it would have been unnoticed by any other ninja, it was not unnoticed to Itachi that thin strands of chakra were manipulating their trajectory as well. If he tried to dodge in the most predicted patterns, then she would merely correct the trajectory at the last minute and catch him by surprise. Clever, but not enough. The tomo of the Sharingan spun within his iris, genjutsu settling over her mind like a fog, making it seem as if he did move in those directions, and she moved the shuriken's trajectories perfectly, and it was as she failed to strike did she realize that she was in a genjutsu. She moved her hands to the proper position for a dispel technique, and Itachi took the opening. Launching a kunai of his own, the weapon sliced through the side of her throat, leaving a wide gash that sprayed blood. He missed the artery, but that injury was the one that would not be so easy to heal and should, hopefully, prove hampering. To the Uchiha's mild surprise, however, the girl's body soon dispelled with a crackle of electricity. A Raibunshin, then where? The chakra build-up was rapid, and the heat that followed warned him of the attack long before it ever hit him. He turned, looking up to the ceiling where he found a bright, red fireball falling towards him like a meteor. The Sharingan in his eye shifted into that of the Mangekyo, and his already sharpened sense of sight magnified even further. There? He lunged through the flames, body tightening into a ball as the temperature rose till it was an inferno, and he held his breath, lest he breathe the fire down into his lungs. With the speed at which he and the fireball moved, the air he brought was sucked into the vacuum, momentarily shielding him enough to break through, singed, but unscathed. The Kaze no Yaiba flared to life in his hand, cutting the edges of the cloak that brushed against it as he uncoiled himself and set his eyes onto the surprised Jinchuriki again. She leapt away as he drove his hand down onto her, the invisible wind blade digging deeply into the ice. Foolish. She never reached the dais floor, airborne and vulnerable. A kunai soon found its way into the side of her ribs. A gasp was released from her throat shortly before a kick smashed into the juncture of her neck and shoulder, shattering her collarbone and smashing her down onto the unyielding wooden surface. Itachi continued to stand on the ceiling, watching as the young girl pushed herself up to her feet, animal-like growls vibrating out from the back of her throat as the red haze grew around her, now beginning to coalesce into a recognizable form. Finally the chakra exploded in a fiery red haze, the gusts of wind, powerful enough to push him back across the wet floor as he raised an arm to shield his eyes from the billowing dust. Lowering his arm slowly, he found her there, standing amidst the charred shingles of wood as a single bubbling tail smashed against the floor and clawed hands dug deeply between the boards as she was hunched on all fours. The sound of his own heart was the only sound Gaara was really aware of. Caught in a daze, half asleep, half awake, with only fleeting moments of true thought, the repeated beating was the only thing that really pierced the heavy veil that had fallen on his senses. At least that was true until every nerve in his entire body surged to life in a burning agony. He gasped, body lurching forward into a sitting position before falling onto his back again, coughing as he breathed in frighteningly cold air. Reflexively he rolled onto his side, wet saliva falling from his lips as he continued to cough, bile rising in his throat as his arms and legs flailed wildly. Somewhere, amidst the pain and disorientation, he heard a woman's voice, concerned, or fearful, he wasn't sure. Damn. I don't think I did the release seal right. Fuck. Why does sealing have to be so complicated? No time. Another voice responded. We need to leave. As the red-headed Kage's thoughts began to become more and more clear, he felt himself being lifted, one arm pulled over someone else. They hauled him to an upright position. His shoulder ached as he was pulled, and then dragged across the icy floor. He tried to get his footing to relieve the pain. But it was in vain. Go on ahead. The voice was next to him? Was this who was lifting him? Make sure there are no surprises down the hall. We'll go back the way we came. Right. Dizzy and lethargic Gaara could only groan in response. Kisame laughed heartily, a full-blown guffaw of amusement as Samahita brutishly batted away Kankuro's massive wood and steel fist, knocking the puppeteer off balance while his leg lashed out behind him, smashing against Kakashi's jaw, sending the copy ninja reeling as he fell onto his back. The massive blue-skinned man smiled, spinning Samahita in one hand in an unbelievable display of skill and raw, brutish strength. Come on! The legendary copy nin and the puppet prince of Suna. You two should be putting me on the ropes a lot more than this. Feel like I'm fightin' snot-nosed punks out of the academy here. The blue giant was baiting them, Kakashi recognized as he stood up, rubbing his bruising jaw, Tomo spinning slowly in one eye. The monster of Kiri may seem like little more than a brute at first glance, and it was something he played on. Made himself seem like all muscle and no brains. But Kakashi could see the cogs in the Nuke Ninja's mind turning. He wasn't charging in like a berserker, though frequently he had them on the ropes, he always backed away sooner rather than later. Even though pushing the attack would have meant he could have easily won the fight, it also increased risk to his own person. He was making sure neither he nor Kankuro had any secret weapons. No tricks they could pull out in a critical moment if he just charged in without stopping. And even if they didn't have any tricks, the nuke ninja had the advantage that this tactic made his opponents more and more desperate as they tired out. Kakashi had heard rumors and read the profiles on the bingo books. Kisame had an unbelievable amount of chakra according to most of the records. Some say that his reserves were completely off the charts, comparable to Jinchuriki. So he had the means to wait them out until they both ran themselves ragged. They had to think of something. Do something that would make Kisame desperate to attack them in a frenzy. But what? Outlasting him wasn't an option. Outright beating him certainly wasn't an option. Kakashi didn't know enough about the nuke ninja's profile to try mind games with him. And even trying to use his signature copying abilities to mess with his head wouldn't work. Not only because Kakashi didn't have the raw chakra necessary to replicate even half the techniques Kisame had displayed so far on a good day, but because Kisame had worked for years with an even better mind game specialist than him. Uchiha Itachi. Anything he could come up would pale in comparison, he was sure. The blue-skinned humanoid chuckled darkly as he watched the two of them on either side of himself, fang teeth gleaming in their pale surroundings. Come on? He taunted, holding his blade diagonally in front of himself, a balanced stance that favored defense. He was still toying with them. Thought you two were legends. Copycat Kakashi and puppet master Kankuro of the Pale Sands. He mocked. Feel like I'm fighting a bunch of snot-nosed punks out of the academy here. Both Kakashi and Kankuro knew better than to let the man bait them into doing anything foolish. They circled slowly, searching for any sign of weakness or opening in his stance, but the fact was that neither of them had ever worked together before. As such, their teamwork could barely even be called such, and they needed to pay attention to both Kisame and each other simultaneously, to avoid accidentally harming one another, which would, most likely mean that both would be equally dead mere minutes later by their opponent's hands. Kisame's harsh, gravely voice brought the copy nin out of his musings. So, who's it gonna be? Who's gonna step into the ring this time, eh? The two unlikely allies did not make any move of acknowledgement, merely continued circling slowly, hoping that somehow they could find something. This course of action was of course, highly boring towards the older nuke nin. Alright, fine. He growled. If none of you are man enough to step up, I'll choose. He lifted a single hand from his sword, now holding the blade lightly, tipped towards the ground as his free hand pointed at each of them in turn. Eeny meeny, miny you. Kankuro barely even heard the word escape from his lips while pointing at him before he found the blue fist approaching his face. He raised his massive arms, crossing them in front of his upper body as the force of what, to him must have been a 2-ton battering ram slammed into his suit's arms. The wood and metal groaned, straining to hold back Kisame's monstrous strength before the pressure vanished. Kisame had turned, sword held in one hand, using its massive, flat side to hold back the two kunai Kakashi had attempted to thrust into his exposed kidneys. Not nice, copycat. Kakashi then felt the full brunt of Kisame's kick smashing him in the stomach before he could back away, though, with his off balance due to his extended fist in Kankuro's direction, the force wasn't nearly as bad as it would have been. That did not mean, however, that it did not knock every last bit of air and wind in his lungs right out of him, leaving the Konoha elite a gasping mess on the floor. Kankuro shoved off Kisame's fist with a heated battle cry, his massive suit's gears and pulleys straining with the force he was making them exert. Kisame laughed, blocking a heaving downward blow with his forearm. That's it. Get mad. Watch the limbs go flying. He backed away, once again falling into his defensive stance as he used Samahita to block the armored puppeteer's crushing blows. He ducked under an overhead swing, sliding into Kankuro's guard before he took a wide swing, smashing his forearm into the chest chassis, and as the suit itself recoiled, he slipped further in and in a second strike smashed his elbow into the same area. He felt and saw the wooden armor give another little bit, the cracks ringing in his ears like music as he swiveled around, Samahita gripped now in both hands as he swung low, sweeping Kankuro's legs out from under him, toppling the puppeteer onto his back, knocking the wind out of the young Suna nin as the whole interior jerked to a jarring and abrupt halt. With a flourish, Kisame stepped back, taking in the sight of the two groaning fighters on the ground with a wide, satisfied smile. After nearly a minute or so, Kankuro and Kakashi began their slow, painful ascent to their two legs. As the two were struggling on their hands and knees, Kankuro spoke, voice directed at Kakashi. Copycat? Yeah. The silver-haired Jounin groaned in response. Fuck it. The puppeteer breathed, making Kakashi glance at him curiously. Fuck it? he echoed. Yeah, Kankuro said as his entire suit reached one knee. Fuck it, this careful planning thing isn't working, so let's just go in, fuck it. See what happens. Just charge in. Kakashi asked, breathing heavily even as his Sharingan continued to spin slowly in his eye. Yeah. Kankuro nodded, though it was unseen beneath his armor. Kakashi thought for a moment, looking from Kankuro to the, now positively amused, Kisame, then back to Kankuro. Shrugging once, he gave his answer. Fuck it. And in an explosion of energy brought about through sheer desperation, their two battered and beaten bodies were rushing across the icy field to close the distance between themselves and their still smiling opponent. Kakashi's lithe form was the first to reach the monster of the mist, leaping in a high spin kick. He was not surprised to feel his foot connect with Kisame's arm as the man blocked the strike. Leaping off of him, Kakashi backfilled once before his feet came in contact with the ground. Rushing forward, he barely took notice of Kankuro's massive fist slamming once again into the flat side of Samehita as he slipped behind the man. Kisame apparently noticed his maneuver because he suddenly lurched sideways, guiding Kankuro's massive fist to slam into Kakashi. The copy Nin leapt up onto Kankuro's knuckle in a single step, swiveling in another spin kick that caught the somewhat startled Kisame in the jaw. Though now bleeding from a split lip, Kakashi could see that Kisame's smile had never been wider. As he landed in a roll, Kankuro spun around, in an awkward sweep kick, which was again blocked by Samehita. Wildly, chakra flowed into Kakashi's arm. Crackling with bright white electricity as he ran up Kankuro's bulk, leaping off of the top of his armor like a springboard, Raikiri extended into a desperate dive to strike the Kiri Nin. For a moment, he saw Kisame's eyes widen with surprise, and he felt his own heart leap into his chest with relief at the sight, thinking that perhaps they'd taken him down with this, half-cocked, not even plan, thing that they'd done. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately for Kisame, the Nuke Nin released his blade and jumped quickly to the side, snarling as his right side was burned harshly by the proximity of the Chidori, the muscles in the area of contact jumping at the touch as the pain burned across his ribs. Slipping between Kisame and Samehita, Kakashi landed with a forward roll. Swiveling back around, he saw Kisame block another of Kankuro's fists with his bare arms before lunging for Samehita. Only for a familiar and massive hammer to bat the weapon clear across the white expanse of their icy terrain, out of the shark man's reach. Then, that hammer's head turned right back around and swung to Kisame's head. The massive ninja fell onto his back, letting the swing pass him by harmlessly. He watched as the hammer once again rose high into the air, intending to come down on him, along with Kankuro's massive fist. Digging his clawed fingertips into the ice he lay on, he gave a single push onto its surface, sending himself into a slide across its surface until he came to a stop nearly 10 feet away, Kankuro's fist and Yoshihiro's hammer crushing the area he had been previously laying on. He got to his feet, bloody smile firmly in place as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with uproarious laughter. Now you're making this interesting. Glass eyes scanned the hollowed cavern, eyelids that mimicked flesh blinked slowly, looking for what had caused the disturbance. High above, two Suna Umbu huddled within the mouth of one of the honeycombing tunnels, hidden by Genjutsu. One looked down upon the very recognizable figure of Akasuna no Sasori while the other continued to softly rouse their still disoriented Kage. Though he seemed to be slowly coming to more and more awareness of his surroundings, it wasn't quick enough in the lookout's mind. Marching quickly over towards his recently revived leader, he lifted him a bit off the wall with one hand, then punched the red head soundly across the face, thanking the gods that his gloves muffled the sound enough so as not to carry an echo. "What are you doing?" his partner said, using the standard Umbu sign language, though through body language alone he could sense her panic. Gaara shook his head, the cobweb slowly clearing from his addled mind as he blinked. Apparently the punch had actually worked. His eyes looked straight at the two, finding Suna's symbol etched onto their masks. The Umbu nearest to him wasted no time in informing him of his necessity for silence. "No speaking. Enemy near." Nodding once to indicate his understanding. "Numbers?" "Unknown, Akasuna no Sasori. He uses many puppets. Not sure how many he used to beat Yujito-san." At that, Gaara seemed to jump. "Yujito-san is dead?" "Unknown. She's laying at the bottom of the next room." Gaara nodded, breathing in relief after a brief moment. "Don't worry. She isn't dead," he thought. "They needed me alive. They need her alive. There's still time." Just then several black-robed figures pounced along the surface of the bridge walkway. The two Umbu moved to grasp their weapons when suddenly Gaara moved faster than he should have been able to, grasping their wrists with a surprisingly firm grip, halting them in place. The two Umbu looked startled until they saw that the figures made no move to strike, despite the fact that one was staring straight at them. Then, they simply left, vanishing as they and several others continued to climb up the walls. "It's a scare tactic," Gaara said, using the designated sign language. Remember, Akasuna no Sasori is a puppeteer. He can move his puppet's limbs but they do not have senses of sight or sound. He can only see through his own eyes, not theirs. The two Umbu nodded slowly. Realizing that, in their surprise they would have drawn their weapons or used a jutsu, giving away their position. He was doing this to flush them out. He knows we're here, just doesn't know where, the female Umbu stated. And he fears walking into an ambush by pursuing us himself. The male continued. Then that must be his real body. The female deduced. Real body? Gaara questioned, nursing the side of his head wincing. Yujito-san seemed to have burned him before. But, obviously he's not dead, and he seemed different then, like an armored suit not unlike Kankuro-sama's, but this time he just looks like an unarmored human. This must be his real body. Gaara mulled this information in his mind, turning it over in his thoughts before he nodded, the familiar glint of determination once again in his eyes. Give me one of your kunai pouches. The two glanced at each other. Sir, please. You're in no condition to fight Sasori. You do not even have your sand. We do not even know if we did the release seal properly. For all we know you could relapse into the condition we found you in. He appreciated their concern, but the fact of the matter was that he did still have a small amount of sand at his disposal, the bits and pieces that still clung to his unwashed clothing, his hair and skin. It wasn't much. If he put it all together it's probably be about the size of a human head. It would be enough for what he had planned. He was not entirely helpless without his sand. We do not have time to argue. Gaara gestured. Give me a kunai pouch now. The two Umbu hesitated further. But after that moment the one closest to him reached down to his thigh, and silently unlatched his pouch. Handing it to Gaara, the Kazekage strapped it to his arm before he formed his next orders. When you see your opening, I want you both to go in, and get Yujito out of here. Sir, you're our mission. Not dash. I'm changing your mission. Gaara resisted the urge to growl. They did not have time for these two to be second-guessing him. Before anything else could be said, Gaara stood, holding himself upright with the wall's help as he marched over to the edge of the tunnel opening. Calling what comparably little sand he still had with him to life. Gaara could feel his chakra was sluggish, and slow to respond. But that was all right. He wouldn't need much chakra for this fight, he couldn't use much chakra for this fight. Marching to the edge, he looked down at Sasori, who stood just beside the still Yujito, for black puppets surrounding him on all angles, forming a protective diamond around him. Gaara took a breath, closing his eyes before he focused on the grains of sand that he was now scattering across the chamber. Below, Sasori watched as a mist began to blanket the whole chamber, glass eyes fogging with the dewy moisture. Chapter 97, Pain. Bone-shattering cracks resonated through the hollowed chamber. Chunks of ice and debris falling from the walls and ceilings like hail as the younger Kyuubi Jinchuriki and her Akatsuki enemy burst through the wall, both bleeding from wounds and glancing blows that weeped red blood down their bodies as they each struggled to gain an advantage over the other. Red chakra surged and churned, bubbling around the Jinchuriki's body as she snarled at the Uchiha, salivating through her fangs as she attempted to strike at him with massive, burning chakra claws. The ice at her feet melted with hissing steam as her chakra burned red hot against the icy cold surface. Trickles of water slid down the slope as she anchored herself in with the claws at her feet rather than the chakra itself. The Uchiha ducked and weaved, dodged and slid, avoiding the deadly blows that would have torn the flesh from his very bones with the fluidity of an acrobat. Seeing an opening, Itachi slashed with his blade, narrowly missing the woman as she ducked under his swing, countering with a vicious uppercut. Itachi twisted with a back flip, avoiding the claws before he landed on his feet, lunging at the Jinchuriki, blade extended as he attempted to plunge it through her chest, only for Akina to savagely bat the weapon out of his hand, burning his skin as the demonic energy came into contact with his bare flesh. Her movements were powerful, and difficult to keep up with. Only his Sharingan allowed him to stay ahead of both her own hands, and the chakra claws that lashed out on their own. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he found his next opening and took it. Sliding his foot between her own, he hooked her heel with his ankle, ignoring the uncomfortable heat at the contact, and pulled. With the slippery ice, her foot gave way with ease, sliding forward in a stumble. Before Itachi's bare fist decked her across the jaw. Loosing her footing, she fell with crack to the sloping ice floor, hand digging into it with her claws. She allowed her momentum to swing her down, up and over, using her dug-in fingers as an axis. She attempted to kick Itachi's legs out from under him. Itachi leaped up, higher along the sloping platform, avoiding the blow as he began his hand seals. Akina swung to her feet however, roaring with a grating screech as she extended a massive chakra claw towards the Sharingan wielder, who, in mid-air, had no way of dodging the attack, received the full impact full to the chest as the claw tightened around his torso with bone-crushing force. Gasping in pain, the Uchiha felt the air leave his lungs in a rush as his back was smashed painfully against the wall. The burning grasp tightening around his entire body. Giving a hard yank to the side, Akina then proceeded to drag Itachi's struggling body across the wall of ice. Entire chunks of debris fell with a thunderous crack of ice slamming into ice, sounding more like stone falling on stone as Itachi's body was used as a brutish, fleshy plow, sharp vibrations rattling her chest as they traveled up her legs and through her arms. When she reached the far edge, she pulled the Uchiha's now limp corpse closer for inspection, watching him bleed. His broken body bringing a feral satisfaction from her mind that made her blood sing in her veins and primal viciousness feel sated and satisfied. Then the infamous Nuke Nin vanished into black smoke, coalescing a moment later several yards away, still bleeding from several lacerations but very much alive, and still very much able to fight. Mangekyo Sharingan glaring into animal red. Clouds of moisture seeped down from the walls around him, glass eyes glossing over with dewy residue as metal joints creaked with slow, cautious movements. Above him, Gaara watched the legendary puppeteer. Training with Kankuro had taught him much. He'd have to thank his brother for this. Puppets were notoriously useful in ambush and reconnaissance operations. More so with the former than the latter, but regardless, all puppets had one major weakness. They had no senses. Of course, one could put a camera to record or send a live feed back to the wielder if they really wanted it, but such a thing didn't help much in a straight fight. Puppeteers needed to be able to see the battlefield with their own eyes in order to successfully engage an opponent. Or at least had to have some way to perceive the battlefield themselves so that they could lead their puppets' reactions accurately. Whenever they couldn't see the battlefield, the only thing they could rely on was a puppet's movements. If it was struck with any kind of force, the vibrations would travel through the chakra strings, alert the puppeteer as to what had moved, be it a limb or a piece of the chest chassis, and they'd have to react accordingly. Often with minimal success. Sasori's physical body was a puppet as well. One that had the senses of sight and sound. But Gaara highly doubted anyone would have the patience or the skill to replicate the entire human nervous system on wood to fully replicate skin. Sasori most likely didn't have the sense of touch. Advantageous because he couldn't feel pain. But any warrior knows that all senses are important. Sometimes, pain was the most important of all. He'd teach Sasori this today. Carefully he focused his power, crawling 5 single grains of sand onto Sasori's head, hands and feet. One on each. It wasn't much, but with some concentration he should be able to keep a general perspective of the Nuke Nin's location once the mist became too thick for unaided eyes to pierce. He would place more. But he needed to focus on the sand he currently had coating the walls. Those grains were coated with as much chakra as he would risk placing on them, any more and Sasori would discover what he'd done. If he hadn't discovered it already. The Kazekage closed his eyes, expanding his senses to the rest of the sand he had dispersed through the room, focusing on their vibrating movements and trying to increase the frequency of their shaking and thus, increase the level of the mist that was slowly choking the lower chamber. The main priority here was saving Yujito. Sasori was a secondary objective in the Kage's mind at best. They had to get the Nico out of his grasp. No easy task, but one Gaara hoped to accomplish. Soon, the mist became thick enough for Gaara to emerge from the tunnel, signaling the 2 Umbu to hold their position before he leapt down into the fog below. Immediately the sand that had been scraping against the ice wall surged to his feet, catching him in 2 hovering platforms that were barely large enough for the balls of his feet, but he managed, easing himself slowly down onto the snow and ice-covered floor without nary a sound before sending the grains of sand back to the walls to continue producing the protective mist that shielded him from sight. He focused on Sasori's movements again, tuning his senses to the 5 grains of sand on his person. The puppeteer still had not moved, possibly consoled by the fact that his opponent could not see him any better than he could see them. Which would be true under most circumstances. His caution due to his fear would be his downfall. Placing 2 fingers to the base of his throat, lining the tips with chakra, the Kazekage let his voice emerge. "You almost had me the first time." He heard the shuffling of movement, the crunching of snow beneath the weight of a body, followed by the crunching scrape of ice being shattered by the weight of some kind of impact. Ventriloquism. It paid to have a brother who was a puppeteer. Kazekage. Sasori hissed, his voice emerging to Gaara's right, also being thrown by the Nuke Nin for the same purpose of misdirection. Unlike him though. Gaara could tell where he was. "I should have expected those Umbu would find you. Did you enjoy your rest?" This time Sasori's voice emerged from above, and Gaara fought the urge to look upwards. He couldn't make any indication to his position. "Perhaps I should send you back to it." Throwing a kunai into the air, the Kazekage waited for a moment, once again gathering sand beneath his feet. There was a dull thud as the blade impacted ground and Gaara once again heard the sound of feet crushing the snow as Sasori moved one of his puppets to attack. Gaara used the sand beneath his feet to rise from the snow, rushing forward through the air, the rustle of his clothing being the only evidence of his movement, drowned out by the sound of moving puppets. The Ichibi Jinchuriki drew 2 kunai from his borrowed satchel, holding the blades firmly in his fists as he focused all his attention on the grain of sand atop Sasori's head, lunging for it through the mist. Metal gouged deeply into reinforced wood, his wrist jerking awkwardly with the sudden resistance. He grit his teeth, ignoring the pain as he pushed forward, feeling the kunai slide across the surface before the resistance against his blade vanished as Sasori's head jerked to the side in reflex. Then Gaara caught sight of a dozen weapons hurtling towards his airborne body. He let himself fall, the sand propelling him doorward, dissolving into grainy clouds as he dispersed them. His momentum carried him forward, at a downward angle, arm finding snow as he rolled, sliding across the slick surface beneath him before he reached his feet, never breaking his stride. Never slowing down. He couldn't. Not unless he wanted 100 different projectile weapons sinking into his back. Sasori followed the sounds of his footsteps, continuing to fire as Gaara dodged and weaved, swerving left and right, avoiding the strikes through purely random movements and luck, not able to see the incoming attacks through the mist as he made it to the wall and used it to jump towards a different angle before he reformed the clumps of sand at his feet, effectively vanishing from Sasori's only means of tracking him. He struggled to keep his breathing even and quiet, heart pounding within his chest with the force of 1,000 beating drums as he swallowed thickly, hands shaking as he worked to push down the adrenaline and keep his thoughts together. Below, Sasori was faring better, but not by much, as he felt the deep grove right beneath his left eye. He had remained within this mist because he had been under the impression that none of his assailants could see him or strike at him with any less ease than he could. And snow made it notoriously difficult, if not impossible, to approach undetected. But the Kazekage could do both. How Sasori did not know. But it was clear he needed to get out of here. Still, there were risks. Many risks with emerging from the mist to the catwalks above. There were 2 umbu up there, and though he could best them easily in any other circumstance, it was a good 20-foot leap between any of the walls and the nearest solid platform. 20 feet where he would be open to any attack. A good umbu needed less than half of that. And he doubted they wouldn't have some kind of strategy in place in case he simply tried to climb the walls, perhaps explosive tags or even chakra-absorbing seals which would completely immobilize his puppet for a short time. Time he couldn't afford. He had to decide soon what was more risky, the umbu above, or the Kazekage below. He looked down to where he could still faintly see Yujito's pale blonde hair. Her skin was turning a sickly hue from the poison that flooded her veins and would very soon kill her despite her demonic resilience. To Sasori, it was his survival that mattered to him. Pain's cause was not his own. The man was powerful, unbelievably so. But all around him his plans were crumbling, and it was time for the Nuke Nin to cut his losses. The money had been good for the time. But it was not worth his life. Not the money, and certainly not the delusion he fought for. Reaching down with one of his puppets, he made the thing hoist Yujito onto its shoulder, her broken, limp body offering no resistance save for a pained groan as the mannequin-studded shoulder dug into her ribs and aggravated her still bleeding wounds. And so we have the bait. Without a second thought, the Suna Nuke Nin sent his puppet crawling up the walls, clawed feet digging gouges into the ice as he shimmied his way up the slick surface, breaking the veil of mist after a brief moment of struggle. Not more than a second or two later he felt the fluctuations in the strings between his puppet and himself. Injuries, most likely with a large blade. Like a sword, not kunai or a shuriken. That meant the attackers were close. Good. The sudden loss of weight from the puppet's shoulder, alerted to him by the shift in the puppet's center of gravity, confirmed his suspicions. He didn't waste another second. With a deafening bang that was not unlike a door being slammed but thousands of times louder, Gaara could only watch with horror at the sounds of bodies striking the floor along with the sounds of shrapnel scattering throughout the room, and the smoking husk of Sasori's puppet, still burning with accelerant fuels, cast a dim glow through the mist as it crashed down from its place on the wall. He felt Sasori move. There was no time for the dead, no time to check or think of what their condition was, what Yujito's condition was. He had to end this, now, before Sasori could gain the advantage. Not wasting time to gather his sand, he ran across the snow-covered floor, the crunch of his feet lost amidst the still echoing cacophony of the falling shrapnel. And Sasori's own puppets moving off in different directions in an attempt to confuse through the echoes of sounds. Brandishing 2 kunai, Gaara ran up the side of the wall, eyes fixed on where Sasori was before he emerged from the mist, finding the back of the Suna ninja's head in his sights. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between them, watching as Sasori turned, his wooden features belying no shock as Gaara's hands rushed forward, blades at the ready. With a flourish, 10 blades emerged from the puppeteer's back, flashing forward towards Gaara, who hastily blocked as best he could, wincing as one of the blades cut into his shoulder and another into his left side. He leapt back, away from the wall, cursing before, with a swirl of air the sands came to his call, coalescing into a single solid spike not much longer than a short sword and only half as thin, sailing straight toward Sasori's ankle. It struck, shattering the metal joint, nearly severing the entire foot as the sand construct twisted like a drill before dispersing, sending the red-headed ninja smashing down towards the lowest floor with a startled cry as Gaara fell onto his back against the snow, a solid crack as his head struck something definitively harder than flakes of frozen water. His vision swam, colors bleeding together as everything felt decidedly off. Suddenly, with jarring clarity, his senses sharpened, warnings tickling the back of his mind with their caressing touch as whatever precognitive abilities of the Shikaku, attempting to manipulate absent grains of sand, lurched forward, screaming in his mind, warning him of the impending danger. He raised his hand, cursing and screaming as he felt the sickle-like blade run his hand through even as he held it up, away from his throat. The tip dangling unnervingly close to his flesh as his hand shook with tense force as blood dripped down onto his skin and clothes. His ears twitched, hearing more of the black-garbed puppets coming forward like a horde of ravenous beasts ready to fall upon the carcass of their prey. Gaara grit his teeth, the anticipation of the pain he would experience making it all the worse as he savagely yanked his hand to the side, flesh, muscle and bone parting in the wake of the razor-sharp edge of the sickle-like blade, pulling it to the side in the process, the sudden absence of resistance allowing it to dig into the snow and ice just above his shoulder. He had just enough time. In a puff of smoke the Kazekage vanished, replaced by the flaming husk of Sasori's self-destructed puppet just as dozens of other blades and kunai fell onto where he'd previously been laying, ripping through the metal husk of the former puppet. It took the real Sasori a moment to realize what had occurred and immediately sent his thralls forward, rending blades flashing with fire as the burning fuels clung to the weapons, searching out the Kazekage as they blindly swung in wide arcs. There was a clash of blade upon blade. There. Sasori focused his efforts, sending his puppets forward in a mad rush to finish the Kazekage, to finish this fight. He heard a cry of pain. But that was not Gaara's voice. A shadow fell over the Nuke-Nin and he twisted around from his place on the floor, glass optics barely able to take in the hazed sight of the Kazekage's face before something pierced his head, reinforced wood and metal giving way beneath pure force rather than the honed edge of steel as the tip plunged into the only other organ remaining besides his heart. His brain. A jerk. Nothing more than that, and Sasori of the Red Sands fell still. Gaara's weight, unnoticed as it crashed on top of him from where he had fallen. The Kazekage panted, gripping with his remaining good hand the kunai lodged in the Suna ninja's skull. Slowly, he stood, chest heaving as he sucked in gulps of air with wild greed as his injured hand shook and twitched at his side, a throbbing pain centered around the injury that the Kazekage could slowly feel burning up his arm. Poison. The Kazekage thought, wincing before he grasped his forearm tightly, hissing through clenched teeth as every movement jostled the nearly severed fingers. Nerve damage. He'd cut through the hypothenar muscle groups, spasms wowls begin shortly all around his arm once the adrenaline died down. He'd probably cut through 2 metacarpal bones, maybe more, he wasn't sure. Damn it. A strangled, wet gasp, almost a gurgle more than an intake of air startled the Ichibi Jinchuriki, drawing his attention away from his shaking limb. He turned, stumbling for the sound that indicated a survivor. Hoping he wasn't too late. As he marched closer towards the source his teal eyes found the dark lump laying on the floor. Reaching it, he knelt slowly, cautiously pulling at its shoulder until it rolled over, revealing one of Sasori's puppets. There was a gasp beneath the puppet as Gaara finished pulling the thing away, revealing one of the umbu that had come to his rescue, the puppet's rending claw blade protruding from the man's chest. The man's chipped blade lay in the snow, useless to him now. The Nina gasped, gurgling on his own attempts at breathing, or perhaps speaking, either way. It was being caught and choked by the blood that flooded his throat and mouth, bubbling up until it spilled down the sides and bottom of his mask. The Kazekage reached down, fingers brushing over the mask's ridge before he stopped, the body beneath him becoming still as life fled from it. Too late. Gaara closed his eyes, brow creasing in something akin to pain, lips pursed as he let his hand fall away before he continued to pass his sight over the battlefield. The puppets, inactive and useless with their master dead, lay across the snow, dotting the perfect white surface with splotches of black, like some macabre mimicry of the dead. The fire from the one that had blown itself up all but put out now, though embers still struggled for life. Then he found Yujiro. He could only see her back from where he stood, face down in the snow, head turned away from him, wounds weeping red, her skin a sickly pale from blood loss and poison. His throat tightened with apprehension, a leaden weight falling in his gut before he stood and made his way over to her, not even daring to hope that she was somehow alive. When he reached her, he gently drew his hand, almost as though afraid to come in contact with her before he gingerly rolled her over towards him. Numerous cuts and lacerations were scattered across her body. Horrifying wounds that weeped crimson that stained the snow beneath them with blotches of red, shrapnel and slivers of metal dug under her skin across her chest, stomach, upper thighs and shoulders, with one having sliced deep along the side of her neck and burns blackening her skin. She was dead. Slowly Gaara stood, pulling himself away from Yujito's form, leaving her pale visage alone on the ice-covered floor, clothing barely covering her as a single trail of blood leaked from her mouth and her bleached blonde hair spread out behind her like a halo. He closed his eyes, a bitter taste settling along the back of his throat as his fists clenched. He should take her back, he should take them all back. But there was no time, he could still hear the sounds of fighting outside, he needed to leave, or their sacrifice would have been for nothing. With one last glance the Kazekage looked to the former Nikko Jinchuriki, and the two Umbu that had come to his rescue, then he leaped up into the catwalks above, intending to make good on his escape. The rush of heat from the explosion stung her face and burned her eyes as she closed her lids tight, the fan beneath her feet lurching as the wind shifted to fill the vacuum caused by the fiery blast. She shifted her course, swiveling around until she dipped low into a dive, eyes scanning the open skies for a sign of her opponent, finding most of her vision of the sky blocked by black smoke. Then, with the beating of great wings, Temari found herself face to face with a massive clay beast that was easily 3 times the size of the clay bird that had just been blown up. Dragon was the thought that passed through her mind before she was forced to enter into another quick dive to avoid the synthetic creature's massive jaws as it lunged for her, curving upwards in a climb to pass behind the creature's beating wing. Rising over the thing, the blonde Sunakunoichi turned her head to the side, catching sight of the smiling Deidara as he stood on the dragon's back, between the shoulder blades and wings. She turned, pulling away before the beast began a turn to face her. It was still slow. Faster than the bird but still slow. She her turn with a whiplash of the tail end of the fan, using the momentum of the move for added speed as she rushed forward towards the clay wielder as she watched the beast open its mouth. She wondered if it was going to breathe fire or another type of long-range attack, only to see 2 smaller dragon-like creatures emerge from its gaping maw like blobs of hacked phlegm before their wings extended as they rushed towards her, the creature's bulbous tail shortening in accordance to the clay it expelled. Temari cursed, drawing her 2 smaller fans as she swung them in front of herself, releasing hails of rending wind blades that sliced into the smaller beasts. The attack cut into them, slashing what would have been horrendously bleeding wounds had they been of flesh and blood as razor-sharp edges carved through their bodies, faces, necks and wings, watching as they exploded with a shockwave of flame and concussive force that rattled her body even as she pushed forward through the fires rising as she pushed through the veil of smoke, finding the head of the lumbering dragon directly in front of her. She jumped, the momentum of her previous speed carrying her forward even as she watched her fan plummet down towards the earth before she landed on the clay dragon's head. Rolling forward with her speed, she sprang to her feet as she rushed the startled Deidara. She reached into her pouch, grasping shuriken between her fingers as she threw them with the ease of experience at the Iwa Nin, watching as the clay wielder drew his own kunai and blocked the thrown blades, tightening his stance as she rushed him. She attacked with speed and fury born from something not unlike desperation, swinging her weapons in wide arcs that sought to sever limbs or slice open vitals. For all his lack of skill in hand-to-hand combat, Deidara dodged every blow with jerky, awkward movements as he struggled to find an opportunity to counter or increase the distance between himself and the Sunakunoichi, feet shifting over the surface of the clay dragon he'd made as he tried to find some way to keep his bearings over where the surface ended as he backpedaled and slid to the left and right in wide dodges in his attempts to avoid the razor-sharp blades that could cut through stone. Finally she overextended, showing her attack's next direction before she delivered. Catching the Sunakunoichi's wrists, he held them tight as he twisted her around so her back was pressed up to his chest, arms crossed in front of her, fists held firmly so the wind blades pointed upwards next to Deidara's own shoulders, fingers clenching over hers in hopes to cause some kind of damage to the fans themselves, minor as it may be, and also to make sure she didn't shift her wrist. A few notches inwards and those blades will be cutting into his shoulders and possibly his neck. Temari cursed, struggling in his grasp before she looked up towards the cloud-obscured height of the ice fortress, flashes and dark rumbles not unlike rolling thunder reaching her ears as she grit her teeth. Anger and determination flooded her veins before she dipped her head forward and savagely threw it back, hearing a fleshy thump as she felt the sting of teeth against her skull. She did it again, and again, feeling Deidara's grip slacken. After the 3rd strike she pulled herself out of his hold with little grace to speak of, falling onto one knee as she scrambled away from him, watching as the IWA ninja cradled his broken and bleeding nose, dark red blood dripping between his fingers as he glared at her with such hatred she felt her skin crawl as she tightened her grip on her two fans. "You bitch!" The IWA nuke Nin growled as he spit out a glob of blood before he smiled a smile full of malice and wicked glee. Reaching down to his pouch, the IWA ninja felt around for the designated C4 bag. Temari grimaced as Deidara seemed to melt for a moment, a sliver of black extending from his hazy form a second later as a clone was forged next to him, the real Deidara's hand on its shoulder as he smiled. The IWA ninja chuckled. "Let's see your wind chakra stand up to bombs that you'll be breathing." Temari could only watch with mounting dread as the clone began to grow, bloated and disfigured as something grew inside of it. It was the solid impact of a kick to his chest that sent Kisame staggering back, a smile lifting his bloodied lips as wide, gleeful eyes snapped to and fro, mind traveling a mile a minute as it struggled to keep up with the ever-shifting chaos of the battlefield and his three deadly opponents. He knew one thing though, he needed his sword which lay on the ice just a few yards away. The old man and the Suna kid were between him and it. Not too bad. He always did love a challenge. There was a crunching of snow behind him, a meter, maybe two. Not attacking, circling, waiting. The copycat. Bloody fangs were revealed a little more as the monster of the mist readied himself, putting up his fists in a defensive stance as he kept his senses fixed on his three opponents, holding his position. Yoshihiro was the first to rush him, sporting the least number of injuries, or at least handling them much better. In comparison to his two allies, Kisame knew he needed to focus on him more. Kakashi was tired, skilled, but tired, making mistakes. And the Sunanin suit was already damaged, servos whining and wood creaking. He may pack a bit of a punch but nothing he wouldn't be able to deal with even outnumbered. He stepped forward, hand lashing out and wrapping around the massive war hammer's neck, stopping the hammer's forward momentum with brutish ease with one arm, his free limb lashing out in retaliation. Yoshihiro deftly raised his left arm, feeling the sheer force of Kisame's fist through the thick iron of his arm guards, wincing before he kicked out with his right leg, smashing his boot into the juncture of Kisame's ankle and foot. He felt the limb falter under his weight, almost smirking as he hoped that he had broken the shark man's ankle with that blow. But as he'd proven throughout this fight, Kisame's bones were tough, ridiculously so, and with a firm jerk Yoshihiro found his balance gone as Kisame dug in his heel and straightening his ankle with startling force. The Tsuchikage tightened his grip on the hammer's shaft, refusing to release the weapon even as he scrambled to do little more than fall on his ass. The whirring of servos and the heavy thuds of wooden footfalls alerted Kisame long before his eyes did. With a heave he pulled Yoshihiro's hammer, man and all, forward, smashing the metallic head against the side of the approaching fist hard, sending the lumbering behemoth strike off course, just barely grazing past his shoulder before he lifted his foot and kicked Yoshihiro in the ribs, finally loosening his grip on the weapon as he sent the old man sliding across the snow and ice. Kisame grinned, hefting the hammer in his hands before he swiveled around on his heel, weapon extended as he swung, the sound of feet sinking into snow warning him again of Kakashi's movements. The hammer struck Kakashi's skull, and Kisame watched with childish glee mingled with something akin to disappointment as blood escaped the side of the ninja's head like an overly ripe grape that had just been popped before the image faded, revealing nothing but half-melted snow and half-frozen water. Kakashi's body soon emerged from behind the crumbling water clone, however, hair and clothing wet with bits of ice clinging to him, kunai blade held firmly in a fist, as he burst through the remnants of his own construct. Only its faint, dull glimmer giving Kisame any warning before he felt the metal dig into his stomach, slicing through skin and muscle as it buried itself into his flesh up to the hilt. The nuke Nin grunted, blood seeping out from between his clenched teeth, an annoyed scowl on his features before the smile lifted his face again and Kakashi was grabbed and hoisted up a foot off the ground by his throat. Kisame raised the hammer in his hand again, ready to bust Kakashi's head wide open with the second swing when there was a great crack, and lights danced across his vision before he found earth meeting sky in a disorienting swirl of vertigo, and a throbbing pain raced up and down the side of his ribs before he felt the shocking cold of packed snow breaking under his weight. Bastard! The nuke Nin growled, though his tone lacked any real measure of anger as he picked himself off the floor. That one actually stung. He found his arm suddenly yanked backwards, a firm grip twisting his wrist painfully as his fingers struggled to retain their grip on the hammer that was still clutched in his hand. A fist smashed against the side of his head, a dull thud that sent his face into the snow. It didn't hurt, but a repeated strike at the exact same spot dazed him enough to loosen his hold on the weapon. Yoshihiro, at least that's who he assumed his opponent to be, because Kankuro wasn't nearly fast enough and Kakashi's fist wasn't encased in metal, reached for the weapon, grasping it and yanking it out of his hand. Kisame's smile only grew as he felt his heart pounding beneath his chest, the sense of awareness as adrenaline flooded his veins and everything slowed as he tried to think of a way out of this situation before that 40-pound dead weight came crashing down on his skull. The thrill. That was why he fought. It never got old, never waned. It was always something new, an entirely all too powerful experience that was always unique. With his free hand the blue-skinned man reached up, grasping the kunai still lodged just above his stomach, yanking it out before twisting around despite the arm still twisted behind his back. With a gut-churning scrape of bone sliding against bone his arm was pulled from its socket, offering him just enough leverage to reach up and stab the dull painted metal into Yoshihiro's thigh, the tip winding its way between the folds or iron and chainmail. The old Tsuchikage screamed, the hand that had previously been holding Kisame's wrist releasing him as it went to grip the weapon's shaft, his other hand still holding his weapon. Rolling onto his back before the old man had a chance to recover, Kisame lashed out with an awkward kick, slamming the side of his foot onto the kunai's handle, digging it even further into Yoshihiro's limb. The Tsuchikage crumpled, leg giving out beneath him before Kisame used the same foot to kick him across the face, knocking him down as the Kiri ninja began to stagger to his feet. He didn't have the luxury of time to waste. A fact which was proven by Kankuro and Kakashi a moment later as both men rushed forward. Reaching his feet, Kisame barely had time to brace himself before Kankuro's armor-covered body smashed into him, motors revving as it attempted to grapple the Nuke-nin into a submission. But even with one arm currently disabled, Kisame's strength bordered on unreal, his remaining limb going under and over Kankuro's shoulder as he worked as best he could in an attempt to throw Kankuro face down into the snow. A blur to his right brought his attention to Kakashi. Finding the Jounin rushing towards him, steps sluggish in comparison to his normal speed. He was exhausted, good that would make him sloppy. Kisame lashed out with a kick, leaning against Kankuro to offset the weight, watching as Kakashi smoothly slid to the side, avoiding the attack, kunai in hand as he thrust it forward in a strike that would have buried the blade into Kisame's temple. But the Kiri ninja leaned back, avoiding the weapon, teeth gleaming in a wide smile before those same teeth sprang forward in a vicious bite, rending flesh from bone as the sharpened fangs tore into the skin and muscle of Kakashi's forearm. The silver-haired ninja screamed bloody murder, stopping awkwardly as his entire mind went completely blank due to the sheer rolling pain that raced up and down his limb as Kisame clenched his teeth all the tighter. Kisame's jaws were like a vice, powerful muscles clamping down with mind-numbing force as he tasted the coppery metal of blood pooling inside of his mouth. He bit down a little harder before finally releasing the copy ninja, watching as the man backed away, cradling his injured arm before Kisame finally managed to throw Kankuro off balance, knocking him and his suit down onto one knee before he leaped over him, rushing toward Samehita, still laying on the soft snow. Sliding across the white snow to close the remaining distance, he reached out with his remaining arm, grasping the hilt of the legendary blade before smoothly reaching his feet, holding the weapon across his chest as he smiled at the three recovering ninja. Jerking his upper body once, he savagely threw his limp arm out to the side, growling as the humerus reattached itself into the socket with a sickening scrape of bone on bone. Muscle fibers and torn ligaments screamed with agony that he dutifully ignored as he grasped Samehita firmly in both his hands, smiling with bloody teeth. "Let's try this dash." He stopped, smile slipping from his lips before he turned, looking up towards the sky where he found a massive dummy that looked like Deidara, its body slowly expanding as though it were about to rupture. Kisame growled. "Not today, you worthless waste of space," he thought, turning away from his three injured opponents as he placed Samehita securely on his back again. As he formed his hand seals, Kakashi, Yoshihiro and Kankuro felt a rumbling beneath their feet. Temari braced herself, torn between attacking Deidara, risking him blowing that doll up in her face, or finding a way off of this dragon in order to get away from the impending blast. She argued to herself, cursing her indecision as reason fought with instinctive fear. Too long, it would seem. Deidara's smile grew wide, bloodied teeth escaping the confines of his lips as he laughed, his hand pulling away from the now bloated clone that didn't seem to be stopping its growing anytime soon. "You're fucking dead now, bitch." Temari swallowed, fight or flight instinct taking over. And she chose flight. Turning sharply to the side, the Suna Kunoichi ran towards the edge of the dragon's back, determining that she would figure out a way to slow her fall after she avoided the explosion. Temari's run towards escape was halted when the dragon suddenly lurched to the side, its body shifting beneath her feet with such force and suddenness that she felt herself stumble before falling, tumbling once, twice, before the beast leveled out, stopping her movements. She began to pull herself up, wincing as a sharp pain shot up her calf bone. Pulled muscle? Sprained ankle? She didn't know, and she didn't care at the moment. She looked up, reaching one knee before she found Deidara's arrogant smile, assured of his own victory as his bloated puppet thing seemed as though it was just about ready to finally Then, something slammed into the underside of Deidara's clay mount, lurching it upward so violently Temari felt one shoulder nearly pop out of its place as it struggled to hold her up, fumbling wildly as half-melted snow, water, and ice surged up from around the dragon's side. Wadash! And that was all Temari would ever hear of the blonde Akatsuki member as jaws of a swirling, crushing water dragon closed in around him, sheer current pressure tearing through hardened clay and swallowing both Deidara and his bloated clone while ripping the clay dragon apart like rice paper, its forward half falling to earth with Temari still on top its falling surface. The water dragon rose higher into the air, a swirling pillar of water and ice. It was the biggest attack of that type that she'd ever seen. The chakra to make it must have been monumental. Temari gripped the now dead surface of the clay dragon's back with chakra, watching as the massive construct of water rose high before arching downwards and slamming down into some distant area on the ground, utterly crushing whatever had been trapped within it. But the Suna princess could spare no more time watching. Standing unsteadily against the rushing air that beat against her in the descent, she looked down to the rapidly approaching ground and the ice fortress just a few dozen meters off to the side. Best she was gonna get. An unsteady step turned into a breaking run, a jerky pause turning into a desperate jump towards the only means of survival, a solid wall of slick ice. Her legs sprang her through the air with force, the high winds lashing at her exposed skin like whips of rusted wire before she slammed into the unyielding surface of the Akatsuki's base. She wheezed out a curse as her breath was pushed from her lungs and ridged slopes of frozen water bit into her body as she struggled for some kind of grip or purchase with both chakra and her bare limbs as pure momentum sent her tumbling down the sheer drop in an uncontrolled roll. Finally, she stilled, sliding now on her back instead of rolling before she righted herself so her feet were downward, chakra coating the back of her arms and legs, slowly easing her to a relative stop as she struggled to catch her breath, her heart pounding against her chest before she looked upwards, ignoring the shaking that rattled her insides from the massive chunk of sculpted clay that finally crashed into the ground, watching the flashes rumble down from the clouds above, to signify the progress of the duel between Naruto and the Paper Witch. With a groan of effort she rolled herself onto her front, wincing at the cold that seeped through her clothing along her chest, stomach and legs as she began the arduous climb upward. Kisame smirked, watching as the dragon elevated itself high into the air, snow and ice water sliding beneath and around his feet as it gathered together to feed the ever-growing beast. Behind him, Kakashi, Kankuro and Yoshihiro watched with rapt attention as the creature surged upwards, growing until it was almost as tall as the Kage Towers of the Five Nations and as thick as a standard-built two-story building. Its sheer size alone would swallow up more chakra than any of the three elites held in their entire bodies. How Kisame was able to do this on a whim was nothing short of mind-boggling to them. The three started to move forward, seeking to close the distance between themselves and Kisame to stop him from turning the massive dragon on them if only through sheer risk of proximity, but stopped when, to their surprise and confusion, the thing angled its massive head upwards towards the clay dragon still circling above in the sky, roaring as it surged forward, its maw opening wide before it tore the, by comparison, diminutive clay creature in two with a single bite arcing through the sky, before smashing its face into the unyielding surface of the ice that covered the lake several hundred yards away, no doubt utterly obliterating anything that may have been caught inside of it. With a flourish Kisame turned, a smile plastered over his face as he brandished his sword, barely winded from the use of what must have been a gargantuan consumption of chakra for the technique that had just all but killed his ally, making all three of his opponents pause in their run just a few yards short of reaching him. The Nuke-Nin chuckled as he turned, spreading his arms wide as he yelled, "All right then. I think I was just in the middle of kicking your asses, wasn't I?" The ground rushed up to meet the Uchiha, legs struggling to catch his weight and simultaneously halt his downward momentum without splintering the bones in his limbs. A crunching of snow behind him, he turned, rushing forward in a blur of blacks and reds as the three tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly within his eyes, accelerating his perceptions and reflexes enough to catch her movements easily as she met his charge with her own. She lashed out, reaching for him with claws of fire and energy which he easily avoided, retaliating with a slash from the kunai blade in his hand, sparks of electricity dancing across its metallic surface as he cut deeply into her side as she howled her rage at the sharp bite of pain before she stopped, swiveling on her heel, attacking with a backhanded swipe that should have removed the Uchiha's head from his shoulders, but only struck tendrils of wispy black smoke as the Nuke-Nin practically evaporated before her eyes. Her senses kicked in, ears and touch finding what her eyes could not. A rustle of clothing, the air currents above her, disturbed. She jumped back, melting snow and ice beneath her feet as she landed, kunai and shuriken raining down on her previous position shortly before her opponent landed, hands going through seals before dozens of clones appeared at his sides, rushing off in various directions, flanking her as they circled and rushed in for their kill. She attacked like the beast she helped house, lashing out with wild abandon to her left and right, growling and snarling as she struck at her attackers, dispelling those her claws reached, while others slipped between her strikes, scoring hits and cuts where they could, dispelling immediately after as the toxic nature of the demon's chakra ate away at their energy constitution, destabilizing their constructed forms. The slice of the blade cut into her back, burning agony racing across her shoulder as she stumbled forward, one hand reaching over to grasp her lacerated shoulder and back, before a foot connected solidly with her jaw, knocking her off her feet and sending her sliding across the icy floor. She cursed, blonde hair clinging to her face with ice water and sweat as she struggled to push herself up again, dazed. She wondered where Itachi was. She needed to get up, to attack again before he attacked her. His words made her blood run cold. Amaterasu. Pure, raw agony exploded across her back and left side, screaming bloody murder as black flames, more powerful than any other fire jutsu in known existence, burned through the chakra cloak that covered her body like armor, searing through clothing and skin, eating away at the muscle beneath. She writhed in agony, thrashing on the floor as she howled and screamed in pain, rolling as she tried futilely to put out the hellfire that would supposedly burn for 7 days and 7 nights. Itachi watched the woman, watched her face, feral and wild, twisted in what could only be indescribable pain. He watched as tears evaporated before they fully fell from her cheeks, fingers twitching spasmodically as she thrashed on the ground, twisting so hard as she continued to burn he thought she would break her spine with her own spasms. His eye released bloody tears, the shuriken-like iris spinning as he focused on the deadly fires, willing them to die away as he forced them to adhere to his will, snuffing them out a moment later, leaving the woman's entire back steaming and smoking as the skin was charred black over the damaged muscle and raw tissue beneath. Wet coughs escaped her throat as she choked on her own blood, wheezing strained breaths that only gurgled in her windpipe. Itachi blinked, wiping the blood that stung at his eye as he watched her lay there, helpless on the floor. He defeated her by himself. No. You are not him. His teeth clenched, muscles going taut as his body coiled and tensed, the chakra building within his form, beneath the surface, surging and flowing before he expelled it outwards in all directions with a violent wave that rippled through the broken plateau of ice along the top of the structure, scattering wisps of white paper and snow that blended together into an indiscernible mass. Above him, Conan reeled from the shock wave, a grunt escaping tightly clenched teeth as the force washed over her, the wings on her back catching the wind, and raising her higher with the powerful, harsh gusts. She drew the false appendages back, sheets of white coiling away, giving no resistance to the force of gravity as she dove down towards him, a paper sword coalescing into her hand, glowing as she powered it with wind chakra. He jumped straight towards her, meeting her dive with his own charge. She swerved to the right, narrowly avoiding his claws as he lashed out at her. Circling back around, she struck at his back, only for him to bring his single, wind-empowered kunai over his shoulders and down along the length of his exposed spine, blocking her strike. She used her wings to angle herself, striking at his exposed ribs with a kick, receiving a full hit onto his side, as her reward as she sent him back down towards the plateau of ice before she rushed him again, choosing to press the attack while she still could. He hit the ground rolling, fluidly reaching his feet before he breathed out a torrent of red flame towards the paper witch. Again, she swerved in mid-air, a violent, sharp shift in trajectory that unsettled the snow at their feet as her wings harshly beat against the air to continue defying the force of gravity. The heat of the fire stung her eyes and singed the edges of her cloak, wisps of paper peeling away as they burned, lest they consume the rest of her as well. She circled, squinting through the glow and heat of the flames as she tried to get a fix on where exactly she could strike to do the most damage. She closed her eyes, the sting of the heat, contrasting sharply with the biting chill of the wind overcoming her for a moment. When her eyes opened again, she found herself staring at Naruto's clawed hand, extended towards her, 3 feet away. A concussive blast of pressurized wind suddenly smashed into her, striking her face, chest, and stomach, grinding her forward momentum to a dead halt and nearly breaking her neck with the whiplash as she was then forcefully shoved back, sailing through the air with speed before finally slamming against the ground, sliding across the ice before coming to a halt. With a great leap that carried him into the air, he closed the distance between them, blade raised high, point held downward as he descended, poised to land directly over her. Conan swayed as she picked herself up, one arm cradling her bleeding temple as more of the crimson liquid trailed from her lips, specking across the pristine white of the ice beneath her. Suddenly, a blade of pure wind was plunged through her body, entering through her back and escaping its new sheath from her stomach, letting even more blood stain the snow and ice. Naruto stood over her, one hand on the ring pommel of the kunai blade, the other gripping its hilt before he savagely ripped it out of her side. Suddenly, Konan's body fell away, scattering to the winds in sheets of pale white, reassembling themselves behind the blonde Jinchuriki before she drove 2 kunai into his shoulder blades, weapons of obsidian steel driving themselves through bone and muscle before she savagely yanked out the black-tinted weapons in a shower of blood. She moved to escape from before the liquid could hit her. Naruto staggered forward, stumbling before he caught himself, resting on one knee. He breathed heavily, the heat of his breath, visible in the cold air as it escaped his lips in harsh growls. He seethed in anger at his own condition, cursing his weakened mortal body as it struggled against injuries and toxic yuki. And faltering as it did. He turned slowly, slumped shoulders bleeding freely, crimson trails darkening his red cloak as he turned on weakening knees towards the blue-haired woman. Konan did not waste time, did not risk him bouncing back from his injuries. She struck fast. Fast and with a brutal, precise savagery. Thin wisps of paper traveled through the air, nearly invisible against the white backdrop of snow, spinning with faint whistling sounds as they cut through the air, and finally sliced their way through him. Razor-thin blades breaking through skin, bone, and tendons. Blood escaped his body as though he were some macabre sprinkler, rivulets of red specking across the flat surface they stood on in every direction. He gasped, feeling the agony of each tendon and targeted muscle group as the powerful wind element cut its way through his body. Previously taxed muscles melted away into lethargy and laxness, and he shook with the sheer effort to remain standing. Konan rushed him. Fueled by adrenaline and battle haze, she didn't relent in the attack, even when every cognitive thought and restraint within her body screamed at her to pull back. To cease striking at him lest she kill him and undo all their years of effort and work. But she didn't, and as she drove the wind-powered kunai into his chest, the specks of blood that struck her face felt agonizingly satisfying, and the feeling did not relent even as she plunged the second kunai through his back as she circled around him. Then she pulled away, haggard breaths, shaking her chest as her fingers shook with the adrenaline that continued to course through her veins. Naruto fell to his knees, the 2 wind-empowered kunai that had been plunged into him clattering to the floor along with his own as the chakra that had fueled them was burned out, exhausting itself after a moment. His head remained bowed, staring down to the ice at their feet, the cold seeping trough his pants and into his legs, melting into the black cloth. The cold brought his eyes down towards the snow. And there he saw it. A small thin paper, fluttering as if it were about to abandon its struggle and let itself be carried away by the winds. Apparently, the only thing that kept the parchment on the ground was the weight of the blood that coated a side of it. He reached down, grasping the object in his clawed hands, watching as the bloodied side tore and fell away at the slightest of pressures. Konan watched as he slowly began to stand again. Mustering strength in faltering legs and shaking shoulders as he forced himself to rise again despite what she knew must have been near crippling physical pain. He used his chakra to fuel his limbs now, no doubt using it as some weak bridge to at least ignore the severed tendons for the time being. She allowed herself to relax, taking in how every movement seemed to sap more and more of his strength. Soon he would collapse, either from sheer exhaustion, blood loss, or from overtaxing his body beyond even its supernatural limit. She felt his chakra ripple outwards, washing over her as it began a slow build-up. Her senses prickled and the hairs along the back of her neck stood on end. She watched as fire gathered along his arms and soon she relaxed. Though if she were ever hit by one, it would spell her doom. Fire attacks were generally slow, beating only earth techniques in speed by a very small margin. No matter how massive the attack was, she would most likely be able to avoid it with a great deal of success. Given his body's condition, it didn't seem as though he would be standing after he launched this. As such, she could only summarize that he hoped to utterly destroy her in one massive, final attack. He was desperate. She'd won this fight. Her wings spread out, catching the wind with a mighty flap as she rose into the air, placing greater distance between herself and the Jinchuriki. She gazed down on him. Brown eyes lit with the assurance of victory. The flames formed up around him, born from his chakra. They danced over his body without burning him, teeth gritted in effort as his pain-fogged mind fought through the haze. Konan felt and saw the chakra rise higher and higher, building up as though it were a great river behind a dam. He circled her writhing body, dark eyes waiting for something as he paced around her, staying several feet away as she struggled to even breathe through the pain. She twitched and groaned, hands scratching at the surface of the ice, as her body feebly attempted to respond to the commands her mind was issuing her limbs. "It is most curious," the Uchiha said, slowly stepping forward so that he was in her line of sight, waiting until a glassy eye registered his presence. "You've fought with him before," he continued, staring down to her as he met her gaze. "And for some reason, he has not killed you yet." He paced a little bit more, retreating from her line of sight as he continued to speak. He could clearly defeat me. Kisame, Deidara, Tobi, all of us, were needed to disable. We may not have been going for the killing blow. But I have very little doubt that should any one of us face him alone, we would be hard-pressed for any measure of victory over him. He paused almost in contemplation before continuing. But you, does he hold back maybe? Some sentimentality, or perhaps your lives are interconnected, like the lives of any Jinchuriki is entangled to their bijou. When he looked at her, his eyes burned with something other than apathy, embers of emotion smoldering in the bloody eyes of the Uchiha. If so, then you are the only means for him to be killed. His eyes drifted, landing onto the dulled surface of the kunai in his hands. His one weakness. Akina coughed, more blood spattering the ground in front of her as it dripped from her mouth, seeping down through the snow and spreading like red ink. Itachi took a breath, closing his eyes as he allowed his senses to spread outwards. The lids of his eyes snapping open a moment later with a sharp intake of breath as his gaze trailed upwards. Impossible, how could he have recovered this much power so quickly? He looked to the immobile young woman on the floor and then felt his gaze travel to his kunai again. His one weakness. He straightened, the cogs of his mind turning slowly but surely. Slowly a small smile lifted his features. Then the entire room shuddered around him as the shock wave of some deafening explosion took his feet out from under him as the walls and tore themselves down around them with powerful tremors. He'll bring this whole place down around our ears. The Uchiha mentally snarled, growling before he holstered his kunai and rushed towards the still immobile female as huge chunks of ice smashed down around the platform. Conan never contemplated that so many flames could be made by a single jutsu. The bright orange heat escaped the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's clenched hands, in a massive blast that was not unlike some of Deidara's greatest explosion, rising higher and higher into the air. But not towards her. Conan watched as the fire rose to new heights, becoming a great spire of pure flame as it reached the very clouds themselves. Orange light seeped through the gray clouds as though tearing abyssal fissures through the sky, turning the land of ice into a nightmare, hellish landscape with its orange lighting. His purpose became clear to Conan a moment later when water, not snow, struck her cheek. Horrifying realization settling over her features. The blue-haired kunoichi only now realized just how high she truly was. She could almost feel the new moisture in the air, as though a thin mist had settled into the area, prickling her skin like the desert sand on a windy day. She turned, altering her course into a sheer dive, wings coiling back to almost let her succumb to gravity in a complete free fall. But it was too late, far too late, and in a drenching shower, Conan found herself soaked, head to toe in freezing, ice-cold water, wings falling apart at the seams, layer after layer peeling away and scattering to the winds. She tried to control her fall, slow herself down, finding, at best, minimal success, and all too soon the unyielding surface of the top of the ice fortress met her descent with a gut-churning thud. He raced through snow and ice. A path known to him by heart already but seeming agonizingly long in his rush as he and the other five continued to push through. The protective storm that circled around his base like the eye of a great typhoon doing little to slow their stride as harsh gusts sent shards of ice into their faces and exposed skin. He needed to get there. There was a flash, blinding all of his eyes for a moment before each adjusted, seeing the fiery orange haze from beyond the veil of the storm. Conan. So long, it had been so long since she had felt such pain, unfamiliar and blinding. It raced up her limb, freezing every thought and nerve for what must have been an eternity. Don't go into shock, don't go into shock, don't dash, she chanted over and over in her mind, using the mantra to try and focus the shattered vestiges of her thoughts. She breathed through clenched teeth. Moans of agony escaping her throat with each breath as her eyes were shut tight. Her remaining arm cradling her shattered one. And for the longest of times all she could focus on was this horrifying pain. She opened her eyes slowly. They blurred and were almost unregistering as she looked on his collapsed form just a few feet away, slowly picking himself up from where he'd fallen from exhaustion. How could he still move? This was beyond determination, beyond sheer willpower or even raw power in itself, this was inhuman. He should be dead. At the very least, a broken shell of a man laying on the ground in agony. Not pushing himself to his feet with slow, grueling progress, sickening squelches of bleeding, shifting flesh churning her stomach with nauseating effectiveness. She cradled her arm, hissing with each jostle of the limb as her weight shifted with each attempt to get to her own feet. Finally she managed to stand, lightly holding her bleeding appendage, the skin of which was almost scorching red hot over the multiple fractures. She looked to him again, watching as he knelt, almost sitting over his two legs, hands resting over bent knees, head bowed low. He seemed almost catatonic really, as if this time he was well and truly done for. As if somewhere between picking himself up off the floor and reaching this position his body said that enough was enough. His breathing, from what she could see, was shallow and even, as though he were asleep. She stepped forward slowly, warily, jumping at every step in which he didn't lash out at her in a flurry of motion. Seeing him this still, it was an unnatural thing. She swallowed thickly before she shook her head at her own cowardice, forming her hand seals as best she could, hissing and wincing with every movement of her shattered limb. Only pure focus and determination kept her fingers still long enough to form the sequence. Though his body still couldn't properly channel the demonic energy of the Kyuubi due to the rapid fluctuations his sudden release from the binding seal in the central chamber had caused, it was very likely that it was slowly readjusting itself. If he even regained a fraction of his previous control, then he could outlast them as he always had. As her chakra slowly wound its way through her coils onto the fingertips of her uninjured arm, Conan sensed a shift in the air, and a dim, almost unnoticeable red haze had crept in along her peripheral vision, simmering the air around him. No, the thought was more disbelieving than angry or shocked, filled with incredulity and a hint of desperation. She looked to him, head still bowed, hair matted down with blood and sweat, eyes closed. No. There was simply no way that he could be. She didn't hesitate another moment, rushing forward before she had even finished her final seals. She sought to close the distance between them before he could even steal another breath. She was desperate in her bid to reach him, unfocused, careless. In a single fluid motion, Naruto's previously still form sprang to life, reaching down, through the cottony white snow at their feet before he pulled away the lone kunai he had at his disposal. Wet and frostbitten, the biting chill stung his bare hand as he grasped the handle. But the pain was of little consequence, and with one final, desperate lunge, the Jinchuriki threw all of his weight into a powerful forward thrust that plunged the dark, diamond-shaped blade deep into the startled Conan's stomach. The blue-haired Nuke-Nin felt her gasp choke her as her blood met the sharp exhale within her throat, gurgling on the dark liquid. Her hands grasped at the wound, the seal construct dying away into nothing as her focus was broken. Naruto's weight crashed into her, knocking her flatly onto her back as the Devil King fell on top of her, the last of his weight driving the blade even deeper into her stomach cavity. Naruto breathed heavily at her side. He began to push himself away before his body finally gave out, going into shuddering spasms as he convulsed and choked on his own bubbling blood in his throat as both mind and body began to give into shock before he fell still, eyes rolled into the back of his head. Conan gasped in pain, blood bubbling up her throat as she shuddered, rolling onto her side as fire slowly surged through her veins. Somewhere in the back of her mind she realized that perhaps he'd done something more than just stab her. Glassy doe eyes opened, staring across the flat plateau towards the dull gray horizon, the sun blocked out by rumbling storm cloud. A shadow fell over her, and for one long, agonizing moment the blue-haired woman thought that Naruto had somehow stood up again and was about to finish the job, when she felt a hand gently cupping her chin, carefully bringing her gaze to where it intended. There she phoned the purple-hued rings of the Rinnegan, looking down on her, Yahiko's animated body looking down on her with more concern than she'd ever seen in these last 2 decades. Her eyes grew heavy, and her trembling arm reached up, caressing the cold cheek of the corpse with trembling fingers, leaving ugly traces of her blood to ar the surface of his skin. Her mouth moved, but no words came before her eyes finally closed and her head fell to the side, leaving only fury to replace the worried expression that had graced the Akatsuki ninja's features as he turned his legendary jujitsu onto the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Chapter 98, To Walk the Devil's Path. The earth shook around him, fissures rupturing in the ice at his feet, at his sides and above his head, as he stumbled through the tunnel, avoiding the falling chunks of ice and ruined debris that lined the floor. Disoriented with the shakes, his foot fell squarely on a large block of ice, its slick surface slipping right out from under him. He fell, hands grasping at the freezing, wet walls without purchase. He hits the ground, cursing as he slips and slides down the tunnel, clawing, crawling and pushing himself forward as quickly as possible, using chakra to get traction along his feet as he struggled to get upright, succeeding after several attempts before placing his back firmly against the wall, green eyes swiveling this way and that way. What the hell is going on out there? Finally, the shaking ceased, leaving only the cold dreariness of the interior of the ice that surrounds him. He pushed himself upright, looking forward and back down the tunnel before continuing in his previous direction. The crunch of snow and ice beneath his feet was the only sound around him as the tunnel stretched onwards in a disorienting zigzag of turns and curves, rising and falling in slippery slopes as the cold air burned through his lungs. Is everyone already dead? He stopped then, one hand on his chest, the other against the wall. The inside of his lungs felt as though he was breathing in turpentine. Wheezing breaths flowing air in and out as he began to feel lightheaded. The muscles of his windpipe tightening in his body's natural survival instincts kicked in. The Kazekage grunted, his hand rising to his head as pain lanced from one temple to the other. Damn it! Pull it together, Gaara. He pushed himself off the wall, coughing once, one hand still on his chest before he continued walking. The coldness of this frozen wasteland could not match the icy hatred that shone through the eyes of Devapath as he looked down on the dying Kage. His body broken as it lay over the white snow and clear ice, staining it red with blood. Pain-sama, came Zetsu's raspy voice as the hybrid ninja emerged from the ice behind him. My lord where were you? He interrupted. He did not wish to hear anything else, other than some justification as to why he still breathed whereas Conan did not. Silence came between the two with the density of a brick wall. And Devapath could almost hear the Kusa ninja's heart speeding up where he stood. Frightened, and he well should be. The Kusa ninja tensed beneath his cloak. Pain did not need eyes or ears to sense that. When he spoke again, his voice was an octave lower, hesitant, guarded. I was here. Fighting? The mortal god asked, slowly turning to face his subordinate. It was warning enough, and in the next instant the ground beneath Zetsu opened up, ready to swallow the Kusa nin whole before arguably the most powerful creature on this earth could attack. Too slow, far too slow. With a thought, and a simple motion. Zetsu's trajectory was changed as pain pulled him closer, a blade appearing in his hand so quickly not even Zetsu's keen eyes could catch sight of the movement. The strike came just as fast, with the blade almost leaping from the god's grip and sinking itself into Zetsu's hide. Zetsu gasped, hands moving in reflex to grasp at the cloak of his attacker, griping him with strength brought on by the surge of adrenaline in the throes of death that was sapped away just as quickly as Deva Realm twisted the blade with a savage jerk. Zetsu, choking on the blood that rose in his throat, looked at the man that fancied himself a god and stared into the legendary bloodline of the most powerful man in history. There he would find only contempt and rage, seething and burning like a slowly spreading fire. And without speaking a word, the man reached up, grasped Zetsu by his throat, and snapped his neck with a twitch of his wrist and let the body fall to the floor with cold dismissal. It was a fell wind that brushed across Devapath's face as he looked down once again on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He focused for a moment on the man that had done this, then to the broken and shattered fortress that even now lay crumbling beneath him, great, deafening cracks echoing up and around him, then, he looked beyond that, to the bodies that even now, bloodied the snow around this place. Their inconsequential lives, snuffed out before he had even arrived. He turned his gaze on the one person who did matter. Conan. Blood leaked from between slightly parted lips, her blue, wet hair clinging to her pale skin. Her eyes were still half open, and for a moment he could almost imagine them turning onto him. But no. Her chest remained still, her heart, unmoving. She was dead? He had been, too late. He did not need to turn, to see that the demon had regained consciousness. Neither did he need to turn to watch him choking on the blood that had gathered at the back of his throat. He saw his eyes open, glassy and unfocused. Pain didn't give him time to regain his bearings. The Akatsuki leader turned, marched forward, barely halting at the man's side before kicking him across the face with enough force to roll him over completely. Naruto spat the fresh blood from his mouth, now laying on his stomach. His hands moved without much thought, in an effort to fulfill the nearly instinctive need to stand and face his enemy. He didn't get very far in that effort. The kick that connected with his ribs was nearly enough to make him lose consciousness again, sending him skipping across the snow-covered plateau, his ribs breaking with disturbing ease under the force of the strike before he came to a halt near the edge. His chest felt as though it were on fire when he finally drew a strangled breath which gave into a fit of coughs. Pain advanced, his fellow paths flanking him, expressions all but blank as they looked down on the Demon King. When they drew closer, however, the god found himself surprised at the sound that reached his ears. He laughed. It was slow, pained, weak, yet utterly mocking. She died, with your name on her lips. With a snarl twisting his expression, Pain closed the distance between them, his hand closing around Naruto's throat with the force of a vice, cutting off the ninja's mocking taunts. You die by inches. He hissed. Again, Naruto's response was a simple, cruel smirk. The Akatsuki's leader almost saw the attack coming too late. He leapt back, a blade of wind slicing deeply into his still outstretched arm, an instant before a hand rose from over the edge grasping onto Naruto's clothing and pulling him over before any of them could react. He marched closer to the edge, peering down. There he found the Suna princess, wildly attempting to control their slide as the so-called Demon King neither had the strength nor the bearings to fend for himself. His others marched closer, needing no verbal orders before he bade them to leap over the edge in pursuit while he remained behind. Foolish, only I can hear your prayers here, and I shall not answer them. Power surged through his body as his hands rose from his sides. An urgency hurried his steps. Gaara didn't know what was causing it, but thin, cold air and burning lungs be damned as he continued to rush through the tunnels. The rumbling from the explosion outside having ceased long ago, it allowed his gait to be more sure-footed, and his progress faster, though snapping cracks still echoed through the chasms as whole sections of walls crumbled and gave way around him. Something was urging him forward, however, a feeling he couldn't explain, almost a pulling from deep within. It not only made resting impossible, it seemed to guide his steps as tunnel split off into tunnel in a dizzying maze that would disorient even the most well-prepared tracker. As he rounded the next corner, however, the Kazekage came face to face with one of his own umbu, the Suna insignia engraved onto the forehead of his mask. "Kazekage-sama!" the man cried, rushing forward, his hand flying to the earpiece radio. "I found him!" The Godame sighed in obvious relief, until of course, his better judgment came forward. Taking a cautionary step back, the leader of Suna spoke with a warding hand held in front of him. "The sun rises to the east," he said. "And its shadow falls there when it sets," the umbu replied. Gaara nodded, allowing the tension to ease from his shoulders, however briefly. "Kazekage-sama," the umbu said, interrupting his thoughts as he grasped him firmly by the shoulder. "Come, my lord, there is something you must see this way." All at once, the sense of urgency returned, and Gaara nodded without a second thought, marching forward behind the man, through more of the winding tunnels and twisting caverns. Finally, the two emerged into a large, hollowed chamber. The howling winds billowed over its sides in wispy gusts that were visible to the naked eye as they lifted snow and ice in their grip. But the Kazekage paid little attention to that, finding his eyes landing squarely on the body that lay in the center of it. He stepped forward cautiously, hearing the crunching of the umbu's footsteps as he followed him. With a tentative caution he knelt at the body's side, female, her blood-soaked hair showed that she had either defeated a great many before she fell or had lost copious amounts of blood herself. Half of her body, the half that faced away from him, was covered in blackened burn marks and peeling flesh. He reached over, rolling her towards him, until he could finally see her face, her upper torso half leaning on his bent knee. And at the sight of her face, Gaara sucked in a sharp breath. "Akina!" His shock lasted for only a moment before he turned to bark his orders at the umbu, only to find the man gone. Sea-green eyes swiveled to and fro, searching for the opponent that must be hidden, for the trap that was about to be sprung. Nothing happened. Confused and concerned, Gaara did not ignore the injured woman now leaning against him, however, and warily, his eyes returned to her, hands ghosting over her injuries with uncertain hesitation. Outside, standing near the edge of the storm, the blood-red Sharingan eyes opened with languid ease as a breath escaped his nostrils as though eased of a burden. "Senpai," came the lilting, almost juvenile voice behind him. "What are we doing?" Itachi did not answer his fellow Akatsuki member, choosing instead to begin the process of removing his cloak from where it was wrapped around him. "Deidara-senpai is dead now, I think Setsu-sama too, oh, and Sasori-senpai too. What do you think happened to Kisame-sama, senpai? You think he's dead too? Or did he dash?" "Tobi." The Uchiha finally spoke, cutting him off. "Be silent." There was a childish sniffle behind him, as though the spiral-masked ninja were crying beneath his mask. "Itachi-senpai is so mean to Tobi, but not mean to the little angel though. He was nice to her, let her live." There was a silence between them for a moment before Tobi broke it again. This time, his voice lost some of its childish, jovial undertones. "Why let her live, senpai?" Itachi didn't answer for a long time, and for a while Tobi thought he was gonna be ignored. Then the Uchiha spoke. "Insurance." Tilting his head like a curious animal, he waited for further explanation. Folding his cloak neatly, the Uchiha laid the black cloth at his feet and then began to methodically remove his weapon pouches. "I have no intention of remaining under the boot heel of pain for the rest of my life. There is only one person that has a chance to kill pain. Uzumaki-san." Tobi answered. "Itachi-senpai is smart. God fights devil. Only one wins. And that girl." The Uchiha continued, finishing the removal of his weapon pouches as he reached into a single jacket pocket. Pulling out a kunai and fingering the weapon between his thumb and index finger. "Is the means by which Naruto himself can be stopped. I don't get it. He has allowed her to live on multiple occasions." The Uchiha clarified. "Either he's sentimental, which I doubt. Or he has left her alive for some other reason. Either her dying will weaken him considerably, or it will actually kill him. Both of which will serve me well should he survive this, and choose to come after me. And if Pain-sama survives?" There was a pause. "I will deal with that if it happens. Where will senpai go?" The Uchiha didn't answer, simply fingering the kunai in his hands for a moment as though nostalgic. Then, with a simple nonchalance, he dropped it into the snow, next to his discarded clothing and weapons. Then his body dissolved, leaving nothing but wisps of black smoke to be caught in the wind. Tobi looked up to the sky, sighing as he placed his hands behind his head. Oh well, it was all fun while it lasted. Turning around, he began to march away, whistling a tune as he walked further and further away from the ice fortress and into the storm that eternally surrounded the place. Gaara grunted, shifting the comatose woman to lay flat on her back. He placed his fingers at her neck, searching for a pulse. He found one, and sighed in relief as he did. He turned his attention to her injuries, looking them over as though trying to find where to begin as he removed his cloak, getting ready to tear it apart to use as makeshift bandages. When he looked closer, much closer, there he found the wispy tendrils of steam rising from where her burns met clear skin. He leaned in closer, his face and eyes scrunching in amazed puzzlement. What in the dash? A scuffling to his right tore his gaze away, his hand grasping firmly at a kunai as he pulled the weapon free of its satchel. Then, scurrying out of one of the many tunnels that led into this chamber came yet another Umbu, his cloak wet with snow, his porcelain mask turning this way and that way as his head swiveled around, scanning the room until his gaze found him. Kakazakage-sama. The excited soldier made a move to step forward when said Kage raised the kunai in his hand in warning. I have reason to believe our password may be compromised, Umbu. You'd best prove who you are quickly. To emphasize his point, the Kage made a show of sand, gathering at the Umbu ninja's feet. He was bluffing, of course. The amount of sand he currently had on him would have difficulty crushing a small child. The Umbu thought for a moment, almost as though his means of proving his identity were in the room itself, when he apparently thought of something. Slowly, with no swift movements, he reached into his cloak, pulling a scroll from within. He unrolled it over the ground. Biting his thumb, he began to run it across the ink-covered surface, its runes and lines glowing for a moment before, poof, a gray cloud obscured the Godame's vision for a moment. And Gaara feared that, if it indeed was another enemy, the man had just summoned reinforcements. Still, what was done, was done. He waited for the smoke to dissipate. When it did, more Umbu stood in the room, 8 or so each, looking around the chamber, confused until their sights landed on him. Kazekage. The lead Umbu declared, beginning to march towards him when the younger one that had found him first, who wore a bird mask, placed a hand on his shoulder. Sir. Kazekage-sama has reason to believe the code word is compromised. The captain nodded before reaching up and unclasping his wolf mask, revealing his face. One Gaara recognized. Kisuke, one of the senior captains. He looked to the others, his gaze giving his orders clearly enough without words. One by one they each removed their masks, and the majority, he managed to recognize easily enough. Either the entire team was compromised or these were the real deal. He gave their identities no second thought. Come. She needs medical attention. Not hesitating, they came forward, hands retrieving bandages, blood pills and salves. Gaara stepped back, a sliver of apprehension coiling around his heart, unaware of the thoughts that wound their way across the comatose woman's mind as she slept. The inside of his head felt as though it was subject to the beating of a great drum. His nostrils burned with the cold and his limbs felt as though they were lead-lined. He coughed, white snowflakes flaring up in front of him by the puff of air. Everything ached, and his arms shook with the effort to move them. Snow gathered over his prone body until finally, his aching muscles obeyed his command, pushing himself up onto his hands and knees. Where am I? The thought was a detached one. He looked around, finding nothing but white-capped snow spread out as far as the eye could see before being swallowed up by the swirling vortex that was the storm that encircled this place. How did I get here? Before he could get his bearings, an arm grabbed onto the back of his shirt, the impact jarring him with a sick sense of vertigo before his instincts kicked in, his breathing becoming rapid, his fists clenching as adrenaline spiked. His hand slipped into his weapon holster, drawing one of the many kunai blades housed within it. Calm down, copycat. He recognized that voice, and he definitely recognized the crushing grip that fell over his wrist before he was shoved forward, stumbling before his legs found their strength, keeping him upright as he turned around, finding Yoshihiro standing in front of him. Battered and bruised, pieces of his armor were missing, the normally gleaming metal of his hammer scratched with deep gouges all along the hilt, a corner of the hammer's head chipped as the old Iwa Nin nursed a brutal gash over his left eye. The right side of his face was smarting a nasty, yellow-hued bruise. At the sight of this, Kakashi could only come to one conclusion. You look like shit. Yeah, and you look like a rosebud. Kakashi wasn't delirious enough for the sarcasm to go over his head. Looking down at the tears that didn't cover the, still bleeding, injuries, he would probably agree with Yoshihiro's assessment when he next looked into a mirror. Glancing around again, Sharingan now spinning in one eye to take a second, much more thorough assessment of his surroundings, the copy Nin took careful scrutiny of the immediate area before looking up the shattered mountain of ice. Jagged spikes reaching varying heights from where the massive spire had crumbled around it, its top leaning precariously on one side, debris still littering the base of the structure. What happened to Kisame? he asked, rubbing his head before covering his eye. Last I remember was the fortress falling around us as we made a run for it. Looking around some more he added, we're not dead are we? The elder male rolled his eyes. No you moron, we're not dead. Good. He said with a mock sigh. You being the first sight of my afterlife would mean I was in hell. The joke fell rather flat considering the elder IWA ninja's sneer, but at the moment Kakashi really didn't care. He was alive right now, and Kisame was nowhere to be found. That entitled him to a few bad jokes. Still. Where's Suna? There was a rumbling crunch of shifting snow, and the high-pitched groan of metal straining under pressure as a mound of tightly packed white flakes began to rise off to their right. Both men drew their weapons, intent on pouncing Kisame should he be the one under there. But to their relief, it was a half-destroyed hand of reinforced wood that emerged first. Its pinky finger gone and servo motors whirring with a very ugly sound. When Kankuro finally emerged from where he'd been buried, his face, or at least half of it was in clear view, half his upper body armor was shattered, the other half not looking much better, cracks, and clumps of frozen water cracking over the joints that struggled to move. The Sunanin was panting, the warmth of his breath visible with every exhale. A cut over his eye allowed copious amounts of blood to fall down his face. Something that must have stung his eye horribly, but the brunette ninja paid little attention to his injuries, wincing as he swiveled his head to and fro, searching for their enemy with a worried, almost frantic expression. Finally, looking back to Kakashi and Yoshihiro he breathed out the obvious question. Kisame? Kakashi shrugged in response. Kankuro sighed, eyes closing in almost tear-jerking relief. The monster of the mist had certainly earned his name in the Sunanin's eyes. His relief was soon overshadowed however as a thought came into him with the force of a stampeding horse. Looking to Kakashi and Yoshihiro he knew their minds were wandering in the same direction. Subtly, though it was most likely an exercise in futility, he tried to shift his still trapped legs to loosen the snow's hold on him in case he needed to move quickly. With a leisurely pace, Kakashi drew his hand back, into his weapon holster, clearly ready to cross this line now that Kisame seemed to be out of the picture. A hand on the copy ninja's shoulder made him pause, turning his head slowly to the side to face the older male from his peripheral. We aren't sure if Kisame's dead yet. Not to mention we have other enemies here. Kisame had a good chance of killing all of us. He was enjoying that fight. I doubt this is some trick. Kakashi argued back. Besides. He jerked his head towards Kankuro. Recognize him? Sabaku no Kankuro. Gaara's older brother. A very valuable hostage. Yoshihiro opened his mouth to speak, when his gaze traveled upwards widening as his mouth clicked shut before opening again. No time for that shit. Pushing Kakashi out of the way the elder Iwa Nin pushed forward, hammer over his shoulder as Kakashi stumbled, turning once he caught his feet to see what had startled the Tsuchikage only to feel his own multicolored eyes widen before he looked back to Kankuro, who had abandoned subtlety and was now pulling himself fully to his feet, one leg already free. You might want to hurry up with that. He warned, watching as Kankuro chuckled up at him. Way I see it tree huger, this is my chance to leave you both to die and go find my brother. The copy nin shrugged his shoulders. Sure. If you want to leave your sister to die with us. Snapping his gaze up, Kankuro turned as best he could, ignoring Kakashi as he looked back up to the shattered remnants of the ice fortress, finding several tiny dark blotches rapidly leaping from one point to another, pursuing one other person, the stark shade of light blonde hair allowing him to recognize his sister anywhere. Looking closer however, he found her to be carrying someone. Blood-soaked Naruto's normally sun-kissed hair and its new reddish ting confused Suna's puppet master as to the identity of the person his sister was trying to save. Gaara. With a surge of effort, the puppeteer forced his suit to respond, pulling his last leg free of snow and ice before he rushed after the other two ninja. He paused though, a rumbling reaching his ears before he turned back, looking over his shoulder at the massive storm that forever circled this place, watching it enclosing itself, closer and closer around the ice formation. Not giving the phenomenon a second thought he moved forward. His sister came first, the freak storm, later. The Suna princess cursed as she continued to slide down the slick ice. Naruto slid at her side, an almost solid trail of blood left in his wake as he struggled to control his fall. She looked to him, watching as his entire body shook with the strain to remain upright, and as his head dropped and his eyes visibly struggled to remain open. Her eyes darted left and right, scanning the jagged surface of the ice before she stopped, chakra lining the places where her body met the cold surface, bringing her to a halt as she turned sharply, intercepting his tumbling body with her own. The wind was knocked out of her, leaving her lungs burning with lack of air, but she ignored it, wrapping her hands around his blood-soaked body, staining her skin and clothes crimson before she looked above, towards the small black dots that were her pursuers. Far enough, she determined. Her feet found purchase, and with another neck-breaking turn, she reversed her momentum, using it to nearly launch herself headfirst into a small crevice in the broken wall of the fortress. She fell, in with a winded curse, her wrist twisting awkwardly as she tried to catch her fall. The bulk of the Jinchuriki falling next to her, his body limp and unmoving. She cradled her hand, hissing with pain as her wrist throbbed, her hair fell over her face and cold slammed into her side like an unyielding wall that sank its fangs into her flesh. She bit out a curse, her eyes closing tight in pain before opening again and staring at the deathly pale visage of the Jinchuriki beside her. She crawled closer, kneeling at his side as he struggled for breath, looking to her as her cold hand came to rest on his sweat-soaked skin. He did not even have the strength to speak, but he recognized her all the same, and the questions that raced through his mind he could never give voice to as he lost consciousness again. "Hey! Hey!" Temari yelled, shaking the man as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. She didn't have time to think on his lack of consciousness when the rustle of a cloak brought her gaze to the entrance of their little niche, finding a freak with spikes on his head blocking the opening. She flattened her hand, its shape vaguely resembling a blade as chakra passed over it before she slashed the appendage across the air between them. The invisible blade of wind struck true, slicing the spiked ninja from shoulder to hip and knocking him clear of the entrance, his grinning face disappearing as he fell over the edge. Without wasting another moment, she grabbed Naruto, pushing chakra through her body before she lifted him with considerable effort and ran out the same entrance. The cold wind slapped her in the face, the snow stung her eyes, and 5 of the purple-eyed freaks were already converging on her as began to fall with the pull of gravity. One lunged, arms wide as though to grab onto her in midair. The wind came to her, accelerating her fall, too low for him to catch. He went over her head as her feet fell onto the sloping wall. There was no victory in this, however. Another was gaining on her already, this one thin, with long hair held in a high ponytail. His eyes were just as unervingly dead as all the others though. She drew a shuriken from her pouch, more wind chakra lining its surface before she threw it. The bladed star cut through the air, curving in its path as it rushed towards the ninja, ripping straight through its chest, making it stumble and fall before it easily and swiftly regained its feet and sought to cut down the distance that had formed between them with even more determination. "They're not human," she thought despairingly before something smashed into her right side, where Naruto's body had been blocking her vision. The wind was knocked from her lungs with a sputtering cough, and Naruto fell from her grasp, tumbling in the air before he struck the solid, unyielding ice and continued to roll down its sloping surface. She grit her teeth in pain as the man's arms locked around her in a vice grip, literally crushing her to him before she vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving one of the Rinnegan wielders grasping a tightly wrapped bundle of shuriken tied together by razor wire close to his chest before the trap went off, exploding in a lethal display that sent the stars of metal into his throat, head, chest, stomach, legs and arms. Temari appeared beneath Naruto's falling body, arms poised to catch the Demon King and continue her rush to escape when a bright purple glow caught her sight, and a source of heat, growing closer and closer, forced her instincts to kick in. She reacted, pushing Naruto to the side with her foot. She quickly jumped off the surface of the ice fortress, a blast of heat and icy debris pelting her body as she looked down, finding the perpetrator to be none other than the freak with the spikes on his head that she thought to have killed earlier. She looked quickly to her other attackers, frantic as panic threatened to rise in her chest as she realized that she had no chance of dodging any attack here in midair. With a neck-breaking jerk, her body found itself pulled upwards, arms and legs giving little more resistance than that of a rag doll. There is a weightless moment of vertigo, where sky and earth meant nothing. She found herself feeling utterly relaxed for a moment. Then she found the fury-filled gaze of Devapath glaring down on her. She didn't hear his words, nor did it really matter, for in the next instant Temari found her body hurled through the air at dangerous speeds. A sudden, immense pressure on her ribs giving her no chance to breathe before she reached the unyielding surface below. There was a crash, snow and ice rising into the air in a billowing cloud that obscured her vision as her chest felt as though it was being crushed, the jagged, stone-like ice digging into her back as her vision was splotched with blackened spots. She rasped out a cough, exhausting what little breath she had, wet and gurgling. Her mind distantly acknowledged it as blood given the taste. She shut her eyes tight against the pain, struggling to recall her training to block out the sensation and move again, finding only limited success as her fingers and legs did little more than twitch before she coughed again, her breath stolen from her lungs a second time. The dust began to settle, and from the very corner of her eyes Temari saw him approach. His black cloak hugging his shoulders, his reddish mane of hair shifting in color to give him a very ghoulish silhouette in the snow-filled air, the ringed eyes of the Rinnegan unnerving in their odd appearance and unnatural focus on her form. The blade emerged from the inside of his sleeve as if by magic, as black as obsidian stone, and probably just as sharp. Its very image made her feel a chill down her spine as she struggled to pull herself away, eyeing the weapon with no small amount of fear as she pushed herself further and further away with weak, shaking hands that slipped on the ice. Soon enough he was standing over her, the tip of the sword held over her face, barely an inch from her nose. She glanced around, searching for some weapon or escape, but she only found Naruto's still form, laying face down in the snow-covered ice, two others at his side. "You will not forestall God's judgment," the one above her said, bringing her attention back to it. She looked into his gaze, finding a strikingly familiar coldness to those purple-tinged eyes but, worse somehow, darker, more alien. She tried to move again, succeeding only in sending pain shooting across her upper torso, wincing with a hiss. Pain merely looked on, his face and features betraying nothing. He raised the blade high, ready to bring it down over the Suna princess for the final blow before he turned his head to the side, his free hand rising, outstretched. She felt a momentary surge of chakra from him, followed by a startled oomph before snow was kicked up nearby, the genjutsu dissipating to reveal Kakashi, hair matted down to his head as he gave a grimacing chuckle. "Why do I even bother?" The ground shifted beneath the Suna kunoichi, ice and snow splitting apart before opening entirely, allowing her to fall in. Startled, she screamed, Pain's blade descending to strike as the ground closed above her. Darkness surrounded her, leaving her only able to feel her own heart pumping in her chest as her adrenaline spiked and her temples pounded with the blood flow. She felt things moving around her, and her lungs began to burn from the sudden lack of oxygen. In a panic, she began to struggle, trashing around as she searched for some exit from her earthly prison. Then, with the same suddenness she'd fallen in, fell right back out. Greeted to the sensation of air rushing past her before she felt an impact at her back, her eyes closed with the jarring force. "Sis!" she gasped, her eyes snapping open to fall on the half-concealed face of her brother, brown eyes staring down on her in wondering disbelief as the edges of the one eye she could see beneath his suit glimmered with unshed tears. "Kankuro!" She didn't say anything else before she pushed herself forward from where she sat, awkwardly circling her arms around the massive suit of armor. She felt a swell of emotions rise up in her chest, tears threatening to spill over her eyes as a lump formed in her throat. He was alive, her baby brother was alive, and he was here. "Come on, breathe." The muttered demand brought her back to the present. She raised her head, looking past her brother as she slid out his suit's massive arms, finding Yoshihiro kneeling over Naruto, hands regularly pressing down on his chest before he pressed his ear close. His face dismayed before he straightened and pressed down again. "Come on. Come on." "No." The Suna princess breathed aloud, drawing her brother's worried eye to the back of her head before she rushed forward, sliding to a halt at his side. "What's wrong?" she yelled, up at the armored male. "What does it look like?" The Tsuchikage cursed. His heart stopped. Kankuro stepped forward, and, looking over Temari's shoulder, found the face of the man on the ground to not be his brother's. And then he leveled his gaze on the back of Temari's head. There was a poof of smoke beside them, which, when dissipated, revealed Kakashi, hands pressing down on his knees as he hunched forward, gasping for breath. "He wasn't too happy," he said, still struggling to catch his breath. "And it won't be very long before he finds us. We need to move." Upon being ignored, the copy nin raised his head from where it hung, finding Yoshihiro still repeatedly pressing down on Naruto's chest, with the blonde, still unresponsive. The copy nin wasted no more time, despite his exhaustion, the aches and pains that still battered his body further into the realms of unconsciousness. He stepped forward. "Move!" he barked, almost shoving Yoshihiro aside before he pressed his hands over Naruto's chest. The eddies of chakra flowed through his palms, taking shape and form according to his will before Temari and the others saw Naruto arch upwards, a shock going through his system as Kakashi attempted to restart his heart. He placed 2 fingers on the Godame's pulse point, staying for a moment before he cursed, placing his hands over the blonde's chest again. Standing behind Temari, Kankuro looked on, worry in his eyes as he looked down on his sister as she knelt there, biting her lip with worry. He knew that under stressful situations captives often grew attached to their captors. But his sister had always been level-headed. She'd always been the smart one. Always been the one to pass her mental resistance and genjutsu tests far better than he or even Gaara. She was human just like everybody else, sure, but he couldn't help but feel a stab of betrayal at her worry for this man of all things. This was the same man that had severed his spine from the waist down, forever stealing him of the use of his legs. The man that had flooded Suna with so many refugees that their grain stores were barely able to maintain a steady supply of food for the entire population. The man that single-handedly threatened absolutely everything they held dear and stood for. Immediately he cast aside those feelings as best he could. Temari was just like anybody else. Who's to say that, had it been him that had been captured, the shoe would be on the other foot? The important thing was that she was alive and they could take both her and Gaara back to Suna. The rest of the bullshit they could deal with later. Come on, damn it. Kakashi cursed, sweat lining his brow as he sent another pulse through Naruto's body, his shoulders shaking as his face visibly tightened behind the mask. No. No, not now, not when we're so close. When everything is so close. But the blonde remained there, lying still, his features calm, mouth slightly open, his eyes closed. Then, there was a pulse, a ripple of red that swept out from under him as though he'd landed in a great, shallow pool of water. Kakashi and the other two stood, startled, as they took a step back. Kazekage-sama. One of the Umbu cried near the rear of the line. Gaara turned, finding the Umbu that had been carrying Akina had let the girl fall, his sword drawn as the young woman's chakra glowed around her body. The water sloshed against her ankles, pushing and pulling like the coming and goings of the tide. She didn't move from her place, staring down into the crystal-clear, blue surface that lay just in front of her, rippling and shifting. "Where are we?" she asked. When he didn't answer, and the silence only seemed to stretch on, she elaborated. "Your mind?" "Mine?" Again the silence stretched on for a moment. Then he finally spoke. "Neither." She stared down at the pool at her feet, saltwater. She didn't know how, but she knew it was saltwater. She didn't understand his answer, she didn't really care where they were really. So she didn't know why she'd even asked. "What's happening?" she asked, her eyes still lowered. "To you?" There was silence, and she felt his eyes on her, assessing her. Then he answered. "You know." It was not dismissive. It was a fact. She looked up to him then, her crystal blue eyes carved with sorrow for him perhaps, or perhaps self-pity, it mattered little. He sat upon a stone throne that rested atop a mound of skulls, each of which leaked blood from their hollow eyes and forever grinning mouths that dripped and cascaded down into the water around him, tainting it in a swirling red but traveled little farther, keeping itself away from the crystal-clear saltwater that surrounded her. He was clad in his trademark red shroud and metal mask, his head resting lazily atop his fist. Eyes unseen behind the veil of blackened shadow under his hood. When he stood, the bones beneath his feet shifted with cracks and snaps as they tumbled down towards the bloody water below. She watched as he approached, each step bringing him closer and closer until he finally stood ankle-deep in the bloody water and continued to close the distance until he stood just at the edge of the divide that separated the blood-stained water from the clear. Slowly, cautiously, she stepped forward, coming closer until she stood face to face with him, looking up at his taller frame, still failing to pierce the veil that fell over his eyes. Suddenly, his form became transparent, and he reeled back, as though pained as his legs seemed ready to give out right from under him as he staggered, his hand rising to clutch at his chest. She gasped, taking a step forward as though to grab him, keep him standing, when she hesitated, stopping with her hand still outstretched, grasping at air as she closed her hand into a loose fist. He looked at her then, still clutching at his chest with one hand. He spoke, his tone harsh and wheezy as though he'd run a great distance. "So, what do you think will happen now? Do you think it will end?" He paused, seeming to catch his breath for a moment before he spoke again. "It won't, the turmoil, the chaos, the sorrow, it will continue. You've saved no one, you've accomplished." His voice failed him again, his body becoming more transparent, thinner as he fell to his knees with a pained yell. A wet cough rattled his frame and in the next second, blood dripped from the side of his mask, falling into the tainted water below him. "Even if you have, you will not live to see it." There was silence for a moment, and in the next, he stood, grunting with pain as he straightened again to his full height, the blood still trailing down from the edge of his metal mask, his body becoming so transparent it seemed almost invisible for a moment before it regained some of its consistency. He looked up, staring into the black void that hung above them. The Demon King. He laughed, self-mocking and bitter as he turned away from her. "Enjoy your new world, dear sister." Her chest tightened up, her heart lurched beneath her ribs as her stomach dropped and her throat tightened. Every instinct told her to stop, every fiber of her being screamed at her to let him walk away, to let him die now, but before she knew it she stepped forward, her white clothes stained red as she passed into the bloody water and grasped onto his arm with strength born of desperation. "No!" she cried, tears falling from her eyes and trailing down her face, falling into the murky water below as it swirled and melded together, finally mixing as the dividing line was broken. He looked down, staring at the hand that held onto his arm in a vice, his body becoming stronger, more corporeal as she held on. "This changes nothing," he said after a long, heavy silence that had seemed to go on for eons. "You will still be my enemy when my eyes open again, Suna will still burn. A choked sob rose up from her chest, her eyes shutting themselves tight as she let her head fall forward, her hair shielding her face from view as more tears fell from her eyes. I know. Kazekage-sama. The cry echoed up from one of the tunnels, and as one the four turned to look towards it, only now noticing the sounds of movement coming closer to them. After a second or so they saw the sources, 8 or so, they exited the tunnel with their blades at the ready. Kankuro-sama. One of the yelled and the Suna puppeteer marched forward with a nod, pausing only for a moment as Gaara emerged from the tunnel. Gaara! He yelled in relief, smiling as he came closer. The Kazekage looked to his armored brother, laughing once with equal relief before he wrapped the man in a hug. Then he saw Temari. It was as if someone had struck him in the stomach, and all the air left his lungs as he pulled himself away from Kankuro, looking to Temari, who looked back with some emotion he couldn't describe. Temari. He pulled back, suspicion in his eyes. I saw you die. He looked past her, past the other two, to the body behind them. Temari opened her mouth to speak when a deafening boom shook the chamber around them, chunks of ice falling from the ceiling, forcing the group to scatter as one of the walls was blown in with a blanketing sweep of snow, blinding their sight as it knocked them off their feet. Pain stepped through the threshold, his Rinnegan eyes instantly taking in every detail of the massive chamber and those within it as they reached their feet. Throw away thy rod, he said as his others spread out in a semicircle in front of the group, who made themselves ready. Cast aside thy hope. The dark blade emerged again and fell into his firm grip with ease and familiarity. For God shall not take the gentle path. She returned to the land of the consciousness with growls in her ear, cold water at her back and the putrid stench of rotting, bloody meat blowing across her nose. Opening her sky blues, she looked to the side, finding the fox pacing, the chains around his neck and legs giving sharp pings as the lynx shifted their position with his pacing. You worthless meat sack! He roared the moment he became aware of her cognition, snarling as he inched closer. Do you have any idea what you've done? Her expression was sad, she knew that, and as began to rise the tears that fell from her cheeks did so with her knowing they were there as she stumbled to her feet. I saved him. She answered simply. The fury in the roar that escaped the fox's gaping maw was nearly a palpable thing, the mere force of his killing intent alone fell onto her shoulders like a physical weight. How dare you? He hissed, drool that burned like acid seeping through his grit teeth. Your dash. Not your puppet. She interrupted, looking up to him as he snarled and growled. Nor will I be Zhuge Liang's anymore. I'm no one's puppet. He looked down on her with unabashed hatred in those bloody eyes. His lips curling back into a disgusted, amused little smile. No. You're far more pathetic than that. You're his puppet instead. This time, she woke to the feel of cold air kissing her face, and the sound of battle in her ear. Every muscle in her body ached, and the side that had been struck by Amaterasu's legendary black fire still felt almost cripplingly painful to every movement. She hissed as she began to turn herself over, walls of glimmering ice surrounding her on all sides. She crawled on her stomach, with nail and foot, pushing herself to where the sounds were coming from. She lurched to her feet for the final stretch of distance before her strength abandoned her and she fell, just at the edge of the tunnel, with the battle now visible to her eyes. Suna clashed with 5 of the black-robed ninjas in a desperate melee, jutsu and shuriken flying across the room as they were launched, deflected, blocked and dodged. Deva Path marched through the center like a juggernaut, however, ruthless, and utterly unstoppable. Kankuro, his armor now thoroughly shattered, had been thrown across the room to land at a heap at the far wall, and Gaara lay on the floor, almost sickly pale as he bled from a horrendous slash that ran across his stomach, making the stone run red as his blood pooled around him. The only ones in his way now were the man she recognized as Hitaki Kakashi, Gaara's sister, and an old man in thick plate armor. Naruto lay behind them, unmoving, defenseless. Her eyes closed tightly in concentration, feeling for the power within her and attempting to bring it out. She felt firm resistance, however, and the snarls that echoed through the back of her mind to the Forefron told her exactly who the guilty party was. You? She breathed, struggling to form her sentences. Will listen to me now. Still the resistance remained, obstinate as the Kyuubi's limited influence from within his seal battled against her will. With a snarl that was almost animal-like in nature, the young woman grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Listen to me now. He could hear him coming closer, heavy footfalls that could not be drowned out by the cacophony of the fights that raged around them as he continued to examine the seal and what they'd done to it. The seal that bound the Ninetales had always been complex. Far beyond his knowledge, to be sure, but what these people had done to it now made the normal seal look like a simple padlock. He only recognized 3 of the symbols, and there were at least 7 of them. If he undid those 3, perhaps the construct would break down itself, like a dam that was over capacity. Any day now, copycat. He heard Yoshihiro yell behind him, the footfalls coming ever closer. If I do this wrong, it could rupture the seal completely. It'd kill Naruto and probably us too. He barked back, harsh and angry as he hesitated on the hand seals for the dispel technique. Either you risk it or we all die now. The Tsuchikage snapped just before Kakashi heard him bellow out his battle cry. He looked back, just in time to see the Rinnegan wielder catch the head of the massive warhammer in one hand, his other hand rising with the dark blade in its grip. The Tsuchikage raised his forearm guard to block the strike, only for the black metal to slice through plate, flesh and bone with ease, piercing his forearm and lancing into the left edge of his chest, its edge scraping against the elder male's ribs. Yoshihiro bit down a scream of pain before Pain ripped the hammer free of his grip and sent the Tsuchikage flying into the wall with enough force to kill the man had he not been wearing armor. He didn't even glance at Temari before he ducked, avoiding the wind blade with ease before he swept her feet out from under her. She rolled with the fall, attempting to reach her feet quickly, only to have her efforts cut off by a viscous kick that struck her ribs. Then his eyes landed on Kakashi, with the copycat's back turned to him, still hoping to finish the final seals. The blade rose, ready to sever head from shoulders when every sense in his body froze with surprise. Not fear, never fear. He knew the attack was coming before she'd even closed half the distance. He sought his power, raising his arm to ward her off, but he'd been too late and she'd been too fast. She tackled him with the force of a 2-ton boulder, red chakra shrouding her body with 3 tails whipping out from the base of her spine, burning to the touch wherever her body made contact with his. He called forth his power, bending it to his will with focus and purpose, and pushed her back, with more force than he'd ever needed to use on any one person. Even so, he barely managed to repel her halfway across the room. Then his attention returned to Kakashi, just as the man's hand fell onto the seal, glowing with bright blue flames. There was a flash of blinding white light. When his vision returned, it was to a haze of red that blanketed the room like a deep fog. His eyes peered deep into its veil, finding both his targets as they faced him, his others coming to his side. He couldn't see his face, only his eyes as they glowed a deep, bloody red, pupil, iris and all. Delay in vengeance gives only a heavier blow. He canted. The answer seemed to come from within his own mind, in a whisper of malice that was carried neither by wind or sound. Those who seek fear shall have it, in abundance. Chapter 99, Forfeit Freedom. Ruinous energies washed over all who stood in the shadow of their presence, the full weight of malicious intent, and unbridled hatred, were cast over their perceptions as the driving force behind this great and terrible power, threatening to smother them with its intensity. They both seethed with this power. Personifications of wrath and ruin, the both of them. In contrast, Pain and his path stood opposite them. The bulwark against the tide that crashed and broke over their own collective power. Neither side wavered, seemingly assured of their respective victories. The siblings struck out first. Though none could be sure which was the one who delivered the opening strike. Perhaps they'd done it simultaneously. Either way, the result was the same, a blast of red energy erupted beneath the 6 enemies, scattering them in a mad dash to escape the destruction. They rushed in, slipping through the opening like razors cutting through fine cloth. Pain never lost sight of either one, a dozen eyes focusing on them, and so he always knew their target. Him. He braced himself, blurs of speed colored black and white as they attacked with claws that could rend flesh and blows that could shatter bones. He ducked, dodged and weaved, twisting his body between a mad flurry of attacks from both opponents as he divided his attention between following the movements of both enemies and gathering the power within himself. He expelled it, pushing back with most of his psychonic might as he repelled both enemy Nin away from his person. Booted feet dug into the earth, ready to bounce back when the others were on them. A fist slammed into Akina's stomach, pushing her back even further as Azura Path stood between her and the main body, a foot striking her face a split second later as she moved to recover, making her stumble before catching herself. Azura Path moved to attack again, seeking to push the assault before she recovered. She did recover, however, blocking the first attack before countering with snarls on her lips and her claws slashing across flesh, tearing cloth, sinew, skin and metal with rending tears as she kicked the corpse away. A blow to the back of her head made her fall forward snarling before standing up again and rounding on her new opponent, Predapath, and rushing him, intending to rip him limb from limb as she'd done a moment ago to his brethren. On the other side of the chamber, Naruto grasped firmly onto Animal Path's foot, grasping the cold skin through the cloth of his pants before throwing him into the wall with bone-crushing force. He stepped to the side, ducking low as he avoided Human Path's high spin kick before turning on him, finding the thing's exposed back revealed to his sight. With a flash of claws, the corpse's spine was slashed open. It jerked, twitching for a moment before falling forward, unmoving. Naruto barely gave the corpse another look, turning to face his next victim. He only found Deva path, however, his hand stretched outward. Before his mind registered the threat, a force slammed into his chest, throwing him to the far wall and pushing him through it into the next room. Deva and animal path rushed through the hole, pressing the attack as human path's still and bloodied corpse was swallowed by dark energies, slipping out of real space along with Asura path for barely a second before both paths emerged again, fully restored and rushed forward, ready to fight their respective opponents again. She was aware of the painful sensation of her body resting almost entirely on her stomach and an arm wrapped around her legs, keeping her in place. It was rather simple to deduce that she was being carried. She opened her mouth to tell whoever it was to let her down, but the only thing that emerged was NGHH. The person stopped, shifting her and placing her down on a floor that was too cold and too hard. She shivered. Opening her eyes, she found herself staring at the disheveled appearance of Hatake Kakashi, his forehead protector gone, letting his hair fall limply over his face, and his Sharingan eye left naked to the cold wind, a little of his mask torn and part of his clothes singed at the edges. "You all right?" he asked. "What happened?" She rubbed her aching head, the blood pounding beneath her temples. He didn't need to answer. A moment later her extrasensory perceptions kicked in, and the raw evil of the chakra that saturated the air told her clearly enough what was going on. He grabbed onto her arm, bringing her attention back to him. "Come on, we have to move now. Can you walk?" She swallowed, moistening her sandpaper throat as she shakily began to reach her feet. Again, Kakashi's grip on her arm brought her attention to him. "Come on, we need to find our way out of here." "Wait, what about the others?" she asked, one hand still clutching her throbbing head. Kakashi's eyes narrowed minutely beneath the thin, broken veil that was his mottled-down hair. "We need to find the exit. We can find the others outside." She started to nod, but stopped herself, warning bells ringing in her head as loud as a blaring siren. She held her feet firm, not allowing Kakashi to pull her down the winding tunnel. She was still Konoha's prime hostage against Tsuna. Kakashi's glare became downright dangerous, his Sharingan beginning to spin slowly in his iris. "Don't make this harder on yourself," he said. "I think I'll take my chances. I may be beaten up, but I can still take you down, princess." Temari shifted her weight, readying herself to fight. There was a rumble beneath their feet, then a crash somewhere behind the copy ninja, a gust of wind and biting chips of ice that streaked past her face, stinging her skin and eyes. A shroud of red, seething hate, flashing claws and snarling teeth. That was all she saw as the ground beneath her feet shuddered and crumbled beneath her. She fell with a shout. The sound was overpowered by the crashing of an avalanche. She felt the weightlessness of a fall, and her vision swam with white, intermittent flashes of color here and there where the mass of snow broke apart in its descent. The ground hit her feet with the suddenness of falling into a lake of ice water. She stumbled forward, falling onto her hands and knees before snow and ice collapsed over her body, burying her beneath a mound of white. Above, Kakashi cursed, shielding his eyes and face with his arms against the energies that tore at his skin like the lashes of a whip. He looked down, measuring the fall and the weight of the snow that must have fallen over her. The probabilities were high that she'd survived, but they were just as high that she may have broken something during her fall. He thought of jumping down, attempting to dig her out, but the malicious chakra beat against his body like the lash, stinging and sending the pain cutting deep into the bone. This battle was beyond him now, beyond them all. This was a clash between those who were more than simply human. For people who had transcended a boundary that approached the realms of sheer madness. He held no place here. With one last look at the mound of snow the kunoichi was buried under, he turned and fled down the tunnel, determined to reach a safe distance from this. Pure reflex and savage instinct drove him now, his mind consumed by a strange clarity and simple calm. All their movements were slow, all their attacks predictable, all their feints transparent, and lures simple diversions. But they were fast, and the blows were too many from too many directions to seize an opening. And just as he could see their intent, they could see his with 8 eyes tied to one mind observed every move he made and every step he took. Power drove him as he could feel his battered and beaten body threatening to fail beneath the crushing weight of the immaterial energies that coursed through his veins and seeped through every pore of his body. It was as though he was being weighed down by an anchor, binding him, and stiffing and suffocating even as he strained against it. He was not sure which would succeed in destroying him first, his crumbling flesh or the Akatsuki's pretender of a god. He ducked. There, an opening. His hand lashes out, and claws rend flesh from sinew and cleave through bone, an arm falls away, its owner retreats. But he'll return again with his limb reattached and ready for a fight. He needed to find how they were doing this. It was neither simple regeneration or healing, neither he nor Tsunade could easily regrow a severed limb, and even if they could, not with enough physical strength to continue fighting at their previous level as unimpeded as these husks seem to do. This is no simple medical ninjutsu, nor is it a bloodline. Something hits him, a force, an energy. It was he, the one who acts as the face of these toys. He stumbles from the force, nearly losing his footing for a moment before he recovers, but a knife is soon driven into the back of his knee and another through his ribs. He coughs, but he doesn't open his mouth, swallowing it down even as more blood bubbles up from his throat like boiling water in a cauldron. He strikes back, his attacker dodges, pulling the knives out with him. This one won't be stupid enough to leave him a weapon like the witch had done. Movement to his other side, he raises his arm, and there's an impact not a second later. The first one was back and their face remains in the distance, waiting for his next chance to strike, power gathering along the tips of his fingers, ready for him to make another mistake. So he makes one. The force comes, but this time, it's expected, and he's prepared. He doesn't stumble, he recovers, and with a ripple of ruinous energy the two fighting him are thrown back, flames bursting over their clothing as his own skin burns away from his body. When he attacks, the so-called god remains passive, calm, but his eyes are too sensitive to movement and light now, and his ears too sensitive to sound, to not perceive the so-called god's surprise as his body fumbles to catch up with his mind for barely a second as he determines what to do. His claws swing, aiming for something vital, something painful. The edged tips of his fingers won't hit either of those things, the man's too skilled for that. But they will hit. Cloth and blood fall to the floor. And he can't help but wonder, what kind of god scrambles for his life? He lunges again, but this time he does not get so near. His target turns, hands outstretched, and the force slams into him again, pushing him back violently. He recovers, staring at the ringed eyes, and through his gaze, conveys a message. I've cut your flesh, God. Now, I'll cut your throat. Gaara hissed through clenched teeth, one hand over his stomach, hot blood gushing between his fingers as he was half carried, half dragged down the tunnel by the surviving Umbu guard. Kankuro was no better, out of his suit now. His brother's body seemed unbelievably small now, slumped forward, dead to the world as two Umbu carried his body in a hurried pace to get away. The captain was ahead of them, taking point, making sure the tunnels were clear. The blood loss was starting to get to him. He felt lightheaded and faint. Whatever the Akatsuki's leader had cut him with, Shikaku was having trouble healing it. And pain made every footfall feel as though it would be his last, as his boots had all the weight of lead blocks and his clothes felt as though they were chains weighing him down. Hurry! This way, we have to get out before they bring this place down around us. Those words brought something to mind, made him remember. They couldn't leave. They were missing someone. He planted his feet on the ground, the added resistance making the Umbu whose shoulder he was leaning on pause, craning his neck back around to face him. Sir? He asked. Gaara tried to pull away, tugging his arm from its place over the man's shoulders and, shocked, the Umbu couldn't stop him from prying his wrist free. The Kazekage's legs nearly gave out, causing him to stumble until he planted himself firmly against the slick wall of the tunnel. Sir! The Umbu yelled again when it seemed as though he would fall. The captain doubled back, passing the two who carried Kankuro without a glance as he placed a hand on his leader's arm, steadying him. Sir, do you know where you are? Do you remember? The red-maned Godame shook his head. Temari, get Temari. Sir. The captain said with a firm nod. You take priority here. We must get you away from here, to the safety of our own borders as soon as possible. His frustration spiking, Gaara moved to take a step, but there his legs failed, and instead of grasping the man by the collar as he had intended, he fisted the cloth of his jacket along the side of his stomach. No, Temari, you get her out, you hear me? His voice was croaking out of his throat, dry and exhausted, as his eyes swam, trying to focus on the captain standing above him. You get her out. I'm sorry, sir. The captain answered at length. But I would never risk your life. Not even for the Lady Sabaku. Grab him. He ordered. No. Again Gaara tried to struggle, but his blows were weak, and his limbs were heavy as the crimson liquid kept on spilling out from his open stomach. The two men grabbed his arms, hauling him up to his feet before dragging his weakly struggling body through the tunnel, away from the sounds of battle. He tried to fight, he couldn't do it again, couldn't leave her, couldn't suffer the thought that she was dead again due to his failings all over again. But he would have to apparently. Because the captain's pull was too insistent, and the titans clashing somewhere behind them were too strong, and he was just too weak. Too damn weak. The fist hits her hard, harder than any she's ever felt, probably harder than her brother's, and she feels herself slam solidly against the wall, ice cracked and bones strained. But I kept my eyes firmly open, one wrong move, one lapse, and she'd be finished. These two were too strong for slips. She raises her hand claws digging harshly into the ice above her head before she pulls herself up, flipping so her head is to the ground and her feet are towards the roof as her opponent punches the spot she was previously leaning against, sending spiderweb cracks along the surface. She pushes herself off, landing behind him, pinning him between herself and the unyielding, stubborn wall as she attacks, swiping at his feet with a clawed foot of her own, then to his shoulder, stomach, face and throat before finally kicking his chest. All blows land. He's thrown back against the wall like she was, and this time, he doesn't stop, punching straight through to a cavern on the other side. Mist and glittering crystal fills her eyes and for a moment she loses track of him. She steps forward, hoping to continue the attack. But the fat puppet recovers, standing up with his arms hanging down like a limp doll, its body twisting itself back into a proper position with the sickening cracks and pops of bones being forcefully shoved back into place. His eyes snapped to her, and he jumped with surprising speed given his stout physique. He aimed for the edge of the new opening, his fist cocked back, he punched the solid wall of ice, shattering it even further as the impact drove chunks of debris onto her. She ducked and weaved, avoiding the pieces of ice that would have crushed her beneath their weight until she found Azura path in front of her again. Again, when his fist hit, it hit hard. Her head snapped back, and she felt the wind knocked out of her as he followed up with a strike to her stomach that sent her stumbling backwards. Right into the arms of the awaiting Preta. His grip was like steel the moment he had her. And her struggles with claw and tooth, chakra limbs, and raw strength were simply not enough. The flesh mannequin did not even budge his purely defensive capabilities, making sure he had a firm hold on both her physical body and the immaterial energies that fueled her. Before she could continue struggling, however, Azura path was on her again, and this time she could not fight back. Blows, which felt like she was being clubbed with an iron mace, rained down on her body, her head, her stomach, her chest. More than once she felt a rib snap within her. It was clear that the Akatsuki wanted her merely unconscious, not dead. Or maybe he just wanted her to feel pain before she went. Her lungs soon burned from lack of air, her throat stung with the taste of copper and acid as her stomach dry heaved with every repeated strike to her midsection as her head throbbed from blow after blow as blood dripped from between her parted lips down her clothes. Another strike cracked against her skull and the edges of her sight went dark for a moment. Was this it? Was this all it was going to come down to? Held here like some civilian getting mugged. One holding her down, the other hitting as hard as he could? Was this all that she could do? Unbidden, the image of her brother came to her mind, clad in his armor and robe, standing over her as he always did before slowly turning his back on her. So weak. The thought was like poison slithering through her mind, an insidious whisper that left bitter acid in its wake and a foul taste that had nothing to do with the blood, pooling at the back of her throat. The bitterness soon changed, morphing into thick, swelling anger that burned hot tears through her eyes that evaporated as they trailed down her face, consumed by the heat of the demonic chakra. This was not going to happen. She would not end like this. She would not let it end like this. She was stronger than this. The same anger that had driven her at the beginning of this battle roared to life in her belly again, feeding on itself as it burned bright and hot and her sight bled into red. The chakra around her body increased, flash boiling the ice at their feet. Behind her, Pretapath was, literally being immolated as his muscles clenched tight, trying to hold on, the endless tide of red chakra beginning to overwhelm his defensive abilities. Azura Path backed away, his flat, grinning features belying no expression even as his cone-shaped head opened up, revealing a large crystal suspended within a crystal dome, framed by mechanical replacements where his brain and skull should have been. But the young girl was beyond caring at this point. Her struggles renewed, thrashing and twisting, clawing at the arms that still held firm even as the owner's body began to turn into one giant piece of tinder, with his cloak combusting around his body and his skin being burned off of his very bones. Finally, with a wrenching pull that tore off one of Pretapath's arms, she was free, and the realization was swallowed whole by pure animal instinct, rounding on her captor and tackling him to the ground. Her feet on his chest, the creature that she'd become tore at the preserved corpse with wild savagery, ignoring Azura Path as he continued to gather chakra to his weapon. She panted and hissed, bloody spittle dripping from between tightly clenched teeth, feeling little more than the overwhelming urge to kill this creature. Perhaps some part of her which still retained the ability to process thought, recognized that she would never succeed at this battle by use of her hands alone, or perhaps it was sheer instinct that drove her to prove her superiority. Either way, she began to gather the monstrous chakra to a focus point. Beneath her, Pretapath, still surviving wounds that would have killed 100 men over at this point, once again brought up his defenses, stalling the feral, wild woman while his other channeled his own energy somewhere behind her. The forces of the beast bent to her will, her entire body shaking with the strain as dark matter pulsed and rippled, coalescing into a ball between her and her target. It was then Azura Path fired, a lance of pure energy tearing across the distance between them, heading dead center of her exposed back. The movement was too fast to see, even for the legendary Jujutsu. Before Pain's collective hive consciousness could comprehend what was occurring, the young woman had reached down, grabbing Pretapath by the shoulders as her clawed feet did the same to the clothes around his midsection. Swiveling forward, she pulled the body's lower half with her, and fired the dark ball of energy that had been suspended between them. The forces collided, pinning Pretapath between the beam of his comrade and the mass of dark energy, both threatening to overwhelm his shields. The animal Akina had become, crouched on all fours, staring at her enemy, displeasure creasing her brow as she growls, unsatisfied that he was not yet a stain on the wall. For a moment, she's at a loss, but only a moment, as the answers bleed into her mind, like pictures before a child's eye, she sees and she mimics but does not truly comprehend. Does not control. She barely felt the explosion that followed before her world went dark. Somewhere up above, freezing, nearly completely buried beneath a mound of chipped ice and snow, lay the Suna princess. When she awoke, it was with a strangled choking gasp that sucked a mouthful of ice into her mouth. She choked, coughing and sputtering before her training took over, and she stilled herself, coaxing the faint traces of air in her lungs to sustain her longer than normal. As she looked around her, finding nothing but ice and snow, she then sought to determine where the surface was closest to. She must have been close, given that she'd breathed for this long. Turning just a bit, she determined the light was harsher to her left, the side facing upwards. Then, carefully, she pulled a kunai and carved herself a small opening. Her legs were numb, her extremities were freezing, and it took all of her willpower not to shiver uncontrollably in what, she was rapidly becoming aware, were temperatures reaching fucking cold. Not just plain old cold. Fucking cold. Why in the hell couldn't the whole world be a desert? She blinked, daring some movement. She skirted lightly to the side to get a different angle, and there she stopped herself dead. She was staring right at the back of one of the members of the Akatsuki. Her heart leaped into her throat and she wondered to herself just how long he or she'd been there. He stood perfectly still, his hands in some kind of seal. She couldn't tell if his eyes were open or closed from where she lay directly behind him, but she imagined they weren't, given the fact that he had a jujutsu. Still, as she listened more closely, the sounds of battle were distant echoes. He was not in any fight. An explosion rumbled up from beneath them somewhere, shaking the entire fortress as bits and pieces of ice crumbled from their places on the wall. A moment after that she had her answer. In an instant, 2 tiers opened up in the air along either side of him, black as the void. 2 bodies soon emerged from within, and she recognized them as more of those same Akatsuki that had stormed into the room earlier. Restored. The first one she'd seen drawled in monotone, before the 2 arrivals left, jumping down a hole in the ground in pursuit of their previous target. She waited and then, again, soon enough, another tier appeared, this time with a different, yet still familiar person emerged, unscathed before he too, rushed off without a word. She waited, and, without fail, more and more tiers appeared, but this time, she noticed that it was always the same 2 who emerged, over and over again, as though beyond those tiers he held an endless supply of copies to dish out into the fight. She hadn't seen the first 2 again, but it didn't take Shikamaru to figure this out. If this one died, the others would loose their reinforcements and be dead soon enough. With numb fingers, she clutched the kunai in her hand as tightly as she could and slowly tested out her limbs to make sure that, despite the fact that they were freezing, that she could still rely on them to not have her fall flat on her face when she finally made a move. 14 paces. She estimated. She could cover 4 before he turned around and saw her, maybe 3 more before he recognized her as a threat. That was half the distance. In 2 more steps he'd be looking for her attack. He'd see the kunai in 3 more, and judge where he needed to block with the rest. She'd have to throw a kunai at the 3rd step to throw him off. Hopefully it would be enough. She didn't have enough energy in her weakened muscles to do much more than this. She waited for the opening, waited for the chance to strike. She didn't need to wait long. They were still standing, still prepared to continue the fight. So was he. Even though his body was failing him, slowing, weakening, even though he could barely control his chakra enough to form most of his techniques and he simply had his hands and feet as his weapons, he was ready. He would always be ready. He was the weapon, the demon king. The man who could not be killed. And he would not be killed this day. Not even by a god. Abruptly, his enemies froze, their bodies going tense, and he saw a flicker of fear pass before their eyes. As one, they retreated, running away to whatever place had called them back, to whatever had put the fear in their eyes. Slowly, his hands fell to his side. He would not pursue, he didn't need to, they would come back to him. Besides, he doubted he even had the strength left for a chase. And also, there was someplace else he needed to be. Slowly, taking care, he turned, marching down the empty, crumbling tunnels, getting closer. He wound his way through the caverns of crystal, their glittering surfaces standing as a mockery to the rampant bloodshed within its halls. He wasn't sure how long he was walking before he found her. She stumbled towards him, favoring one leg. The one that wasn't bleeding. Clutching at her shoulder with the opposite hand as it too bled, her breaths were ragged, indicating broken ribs, and the red shroud of the demon had melted away from her, exhausted, unlike his own which still clung protectively around him. When he approached, he watched her strength ebb away, her knees simply giving up the fight, allowing her to fall forward before he caught her. She was too heavy, and he fell with her, resting on one knee with his sister bleeding out. She was limp, pale, cold in his arms, and the blood left a bright, thick trail to follow. How much had she lost by now, he wondered. I'm sorry. She breathed, one hand clutching at the folds of his clothes, grimacing in pain as he held her upper body off the ground. I'm sorry. She repeated. I really tried. He watched her carefully, a pained smile lifting her face for a moment. Guess I'll never be as strong as you are, huh? He said nothing, raising his free hand as it ghosted over the injuries, the touch of the chakra healing the most grievous of wounds. It was all he could spare. She was his to kill, no one else had the right. He felt the presences approaching before he heard them, 5 bodies this time. Slowly, with foreign gentleness he set Akina down, feeling her grip at his clothes, ignoring it as he turned to face the 5 opponents. Surrender your soul to God. The first one, their leader said. And it shall be spared from horrid void. There were 6, was the Demon King's reply. 6, now only 5. The 6th is dead. So you offer surrender. The leader's face tightened just a bit, it was all the answer he needed. I kill you now, I kill you for good. One devil, no matter how powerful, cannot defeat God. He was still confident, he had the advantage and they both knew it. They could both feel his chakra faltering, sputtering like a dying flame. Still, it did not matter. He would never simply roll over and die. He'd come too far for that. And others, more worthy than this fool, wished him dead and had failed. I never said I would defeat you. He answered. I said I would kill you. The wind howled along the outside, sending jagged chips of ice that cut at his flesh like razors. 2 seconds outside and he'd probably be a pin cushion. As it was, the copycat pulled away, back to the relative safety of the interior tunnels as he kept on trying to find a way out. All around him the ice fortress shook precariously, hairline cracks as thin as a paper spread through some places while others as wide and gaping as the maws of some great beast emerged. If the winds wouldn't let them escape from this place, he was fairly certain of one thing. They were all royally screwed. A groan brought his attention to his surroundings, swiveling his eyes to and fro, he tried to focus on the source of the sound. Damn echoes. He didn't really have to strain himself to find it, however. A near 70-year-old man that easily weighed 250 pounds on his own, with thick iron plate armor, leaning on a hammer and leaving a blood trail a mile wide was not exactly difficult to spot. He stepped forward, and the devil Shimazu must have been too pained, or too tired to realize that he had company. Because when he grabbed the man's arm it was genuine shock in his response before the copycat slung his arm over his shoulder. Need some help? He grunted. Offering a bloody grin in response, the IWA Nin gave a wet, gurgling chuckle. Young people these days, so considerate. Ignoring his sarcasm, Kakashi stumbled his way down the tunnel, once again feeling the biting chill of the wind up ahead, no less harsh, and no more a means of escape than trying to dig their way out. Screw it. Yoshihiro grunted, pulling himself free and collapsing onto the nearby wall. If I'm gonna die here, I'm not gonna do it, bleeding out, exhausted, cold and miserable. Crushed and cold works very well for me, thank you. As if to emphasize his point, more cracks splintered their way up the wall. Another gust of wind howled down the tunnel, whipping the copycat's loose hair as it caressed the tresses. You think we're all gonna die here? Most likely. The IWA Nin responded, as though discussing an everyday occurrence. You think Naruto will live? If he does, we did our job. If he doesn't, we failed utterly and the world will tear itself apart shortly before going back to the way things were. His breathing was heavy, and the hand holding the haft of his hammer was barely holding up the weapon, its head resting already on the cold floor. Have it all figured out, do you? Ha! Shimazu barked out a laugh. I wish, copycat. Suna guys are probably trapped here too. He noted, almost as an afterthought. We can hope. Yoshihiro said, with an absent shrug. Last thing we'll need is Suna being completely fine, whereas our kingdom will flail about like a chicken without a head. It'd be a bloodbath. Kakashi couldn't disagree. So much, so very much, was relying on Naruto. He could only pray that, even if they all died, at least he, of all people, made it through this. The crunch of feet on snow made them tense, bringing both their eyes over towards the end of the tunnel they just came from, finding the panting, heaving form of Temari. "Princess!" Yoshihiro cried, delighted as he raised his hand in greeting. "You survived too. What are you two doing?" She yelled between heaving breaths, desperate to get her heart rate and breathing under control. "We have to get out of here. Nowhere to run." Kakashi interrupted, shrugging. "We're completely surrounded by the storm, and whatever chakra is focusing it now is a lot stronger than any I've ever seen. You'd be lucky to make it through in a metal box, let alone with just some thin vests to shield you." She looked down the tunnel, where the winds from the outside were picking up bits of ice and snow. "So that's it then?" she asked, receiving a nod from the two older men. They fell into silence. "Princess," the Tsuchikage said after a while. "Since we're all most likely gonna die, you mind if I ask you something?" "Go ahead," she answered, somewhat numb as the emotion settled and fell away from her. "Why'd you decide to come with us? Why join the rescue?" For a long while, she said nothing, and both Kakashi and Yoshihiro had thought she'd decided to ignore the question when she finally delivered her answer. I saw that." She paused, and both Kakashi and Yoshihiro watched her visibly gather herself and measure her response this time before giving it. Even monsters shouldn't have to fight alone. If either man thought her statement was an omission of the truth, or a half-truth, they did not call her on it and simply allowed the silence to fall again. The ground fell out from under their feet before lurching right back up, and a roar reached their ears with the rushing of a raging tide. They heard it coming closer. In an instant, fire filled their vision, and the last sensation Temari felt was being expelled from the fortress through the tunnel opening as the hellish inferno gave way to slashing cold before the shock wave of the following explosion knocked her into black abyss. "Am I dead?" The thought was a distant thing, and Akina would have probably preferred to be in such a state as matches began to ignite along every nerve ending in her body as she groaned. She didn't know how long she was unconscious. It could have been minutes, as easily as it could have been days, with nothing but the cold kiss of the wind on her cheek to bring feeling back to her mind. Everything hurt, and it was as though she were sinking knives into her own flesh as she tried to command it to move for her. Gods above, she could barely even turn her eyes without even those hurting. Somehow, either through sheer willpower or simple persistence, she found her way to her feet. Didn't have the foggiest notion of how long it took her to do that either. One step forward, however, and she was back at square one, flat on her face, with her entire body aching with agony. Distantly, she wondered if it would be so bad to just lie here. To wait, as either the cold, or the blood seeping from her wounds took her. How much easier it could all be. No more battles, no more sorrow, no more decisions and emotions that left her torn and raw on the inside. Nothing but the cold and the stillness. So much easier. She found her way to her feet again. The sky was a canvas of colors, stormy gray swirled with silvery white and fired orange, purple hues cut through from the sky above it all. Snow fell heavy and slow, more like ash than soft petals of frozen moisture as it clung to her clothes and skin. Her eyes swept over the landscape. Debris was spread out across the ground as far as the eye could see. Mounds of ice were already being swallowed by the perpetual snowfall. Just how long had she been out? Regardless, he wasn't difficult to spot. He was the only thing moving on this barren wasteland. A small silhouette in the distance. Dutifully, with every muscle protesting against her movements, she stumbled forward. The crunching of footsteps on loose ice announced her proximity, though he sensed her awaken long before she'd made it this far. When she stopped, and he was certain no attack was forthcoming, he returned his gaze back down to the Suna princess who lay at his feet, her face contorted in what he assumed to be some measure of pain. Kakashi and Yoshihiro lay nearby. He could just see them beneath the thin layer of snow that had settled over their bodies. He was fairly certain they were breathing, but he did not investigate further. If they were dead, then that was that. "Naruto!" His diminutive sibling called out behind him, followed by a sharp intake of breath and a muffled groan as some other pain came to her awareness. "She came for me," he answered at length before deliberately turning, meeting her gaze. "So did you. Why?" She paused, struggling to find the words, for him. To find the answer for herself. "I'm not really sure," she answered finally. "But, it felt like the right thing to do." "The right thing to do," he echoed before turning back to look at the Suna princess. A leaden silence pressed down between the two of them as she waited for him to speak again, having no real words herself to fill in the gap that seemed to be widening with every passing second. At length, when he spoke, his voice carried the steely undertone it had previously lacked. "You realize that the words I said before still hold true. This changes nothing. You are still my enemy once I return to Konoha. Then why did you spare me?" She yelled back. The recollection of those final moments within that battle, as chakra and fire washed over her body, as though she had some kind of shield diverting it around her, away from her. "Because your death is not here," he answered, as though his words were irrefutable. Certain of himself. This time, it was she who broke the silence. And her voice carried an emotion he was more than familiar with. Anger. "So you still intend to go through with it, to go to war with Suna?" It was an accusation. "Your Kazekage still lives. I imagine that his willingness to go to war will not be tempered after this. And even if it has, I will not allow it. Just as heaven cannot have two sons, earth cannot have two kings." He answered. "It doesn't have to be this way." She called back, a note of desperation in his voice. "Just stop. You can bring this whole war with an end with a word. Please." She paused, and he knew she was fishing for words. "You can set yourself free," she whispered, so soft it was nearly carried by the wind before it reached him. He was silent for a long time. Then, "My freedom was forfeit long ago." Slowly, almost tenderly, he reached down, picking up the unconscious princess of wind, cradling her against him as he straightened. "Why are you taking her?" the young woman at his back questioned. "She's of no use to you. You intend to make war anyway." That was true, he did not need the Suna princess, not in the practical sense. But he wished to know, under no uncertain circumstances, why she had done this. Why she had risked life and limb to come rescue someone who she should feel total enmity towards. He had not been present nearly enough for her to develop any form of twisted attachment through her confinement. Hinata perhaps, he himself, certainly not. He needed answers from her. Suddenly, like the clapping of a thunderbolt on a still night, there was movement, and the crash of ice falling and settling on the floor from where it had been moved. The siblings turned as one, finding the silhouette of a man through the icy haze of upturned snow. "You still do not understand." A new voice spoke up, one they'd never heard before. Slowly, the figure stepped forward, and the unholy glow of the Rinnegan peeked out from beneath raven black hair. "You yourself are the greatest child of this age of chaos." He stared at them, the lavender-colored eyes shifting and searching, piercing through them as though he were dissecting them. He stood tall, almost as tall as Naruto in full armor. His skin was pale, ghostly pale, too little sunlight, and it seemed as though it sagged off his bones, like his skeleton was too thin for the rest of his body. The man stopped just shy of a meter between the two of them, though his eyes were squarely on Naruto. "And if you do not fall, this land will never see a new dawn." The Demon King stared onto the eyes of the one who called himself a god and spoke simple truth. "The same is true of you." Pain, the true pain, narrowed his eyes on the Kage. A silent challenge there as the legendary eye cut through whatever preamble or pretense laid before him, reaching the heart of it, of him, finding it and laying it bare to his all-seeing gaze. Then, with deliberate slowness, the Akatsuki member turned, knowing he would not be struck, before he began walking, leaving the field. This was not over. He vanishes into the fog. Naruto turns, walking a few paces before setting the Suna princess down in a small area free of debris and ice boulders before turning and dragging his two other subordinates to the same location. She doesn't know how he has the strength while she's barely even conscious. She looks down, knowing that when she looks up he will be gone, out of her reach, again, as he'd always been. But she's surprised at the fact that when she looks up, he's standing there, watching her. She stares back, unsure what to make of it as his hand reaches up, slowly, and caresses her cheek with the back of his knuckles. She sucks in a breath, too shocked to speak or react, to do anything save for stare, and notice the colder kiss of the wind as the blood coating his hand leaves a wet trail across her skin. But soon, whatever happened, it's over. His hand tightens to a fist, trembling, and, even though his expression has not changed, she can see his features close, and his eyes turn sharp. He dons his war mask again. And she realizes the one moment, the one critical time she could have ever reached him, breached the armored fortress that surrounded him, just passed her by, and still she can do naught but watch with increasing despair as the gates that had been open for but an instant, were shut tightly, likely never to open again. He turns away, and, in the next moment he and those with him are gone, and she can only stare at the vacant spot. Too many emotions running through her mind to count. Just a scant few miles away, as he reappears still amidst the cold, dry temperature of the northern wastes, the Demon King finally collapses, blood rising from his throat and leaking from his eyes. He falls on his side, and rolls on his back, as he finally allows himself to give into the pain, his world darkening around him, blocking out the gray muddled sky above. Too close now, far too close. He collapses, unconscious before his eyes fully close and his head hits the ground.